Chapter 13, Part 2. Toward the Defeat of AQI. August 2009 to July 2010. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2. By U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by adamkoebel. Chapter 13, Part 2. Toward the Defeat of AQI. August 2009 to July 2010. The Evisceration of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, January to May 2010. Page 502. The bombings of autumn 2009 had shown that AQI remained a potent threat despite having lost almost all its territory during 2008 and 2009. The group also had succeeded in sowing discord among the fractious political parties as they prepared for the parliamentary elections of March 2010. However, within weeks of AQI's final high-profile attacks against the Iraqi ministries in Baghdad on December 8, 2009, USFI, Coalition SOF, and the Iraqi security forces began a series of operations that would bring AQI closer to defeat than at any point during the long Iraq War. The crushing of AQI in spring 2010 would change the organization in unanticipated ways, greatly reducing its capacity to harm the Iraqi population and interrupt the political process. The decimation of AQI would also lay the groundwork for the terrorist group's later evolution into the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, or ISIS. Breaking the bombing string. The autumn 2009 bombings had a significant impact on Iraqis, even though the last of the three did far less damage than the rest. With Iraq's March 7, 2010 parliamentary elections just weeks away, USFI leaders were concerned that AQI could disrupt the political process or perhaps thwart voting in some areas, as it had done in 2005. Accordingly, U.S. and Iraqi SOF focused on AQI in Mosul and other strongholds ahead of the voting. Investigations of the autumn bombings had yielded a great deal of intelligence about AQI's structure and operations, so that USFI analysts believed by January that they had a clearer idea of AQI-ISI's inner workings than at any other point in the Iraq War. This new understanding of AQI's organization paid off on January 4th, when U.S. and Iraqi troops simultaneously struck 16 targets in Mosul, resulting in several high-profile captures and the death of several more leaders, including AQI's, quote, border wali, end quote, who was responsible for bringing foreign fighters into the north. The following week brought another significant gain in Baghdad, where on January 12th, U.S. and Iraqi SOF foiled a fourth set of coordinated car bombings, breaking the string of massive attacks against the Iraqi government. Just 10 days later, on January 22nd, U.S. SOF conducted a raid that killed Abu Khalaf, the senior AQI facilitator who had inherited Abu Ghadia's Syria-based foreign fighter network after the latter's death in October 2008. Though pressure from the Syrian regime already had marginalized Abu Khalaf, his death still hurt AQI's Syria-based network. AQI's setbacks in Mosul and on the border did not prevent the group from attacking the Arba'in pilgrimage in early February, when AQI suicide bombers and IEDs killed and wounded more than 500 of the several million pilgrims making their way to Karbala. The January U.S.-Iraqi operations did appear to break AQI's momentum in Baghdad after the carnage of the fall, and the biggest gains against the extremist group were still to come. The Wali of Baghdad. The Maliki government's erroneous claim to have captured Abu Omar al-Baghdadi in April 2009 harmed its credibility. Ironically, it proved the first step toward the devastation of AQI's senior leaders the following year. Ahmad Khamis al-Majma'i, the AQI detainee that Maliki's forces mistakenly thought was Baghdadi, was, in fact, one of the AQI leader's lieutenants who sometimes acted as Baghdadi's stand-in. In the course of his interrogations, Majma'i explained how Baghdadi and his organization moved and operated to evade detection, information that allowed the Iraqi government to begin infiltrating AQI's Baghdad networks. The first major payoff from Majma'i's information was the capture of AQI's so-called wali, or governor or guardian, of Baghdad, a Moscow-born 35-year-old former Ba'athist named Manaf al-Rawi, whom the Iraqi government believed had masterminded the autumn bombings. After Saddam Hussein's fall in 2003, Rawi had been recruited by Abu Musab al-Zarqawi and had fought in the First Battle of Fallujah before being captured by coalition troops in June 2004. Task Force 134, the command responsible for coalition detention operations, had released him in November 2007, after which Zarqawi's successor, Abu Ayyub al-Masri, integrated him back into AQI's operational network, making him head of AQI's Baghdad operations by the end of 2008. On March 11, 2010, Iraqi federal police arrested Rawi just 2 miles from Camp Victory, after which ISF interrogators held him for more than a week without informing USFI. For an additional 2 weeks, Iraqi officials did not allow USFI access to Rawi, perhaps wary of sharing their detainee after the embarrassing public disagreement with MNFI leaders over the falsely identified Abu Omar al-Baghdadi the year before. Prime Minister Maliki did not allow USFI officers to join Rawi's interrogation until April 4th, the same day a string of AQI car bombs in Baghdad struck the Iranian, Egyptian, and German embassies, with another bomb defused at the French embassy. As USFI joined the questioning, Rawi gave his captors detailed and extensive information about himself, the AQI leadership network, and the group's plans. According to Rawi, AQI in Baghdad had been subdivided into 3 sectors, one encompassing the east side of the city and 2 more covering the north and south halves of the west side. The group's internal communications were governed by security measures so strict that Rawi and other AQI sub-leaders never personally met their superiors, but instead received instructions only by courier or from ISI, quote, Minister of War, end quote, Abu Ayyub al-Masri, an arrangement that left Rawi with wide latitude to plan and carry out operations in the city as he saw fit. Among other plots, Rawi explained that Masri had entrusted him with the early planning of a major external operation ordered by AQI senior leader Ayman al-Zawahiri, a high-profile attack against the 2010 FIFA World Cup games in South Africa. He also revealed that AQI had hatched a plot to hijack aircraft and fly them into Iraq's Shia shrines to incite a sectarian war, as their former leader Zarqawi had intended by the Samarra mosque bombing of 2006. The threat to the shrines prompted a rapid response from the Iraqi government, for which such an attack would have spelled disaster. Government ministries scrambled to account for Iraqi planes and examine the backgrounds of Iraqi pilots, while USFI moved quickly to deploy an anti-aircraft capability to Najaf and other threatened areas. The plot against the shrines did not come to fruition, however, because AQI's top leaders were about to meet their end. The elimination of AQI's senior leadership. In addition to these plots, Rawi provided information that led directly to Masri and Baghdadi. Along with Rawi's lengthy confessions, which were later broadcast on Iraqi and regional television, information released by disgruntled AQI members via social media in 2013 and 2014 explained how Rawi's capture eventually led to the evisceration of almost the entire AQI-ISI leadership. Masri had instituted extreme operational security measures in fall 2009 after the death of AQI Operations Chief Brigadier General Mohammed Nada al-Jabouri, also known as al-Ra'i. Both Baghdadi and Masri had remained in a static location, with the latter only communicating with Rawi by courier and then relying on Rawi to disseminate his orders to the other provincial walis. Also actively involved in the dissemination of Masri's orders was Ibrahim al-Wad al-Samara'i, also known as Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi or Ibrahim al-Badri, the future ISIS caliph whose Baghdad home served as the primary distribution point for AQI senior leaders' correspondence. In an AQI organization whose leadership had been depleted by 6 years of rapid turnover, Masri had come to place great trust in Rawi due to the latter's long jihadi pedigree and experience, but this reliance would prove to be the AQI leader's undoing. Operating on Rawi's information, ISF troops captured the complete AQI records for Anbar province, which included orders from Masri to the AQI Walis for Anbar and Ninawa to supply Rawi with revenue, fighters, and suicide bombers. Taken at face value, the AQI records showed that as much as 80% of AQI's revenue in Ninawa was being sent to Rawi to finance operations in Baghdad. The captured documents provided an operational and administrative picture so complete that, according to Prime Minister Maliki, gaining corroboration through detainee interrogations was relatively easy. In effect, the same clandestine bureaucracy that had served AQI so well in the past, enabling it to remain resilient in the face of severe attrition, now proved lethal to the group. As part of a combined U.S. ISF operation that the Iraqis called Lion's Leap, the exploitation of the captured AQI documents led to the immediate capture of several senior AQI leaders. They were Abdallah Atsam Misfir al-Qahtani, also known as Sinan al-Saudi, a former Saudi army officer who was the architect of the planned World Cup attack; Tariq Hassan Abd al-Qadir, also known as Abu Yasin al-Jazairi, the AQI emir of West Baghdad; and Mutsahim al-Janabi, who oversaw AQI's operations in southern Baghdad from his base in Lutafiyah. These three high-profile captures yielded information exposing the hiding place of Masri and Baghdadi in the Tartar region approximately 10 kilometers outside the city of Tikrit, on the edge of the former Area of Operation, or AO, bedrock, and just a short distance west of Major General Anthony Kukalo and MNDN's headquarters at Camp Spiker. In a manner eerily reminiscent of Saddam Hussein, or later Osama bin Laden, the two AQI men had lived in a simple mud building since September 2009, communicating with AQI senior leaders in Pakistan and a handful of key subordinates through trusted couriers. A measure of how removed Masri had become from the day-to-day administration of his own organization can be seen in one AQI member's claim that following al-Rai's death, Masri appointed a new operations chief, a former Ba'athist colonel named Samir Abd Muhammad al-Klifawi, aka Haji Bakr, without having any prior contact with or knowledge of the man. Apart from their wives, the only individuals present at the house were Baghdadi's son and Masri's aide-de-camp. Masri's own wife later claimed to the Arabic press that during her time living near Lake Tartar, she never saw any trace of the ISI that her husband purportedly led. On April 18, 2010, U.S. troops and their counterparts from the Iraqi 54th Brigade identified Masri's and Abu Omar al-Baghdadi's isolated safe house and set up a cordon around it to prevent the AQI leaders from escaping. Once the American and Iraqi troops revealed themselves, the women living in the house came outside and, after some initial denials, admitted that Baghdadi was there. After a failed attempt to persuade Baghdadi to surrender, the troops raided the house, and after a firefight, Baghdadi, Masri, Baghdadi's son, and Masri's aide blew themselves up, rather than be captured. The seizure of the AQI leader's hideout yielded a trove of documents and more than 6 terabytes of data that enabled Special Operations Forces to mount a series of assaults against other AQI leaders. In the days following the April 18th raid, U.S. and Iraqi forces captured and interrogated 16 AQI senior aides and their bodyguards. On April 20th, U.S. and ISF troops killed Ahmad Ali Abbas Dahir al-Ubaid, AQI's commander for northern Iraq, and 3 days later captured Mahmoud Sulaiman, a leading AQI operations officer in Anbar. On May 4th in West Baghdad, U.S. troops and ISF counterparts dealt AQI-ISI another major blow when they captured Abu Abdullah al-Shafi, the head of Ansar al-Islam, who had been one of the few leaders of the jihad to survive 7 years into the war and had been considered a potential successor to Masri. Coinciding with other AQI losses and mass surrenders in the Hamrin Mountains of Diyala and Sharkat in Ninawa, these raids crippled the group. By mid-May, Odierno reported that at least 32 of AQI's top 42 leaders had been killed or captured since the beginning of March, the most severe leadership losses the organization had suffered since beginning operations in Iraq in 2003. Measuring the impact on AQI. The thousands of handwritten letters, documents, CDs, computers, and audio recordings captured by coalition troops yielded tremendous insight into AQI's inner workings, including direct correspondence between Masri and al-Qaeda's senior leaders in Pakistan. Among the information recovered was Masri's last major operational plan to target a large number of Christian churches in Baghdad. The information also confirmed previous coalition assessments that AQI was suffering from both financial and manpower shortages, indicating the degree to which the group already had declined prior to the deaths of its leaders. While coalition and Iraqi SOF units carried out the raids that destroyed AQI's operational leadership, Kukalo and MNDN undertook an offensive against AQI's vast financial empire in northern Iraq. In early 2010, U.S. analysts came to understand the extent to which Iraq's northern petroleum industry had become a black market that fed insurgent groups of all kinds, especially through the trafficking of the gasoline produced at Iraq's largest refinery in Beji. Smugglers routinely stole gasoline from tankers once they left Beji and resold the stolen gas to illegal roadside gas stations that dotted the highways in northern Iraq, many of them affiliated with AQI. The process involved not just AQI and other insurgent groups, but also a vast network of government officials, trucking outfits, and gas station owners. Kukalo and Major General Nasser Ghanem, commander of the 2nd Iraqi Army Division in Mosul, formulated a combined plan to disrupt this illicit network. The controversial Ghanem previously served as a brigade commander in Abu Ghraib, where he notoriously attempted to repress Abu Atsam's large awakening group against MNFI's wishes in 2007. In Mosul, however, Ghanem seemed more eager to assist his U.S. partners. Under Ghanem and Kukalo's combined direction, 3 MNDN battalions intercepted gasoline smugglers at the Iraq-Syria border north and west of Mosul, while Ghanem's troops and Iraqi border forces shut down all 117 of the identified illegal gas stations in the north and arrested the operators at each one. The shutdown of the gas stations disrupted the black market cash flow at precisely the time AQI found itself desperate for money and new leaders. The cumulative loss of leadership and finances crippled AQI. Even before the April 18th raid, USFI had estimated that AQI's strength had been cut to fewer than 100 fighters in Mosul and Baghdad and no more than 1,000 in the entire country. The April and May raids slashed these numbers further. In early May, Odierno reported to Gates that AQI, quote, had never before lost so many key leaders or been tested as they were now, end quote. By June, both U.S. and Iraqi officials judged that AQI effectively had been cut off from secure communications with the broader al-Qaeda network. The documents captured later from Osama bin Laden's compound in Abbottabad in 2011 supported this, as bin Laden was still seeking detailed biographies for the new AQI leadership as late as June 2010. Not until mid-July 2010 were al-Qaeda's senior leaders able to re-establish direct communications with AQI leaders inside Iraq. Isolated from their counterparts outside Iraq, AQI's remnants inside Iraq fell into disarray during the late spring of 2010, with various mid-level leaders jockeying to fill the group's power vacuum. Subsequent AQI insider accounts painted a picture of the group's network in chaos. Even so, the remaining AQI leaders of Baghdad and Mosul moved quickly to demonstrate that their organization was not extinct. On May 10, 2010, AQI operatives carried out coordinated attacks against 24 targets in Mosul, Baghdad, Fallujah, Hilla, and Basra, killing 119 and wounding more than 350. In Tel Afar on May 14th, they detonated a truck bomb on the field during a children's soccer match and followed with suicide vest bombers amidst the crowd of panicked parents, causing more than 130 casualties. Nevertheless, for USFI leaders, the AQI operations of May to June 2010 showed that the effectiveness and sophistication of the group's attacks had greatly diminished. To gather their resources to maintain a presence in Mosul and Baghdad, AQI's remnants had to cede many of their former operating areas to other insurgent groups such as the Naqshbandi army. There were still, quote, decentralized cells attempting to continue to execute the last orders given, end quote, Odierno noted, but these had no hope of disrupting the ongoing Iraqi election process or achieving AQI's ultimate goal of destabilizing the Iraqi government. It was an assessment the captured Wali of Baghdad shared. Interviewed in his captivity on May 18th, Manaf al-Rawi told CNN, quote, "It is 80 to 100% harder to operate for al-Qaeda these days." End quote. The Iraqi Political Crisis, page 507. The Disputed 2010 Elections. The rapid U.S.-Iraqi operations that decimated AQI's leadership in early 2010 had taken place alongside a protracted political crisis that threatened to undermine the security gains. The Iraqi parliamentary election of March 2010 was a high-stakes contest for control of the two traditional pillars of the Iraqi state: vast oil revenues that reached more than $100 billion in 2010, and a huge security sector of over 900,000 troops and police. The political battle of 2010 and 2011 would have profound consequences for the U.S. campaign in Iraq, casting a shadow over USFI's plans and initiatives as U.S. forces began to draw down. 4 major coalitions competed in the election. As in 2005, the major Kurdish parties formed a Kurdish alliance to secure their share of the new parliament. Iraq's Sunnis, meanwhile, followed the Kurdish example by forming a single electoral list headed by former Prime Minister Ayad Allawi, reversing the fragmentation that had hurt Sunni prospects in 2005. The country's Shia parties had fragmented into 2 large coalitions by 2010. Prime Minister Maliki's State of Law coalition, with the Dawa party at its center, and the Iraqi National Alliance, comprised of ISCI, Badr, and the Sadrists. The period prior to the election was volatile. As the parties published their candidate lists in December and January, the Iraqi parliament's De-Baathification Committee, formed under Ahmad Chalabi's leadership in the early years of the war, threw the election campaign into disarray. Led by Chalabi's deputy, Ali Faisal al-Lami, only recently released from a year of U.S. captivity after his role in the assassinations of U.S. officials in Sadr City in 2008, the committee used its dubious legal authority to nullify the candidacy of more than 500 allegedly Ba'athist-linked candidates, including some who previously had been elected to parliament. The move weakened Allawi's Sunni-majority Iraqiyya coalition that had a large number of former Baathists, while helping the Shia-majority coalitions, leaving the Sunni community to conclude that their candidates were being specifically targeted. After months of security planning, Iraqi and American officials were pleased when the elections occurred on March 7th with little violence. From their base in the Green Zone, Maliki and his State of Law allies believed they would win about 120 seats in the new 325-seat parliament, a total that would have given them a leading role in forming the next government. However, the results of the vote were a surprise to all involved. As the tallies came in from Iraq's provinces in mid-March, Iraqiyya finished first in the voting, gaining 91 seats to Maliki and State of Law's 89. The unexpected result was due at least in part to Allawi's success in attracting secular Shia voters, who elected a dozen Shia candidates from Baghdad and the south as part of the Sunni-majority Iraqiyya. Maliki and State of Law, conversely, did poorly in Sunni-majority areas and lost ground in Shia provinces to the Sadrists, who unexpectedly increased their seat count from 29 to 40. According to the standard interpretation of the Iraqi constitution and the 2005 precedent, the electoral result meant that Allawi and Iraqiyya should be given the first chance to form a new government. Maliki and his allies, however, had other plans. As the official results were announced in late March, Maliki secured a ruling from Iraq's constitutional court that whatever parties could form the largest post-electoral bloc would win the right to form a government, regardless of the election results. The decision was legally questionable, and given Chief Justice Medhat Mahmoud's previous connections to Maliki during the Site 4 and Jadariya bunker scandals, many Sunnis saw the ruling as overt sectarianism and illegitimate. With trust in Iraq's legal system undermined, the electoral process devolved. Maliki took the matter further by demanding recounts in areas where his coalition had done poorly and accusing the United States and the UN of undercounting his coalition's votes. He publicly denounced Iraq's Electoral Commission as complicit and signaled his intention not to recognize Iraqia's victory. Privately, Maliki sent threatening messages to several members of Iraq's independent High Electoral Commission before attempting to obtain arrest warrants against them. The matter concerned Odierno enough for him to consider the possibility of USFI providing security for the Electoral Commission's headquarters. Further complicating the situation, Lami's Debothification Committee disqualified an additional 52 candidates on April 26th, an act applauded by Maliki as he fought to maintain his hold on power. Maliki's consolidation of control. Signs that Maliki intended to use government institutions to alter the election outcome in his favor worried USFI leaders who had already become alarmed by the Prime Minister's consolidation of control of Iraq's security forces and intelligence community in 2009 and 2010. Over the course of 2009, Maliki had asserted his power over operational Iraqi units via the Office of the Commander-in-Chief, headed by General Farouk al-Araji. Eventually, he circumvented the Ministry of Defense to take control of command appointments and issue tactical orders without using the formal chain of command. A similar process played out in the Iraqi intelligence community. The United States had expended great effort professionalizing Iraq's principal intelligence apparatus, the Iraqi National Intelligence Service, or INIS, under the leadership of the former military officer Mohammad Shahwani, a Sunni Turkoman who opposed Iranian involvement in Iraq. For 6 years, Shahwani led the INIS in a clandestine war against Iranian-sponsored operatives inside Iraq, including some operatives from the Shia-led rival intelligence agency, the Ministry of State for National Security Affairs. When Shahwani suddenly resigned in the wake of the autumn 2009 bombings in Baghdad, Maliki seized control of the INIS and dismissed 376 intelligence officers, often using debothification as a justification. In their place, Maliki appointed political loyalists, many from the Dawa party. The new Dawa-affiliated intelligence officers had difficulty in penetrating Iraq's Sunni communities and often focused on regime preservation and the targeting of the prime minister's political opponents, rather than on AQI. Some experts, especially those in CJSOTF, believed this purge of capable Sunni intelligence officers blinded the Maliki government from observing the resurgence of the ISI and its transformation into ISIS in later years. Maliki also obtained control of the Special Tactics Unit, or STU, a small INIS paramilitary unit that had been constructed as part of Iraq's intelligence infrastructure, but had eventually entered into an advisory relationship with the CJSOTF. Under Maliki's authority, the STU was removed from the INIS and attached to the Counterterrorism Service, which was itself under the direct control of the Prime Minister's office. In the description by CJSOTF Commander Colonel Mark Mitchell, the STU in its new incarnation became a, quote, hit squad, end quote, used to, quote, disappear, end quote, Sunni election candidates or to arrest them on vague corruption charges. The STU often held its detainees without acknowledgement in the unit's private detention facilities in Baghdad, where CJSOTF officials who attempted to inspect the facilities were denied access. In the face of the STU's behavior, the CJSOTF withdrew its advisors and severed ties with the unit in March 2010. The election crisis. As Maliki began a campaign of chicanery to overcome his election loss and hold on to the premiership, post-election events split the senior U.S. officials. Odierno warned Washington that Iran was trying to block Alawi and Iraqia from forming a government and aimed to assemble Iraq's Shia parties into a governing coalition under Tehran's domination. In an April 4th memo, Odierno cautioned that Iran's electoral manipulation could result in, quote, the worst-case scenario for security, stability, and our continued strategic partnership with Iraq, as it excludes significant Sunni participation, potentially causes the Iraqi people to lose faith in the democratic process as the leading candidates are excluded from the government formation. End quote. The result could be, quote, a compromise Shia prime minister who is beholden to Iran. End quote. Hill and other senior U.S. embassy officials disagreed, arguing that there were limits to Iranian influence that prevented Tehran from becoming as dangerous as Odierno and USFI believed. Hill's political counselor, Gary Grappo, argued, quote, in many places in Iraq, the Iranians were doing a great job of wearing out their welcome, end quote, and that while Iran was trying to, quote, buy off, end quote, Iraqi politicians to obtain greater influence, few Iraqis were cooperating. In answer to Odierno's warnings, on April 20th, Hill himself told President Obama and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton that, quote, the risk of Iraq becoming an Iranian client state was negligible, end quote. Despite Hill's assurances, days after the vote results were announced in Baghdad, Iraqi President Jalal Talabani flew to Tehran to broker discussions among the major Shia parties about a consensus prime ministerial candidate, and about returning Talabani himself to the president's office. Though the Shia parties did not agree on a candidate, largely because of their collective resolve to deny Maliki's return to power, the conference in Tehran appeared to offer the Iranian regime the chance to steer the government formation process. Having expected a chance to form his own government, Alawi warned in May that the electoral machinations could potentially drive the country back into a civil war that would, quote, not remain within the borders of Iraq. It will spill over and has the potential to reach the world at large, not just neighboring countries. End quote. As the month of May passed with no new government and with the Iranian regime and Maliki blocking Alawi's path, Odierno expressed reservations about continuing the, quote, responsible drawdown of forces, end quote, to 50,000 soldiers by the August 2010 deadline. The USFI commander remained concerned about Maliki's use of extra-constitutional powers to usurp the role of the security and intelligence ministries. Odierno and some other U.S. officials also believed Maliki's attempt to overturn the election constituted a dangerous power grab that might eventually destabilize the political situation and return Iraq to sectarian violence, unraveling the extensive security and political gains the United States had made. Odierno was so concerned with the direction Maliki seemed to be taking that he warned Washington that Maliki might stage, quote, a rolling coup d'etat of the Iraqi state, end quote. Hill agreed with the assessment of Maliki's intentions, but unlike Odierno, the ambassador believed Maliki's return to the premiership was the best outcome for U.S. interests. Iraq required a Shia leader, Hill told other U.S. officials in Baghdad, and Maliki, as the strongest of the Shia leaders, would be the most reliable U.S. partner. Alawi had, in Hill's view, disqualified himself by relying on a mostly Sunni coalition, a situation that Hill believed was the equivalent of a black South African politician leading a white Afrikaner political party. Echoing this sentiment, political counselor Gary Grappo later commented, quote, realistically speaking, there was no chance that Alawi, himself a Shia, would win the election as the leader of a largely Sunni political coalition. 60 to 65% of the country was Shia, and after what they had experienced not only under Saddam but all previous regimes, they were not about to trust this crowd that was basically the leftovers from the Saddam era. End quote. Hill also believed it was not appropriate for the United States to meddle too deeply in internal Iraqi affairs. Iraq was a sovereign nation, Hill told Vice President Joseph Biden, and, quote, picking and choosing winners and losers was way beyond anything we could do. Perhaps back in 2004 or 2005, but in 2010, Iraq was its own country with its own political system, which we would interfere with at our peril. End quote. After discussions with Biden in Washington in the late spring, Odierno had understood that U.S. leaders intended to remain neutral in the government formation negotiations among the Iraqi parties. However, in talks with Iraqi leaders in Baghdad in July, Biden signaled that the United States would not support Alawi's candidacy as prime minister and implied that the United States had decided to help Maliki retain the premiership. This change of plan confounded Odierno, who warned Biden that if Maliki were allowed to prevail over the Iraqi coalition that had technically won the elections, the prime minister and his allies could be counted on to conduct reprisals against the Sunni-majority Iraqi in order to marginalize them politically, probably reigniting sectarian violence in the process. To answer these concerns, Biden told Odierno and other U.S. officials in Baghdad that Iraq's Shia, Sunnis, and Kurds would always detest one another, just as the Irish and the British had, and implied that trying to construct a national reconciliation pact among them was futile. The summer of 2010 found Iraq in a much improved security situation but a precarious political situation. USFI and the ISF had rebounded from AQI's massive autumn bombings and had pulverized the terrorist group, neutralizing its ability to conduct large-scale attacks. In northern Iraq, after fits and starts, USFI's combined security initiative offered a means to keep the peace between Arabs and Kurds along Iraq's volatile Green Line. These developments seemed to offer hope that the reduced transition force could successfully conduct the stabilization operations needed to cement the gains of the surge. These hopes began to founder, however, as the disputed Iraqi election results dragged into a political crisis. The Sunni-majority Iraqi electoral victory in March 2010 marked the political culmination of the Sunni awakening, but the combined efforts of Prime Minister Maliki, the Shia political parties, and the Iranian regime threatened to nullify Iraqi's victory. The situation caused a split within the U.S. government that found USFI and the U.S. Embassy on opposite sides, exacerbating the divide that had opened between the two with the arrival of Hill in 2009. By late summer, with Iranian and American policymakers ironically aligning against the candidacy of Alawi, Maliki remained in his position as caretaker prime minister, standing athwart the constitutional government formation process so that it could not proceed without him. Instead of a functioning government, for the foreseeable future, Iraq would have a bitter Sunni-Shia divide that threatened to rekindle the embers of sectarianism. This political crisis overshadowed USFI's evisceration of AQI and cast doubt on the U.S. ability to cement the gains of 2007 to 2009. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. Toward the Defeat of AQI, August 2009 to July 2010. Read by Adam Koebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 14, Part 1. From New Dawn to Zero, August 2010 to December 2011. Of the U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Koebel. Chapter 14, Part 1. From New Dawn to Zero, August 2010 to December 2011. Chapter 14. From New Dawn to Zero, August 2010 to December 2011. Page 519. In June 2010, just weeks after Iraqi President Jalal Talabani led government formation talks among Iraq's Shia political parties in Tehran, the U.S. Senate confirmed General Lloyd Austin as the next commander of U.S. Forces Iraq, or USFI, and General Raymond Odierno as the next Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army. The handover between the two was scheduled for the end of August, coinciding with President Barack Obama's directed change of mission for USFI and the departure of the last U.S. combat brigades. After Austin's assumption of command, the U.S. operation in Iraq would be renamed from Iraqi Freedom to New Dawn to signal the shift to a non-combat mission. Odierno used his final month in Iraq to begin determining what forces and resources the United States would need after December 2011 when the U.S.-Iraq security agreement expired. As his staff analyzed what might be accomplished with a residual force of various sizes and capabilities, Odierno concluded that it would take at least 25,000 troops to sustain a strategic partnership with Iraq. Back in the United States, Austin had begun work on the residual force question as well. Before taking command, he oversaw war games based on the possible scenarios facing the United States as the U.S.-Iraq Security Agreement expired in late 2011, including the chance the United States would be forced to, quote, go to zero, end quote. The war games highlighted that without a residual U.S. force, USFI would find it difficult to hand off hundreds of military activities to the U.S. Embassy, wind down support for provincial reconstruction teams, and deactivate the existing command and control structures. The United States would also be hard-pressed to maintain stability along the Kurdish-Arab Green Line or help the Iraqis prevent the resurgence of the Islamic State. On August 31st, Obama announced an end to, quote, the American combat mission in Iraq, end quote, a step he had first promised as a presidential candidate more than 4 years earlier. Operation Iraqi Freedom had concluded, Obama declared, and Iraqis now had taken the lead for their own security, though USFI would remain on hand until the end of 2011 to advise and assist them. The president added that the promise of American partnership was contingent on the Iraqis moving forward, quote, with a sense of urgency to form an inclusive government that is just, representative, and accountable to the Iraqi people, end quote. At the same time, Obama said that U.S. involvement in Iraq had to be balanced against other pressing issues, such as Afghanistan and the need to restore America's economic strength at home. The day after the president's remarks, September 1, 2010, Austin took command from Odierno in a formal ceremony in Baghdad. Odierno's departure as USFI commander coincided with the replacement of Ambassador Christopher Hill, whose relationship with Odierno and his command had grown more tense as the Iraqi election impasse deepened. Instead of Hill, Austin would partner with U.S. Ambassador James Jeffrey, a veteran Arabist who had served as an army officer in Vietnam and, unlike Hill, arrived at the embassy with extensive Iraq experience. Together, Austin and Jeffrey set out to repair the civilian-military relationship that had deteriorated during Hill's tenure, bringing their staffs together for combined planning and team building. The Interregnum, page 520. Austin and Jeffrey took up their duties in a nation that had been trying to form a government for almost 6 months. In early 2006, the Iraqi political party's inability to reach an agreement while the country slipped into civil war had hamstrung General George Casey Jr. and Multinational Force Iraq, or MNFI. In 2010, with the country far less violent than in 2006, the Iraqis were even more deeply deadlocked, as Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki worked to prevent Ayad Alawi from forming a new government in the hope of eventually forcing all of the parties to agree that only he could be prime minister. To prevent Alawi's Sunni-majority Iraqiya coalition, which had won a plurality of parliamentary seats, from being shut out of power, Vice President Joseph Biden suggested in late summer that Maliki return as prime minister but share power with a new Strategic Policy Council to be headed by Alawi. In Biden's concept, Alawi's council would determine policy and strategy for the Iraqi Security Forces, or ISF, the Iraqi defense budget, and the particulars of the U.S.-Iraq strategic relationship. The idea, while politically creative, was flawed. Iraq's Maliki-friendly courts were sure to challenge the council's constitutionality. Without firm constitutional justification, the proposed compromise amounted to a gentleman's agreement that would rest on the goodwill and good faith of the major parties. A risky venture, considering Maliki made it clear he did not intend to dilute his power as commander-in-chief. The prolonged negotiations over the formation of the government came at the same time U.S. officials expected to coordinate with their ISF counterparts to transfer many military and diplomatic activities. The uncertainty of the political situation made Iraqi officials reluctant to make decisions. Reconciliation initiatives stalled as well, as USFI had difficulty getting officials of Maliki's caretaker government to demonstrate continued support for the Sons of Iraq, which continued to face attacks and intimidation from Sunni insurgents. As the months passed, U.S. commanders also found their ISF counterparts and caretaker government officials unwilling to act against militant groups as intensely as they had in 2008 and 2009, especially Shia militants. After Shia militants rocketed the U.S. Embassy on September 23rd, U.S. officials noted the perpetrators had little fear that the ISF would pursue them. By mid-October, a full month had passed since USFI or the ISF had attacked the top-tier militant networks in a meaningful way. Some U.S. officials suspected the Iraqi militants were testing the new commander, Austin, to gauge his reaction. Like the United States, the Iranian regime had become impatient with the pace of Iraq's government formation as the stalemate dragged on through the summer. By September, Iranian leaders had decided to support Maliki and had begun to pressure Iraq's Kurdish and Shia leaders to back Maliki as well. In Tehran, General Qasem Soleimani, head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps or IRGC Quds Force, reportedly reminded Iraqi leaders that U.S. forces would soon leave Iraq, but Iran would always be their powerful neighbor. Soleimani's terms to the Iraqis were simple. Maliki would remain prime minister, Talabani would remain president, and the U.S. military would be forced to leave Iraq by the end of 2011 as the U.S.-Iraq security agreement required. Iraqi leaders who cooperated would benefit from Iranian political assistance and cash payments, while those who defied Iran would suffer, quote, dire consequences, end quote. With both the United States and Iran backing Maliki's return, all that remained was for Iraq's other major parties to negotiate for as much power as possible in a second Maliki government. Operation New Dawn and the Responsible Drawdown of Forces. Page 522. The Advise and Assist Mission. In Operation New Dawn, Austin and his command continued to work with ISF even as they withdrew. Austin saw three components to his mission. First, U.S. forces would advise, train, assist, and equip the ISF, quote, so that they are capable of coin or counterinsurgency operations, maintaining internal security, and have developed the foundation for external defense, end quote. Second, U.S. forces would conduct combined operations to neutralize al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI, and other violent extremist networks. Third, U.S. forces would help increase the capacity of the Iraqi ministries and other institutions. Additional key tasks included helping to reduce Kurd-Arab tensions and balancing Iranian influence. To accomplish these missions, Austin had an initial force of 50,000 troops with 7 Advise and Assist Brigades, or AABs, spread across the 3 remaining U.S. divisions. In his initial guidance, Austin warned that USFI could not afford to be surprised since the diminished U.S. troop level in the country left the command little flexibility and depth. To maintain their situational awareness and force protection, the AABs needed closer relationships with the ISF. Austin noted that USFI would have to rely on Iraqi units to secure the American lines of communication during the final withdrawal, if it came. The AABs were a departure from the Army's preference to train its combat units mainly for high-intensity conflict while treating stability operations as a secondary focus. Instead, the AABs were designed expressly for the new post-combat mission in Iraq, with their organization and training modified to better assist Iraqi units, Army, police, and border forces. Some AAB commanders saw this new role as analogous to that of the observer controllers at the Army's combat training centers, mentoring and conducting operations simultaneously. In addition, the AABs provided their Iraqi partners with intelligence and targeting assistance, air and logistics support, planning, and command and control. The AAB's mission also included helping improve Iraqi governance, especially by providing security for the Provincial Reconstruction Teams, or PRTs, still operating across Iraq. Some AAB commanders even saw supporting the PRTs as their primary mission. Each AAB contained a civil affairs company, psychological operations teams, combat camera teams, and additional contracting officers and lawyers. Each brigade also had a human terrain team comprised of civilian social scientists, anthropologists, sociologists, and political scientists to analyze local Iraqi political and economic dynamics. The brigades also had 5 Stability Transition Teams, or STTs, which were essentially the Military Transition Teams, or MITs, Special Police Transition Teams, or SPTTs, and Border Transition Teams, or BTTs, renamed. Each STT had 14 senior officers and non-commissioned officers, or NCOs, who worked with ISF counterparts until the expiration of the security agreement at the end of 2011. Unlike their predecessors, the STTs were organic to the brigades, reflecting lessons learned from the 2005-era transition teams that suffered from unity of command challenges and lacked support when operating independently inside a brigade's battle space. Making the STTs part of the brigade's structure also made them more flexible. If certain Iraqi units needed more mentoring than others, an AAB commander could shift STT members from more capable units to advise less capable ones. The earlier transition teams had focused on the battalion level of the Iraqi army, but the STTs paired with brigades and divisions instead. Partnering at the higher level freed transition teams to assist the Iraqi border forces, an element of the ISF that had a reputation for looking the other way as Iranian weapons and agents were smuggled into Iraq. In one instance highlighting the border guard's ineffectiveness, during the 36th Infantry Division's 8-month deployment to Iraq's 9 southern provinces in 2011, the Iraqi border police did not seize a single contraband weapon. Along with their non-traditional organization, the AABs underwent very different pre-deployment training than coin-oriented brigade combat teams. NCOs and junior officers attended an abridged civil affairs course at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to develop governance and reconstruction skills and add capabilities and depth to the few PRTs assigned to each brigade. Almost every soldier attended Arabic language classes, and key leaders received additional training, often at the State Department's Foreign Service Institute. Many units were trained in city management and civic administration. Some AABs sent leaders to train with the U.S. Border Patrol. Others worked with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Reflecting hard lessons from the early phases of the MIT program, the STTs were assigned to their AABs early enough to attend pre-mission training with the rest of the brigade. Even the PRTs, usually including their assigned State Department personnel, attended pre-mission training. In contrast to USFI's drawdown and changed missions, Special Operations Forces, or SOF, in Iraq prepared for a long-term presence, believing they would remain for counterterrorism and security force assistance missions long after conventional forces left. Envisioning an enduring mission similar to those in the 1990s in Kuwait and Colombia, Special Operations elements altered their command structure and rotational policies. To sustain the unity of effort, SOF leaders created a new headquarters, Joint Forces Special Operations Component Command Iraq, or JFSOCCI, headed by a Special Forces General Officer who would command Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force Arabian Peninsula, or CJSOTF-AP, and all other Special Operations elements in Iraq. To promote unity of effort further, SOF leaders ended the 7-year-old policy of rotating 5th and 10th Special Forces groups as the CJSOTF-AP headquarters every 7 months. The 5th Special Forces Group Airborne received permanent responsibility for the CJSOTF-AP headquarters, freeing the 10th Special Forces Group to refocus on Europe. This new arrangement, prompted by years of frustration due to the differing approaches between the two groups, matched a 2004 proposal that SOF leaders had rejected in favor of the rotational policy. Below the SOF headquarters level, there would be no drawdown in forces, with the USFI commander insisting that the CJSOTF maintain its full complement of 3 battalion-sized task forces that would be the last units to leave Iraq in the event of a full withdrawal. Those task forces increased the length of their deployments from 7 to 9 months to avoid rotating units and headquarters at the same time and to match more closely the conventional unit's deployment schedule. Maintaining a large special operations footprint as U.S. conventional forces drew down was challenging. Much of the success of Special Operations Forces in previous years came from their symbiotic relationship with conventional forces that provided base security, logistics support, medical evacuation, and quick reaction capabilities. As conventional forces receded across Iraq, many special operations elements had to be repositioned to maintain their support. Among the AABs, the declared end of combat operations and the constraints of the security agreement created an entirely new operational rhythm, making their experience fundamentally different from the coin-oriented brigades that had come before them. As the number of brigades in USFI shrank, the amount of territory each AAB covered grew, which paradoxically forced some AABs to increase the number of bases they occupied in order to maintain contact with the Iraqis they advised. The larger areas of responsibility created logistical and medical evacuation challenges, with each AAB commander forced to weigh carefully where to position soldiers safely so that any casualties could be evacuated to medical facilities within the, quote, golden hour, end quote. The pace of security operations slowed significantly as Iraqis assumed the lead, in part due to the security agreement's requirement for U.S. units to obtain evidence-based warrants from Iraqi judges before offensive operations. Local reconstruction projects slowed as well once the State Department and the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, took the lead in U.S. development efforts. Projects based on military necessity that were commonplace during earlier years, such as hiring unemployed Iraqis to pick up garbage to eliminate improvised explosive device or IED hiding spots, no longer passed muster. Reflecting the transition to Iraqi civil authority, the PRTs and AABs coached Iraqi officials to nominate their own reconstruction projects, approving only those that could be sustained after the United States departed. To a certain degree, Operation New Dawn represented a return to Casey's transition plan from 2005 to 2006, but under more favorable circumstances. Many U.S. officers cited the same rationale for the diminished American role that MNFI had used 4 years earlier, arguing that an American drawdown would push the Iraqis to improve their own capabilities and avoid the dependency trap. For example, Major Jason Bullock, a battery commander in 1st Battalion 82nd Field Artillery, echoed the same concerns that Casey and General John Abizaid had had with Iraqi dependency and praised the security agreement as a way to overcome those concerns. Quote, "The U.S. military is still full of soldiers who would much rather do everything unilaterally, but good leaders know that's a road to nowhere, except more time in Iraq. The security agreement was a forcing function not only for U.S. troops to embrace partnership and try to develop the ISF, but also a wake-up call for the ISF that we are not going to be here forever, and they are on the clock to get to the level they need to get to before we leave." End quote. The Battle of the Palm Grove. The first significant test of the idea that USFI's units should coach from the sidelines as the ISF took responsibility for security within Iraq's borders came shortly after Austin took command. On September 11, 2010, in Diyala province, where politicized Iraqi army leaders had kept USFI advisors at arm's length, a large Iraqi force became bogged down in an engagement against a much smaller Sunni insurgent force in an agricultural area about 50 miles from Baghdad. When locals reported to a nearby Iraqi army unit that a group of AQI fighters had gathered in a palm grove to construct bombs, an initial ISF attack against the insurgents collapsed on contact. After the first assault failed, at least 7 different Iraqi units responded to the scene, each unable to mount a coordinated attack against an AQI force that may have been as small as a squad. A number of senior Iraqi officials descended on the area, including the commander of Iraqi Ground Forces Command, General Ali Gaiden, and watched ISF units mount a series of unsuccessful assaults in column formation. The situation did not improve until U.S. soldiers from 2nd Brigade 25th Infantry Division, the local AAB, arrived with rotary wing reconnaissance, close air support from attack helicopters, and indirect fire. On September 12th, U.S. F-16s dropped two 500-pound bombs on the AQI position, the first such airstrike since June 2009, after which Iraqi troops maneuvered into the palm grove to find the AQI fighters gone. The Iraqi troops had failed to establish a cordon around the area as U.S. firepower dislodged the insurgents, apparently allowing the AQI men to escape. This incident provided several lessons for the USFI command team. The Iraqis had made contact with the enemy before notifying the nearest U.S. unit that they might need assistance, so that the AABs and their subordinate formations had been forced to deal with the action as it unfolded. As they had been trained to do, the local U.S. troops under Lieutenant Colonel Robert Molinari had refrained from taking over the battle from the Iraqis. In Molinari's words, he had taken, quote, an appetite suppressant, end quote, when it had come to letting his more capable U.S. soldiers take the lead, and instead focused on providing as much assistance as the ISF leaders were willing to accept. Similarly, Lieutenant General Robert Cohn, USFI's Deputy Commander for Operations, had monitored the situation and instructed USFI's subordinate commanders to wait for the Iraqis to ask for assistance, rather than offer it unsolicited. In Cohn's view, since the Iraqis would soon have to conduct such engagements without U.S. operational support, they had to stop relying on immediate U.S. assistance. The Battle of the Palm Grove showed that Iraqis' capacity for independent action was limited. In its aftermath, Cohn concluded that USFI's top priority for ISF development should be training the Iraqis in combined operations at the platoon and company level, where they had failed at the Palm Grove. Cohn also reviewed the Iraqis' problems with command and control, another shortfall during the fighting. In his opinion, the Iraqi regional commands that had proliferated during 2007 to 2009, including the Diyala Operations Command, which technically had been responsible for the battle, had received a great deal of attention but did not serve the longer-term interests of the Iraqi army. Cohn believed the Iraqis needed an operational organization that looked beyond immediate tactical problems in specific locations, a function that the disparate operations commands could not fulfill. Accordingly, Cohn avoided direct dealings with Iraqi division commanders and instead used General Gaiden, commander of the Iraqi Ground Forces Command, or IGFC, as his primary interlocutor, in hopes of developing the IGFC into a senior-level headquarters focused on the welfare of the Iraqi army as an institution, capable of maintaining and training fielded forces and capable of thinking beyond the next crisis. Back in Diyala, the AAB's battalion-level after-action review revealed that the Iraqi troops not only had struggled with basic conventional tactics, but had also mistreated local citizens and detainees, a counterproductive factor in a coin campaign. In the aftermath of the September 11th and 12th fiasco, Molinari found the 5th Iraqi Army Division far more willing to seek the AAB's help, which eventually resulted in collective training and battalion-level live-fire exercises. In the larger sense, the Battle of the Palm Grove left U.S. commanders with the unsettling sense that years of training and billions of dollars of expenditure might have accomplished little. Coin capabilities versus modernization. The debacle in Diyala illustrated how far the Iraqi forces were from the capability the U.S. military thought that they needed. In 2009, Prime Minister Maliki had believed his security forces capable of maintaining domestic order in Iraq, and U.S. leaders generally had agreed. The Iraqi army that the U.S.-led coalition helped create was proficient at internal security tasks such as staffing checkpoints and conducting light patrols. However, Iraqi leaders had been overconfident in the ISF's broader abilities to operate without U.S. assistance. Although Iraqi leaders decided to purchase M1A1 tanks, M113 armored personnel carriers, attack helicopters, and M198 howitzers, Iraqi units in 2010 could neither execute combined arms operations at any level nor defend and control their own airspace. In 2009, MNSTCI estimated Iraq needed another 12 years to become self-sufficient in defense matters, a decade beyond the term of the U.S.-Iraq Security Agreement. But the same assessment also had optimistically assumed no serious threat from another regional state, a diminishing level of sectarian conflict, and a waning insurgency. In the aftermath of the Diyala incident, Austin and his command conducted a thorough assessment of the state of the Iraqi army in October 2010, with sobering results. Many Iraqi commanders were absent, and in some cases driven by political allegiance rather than professional responsibilities. The Iraqi army and Iraqi police did not cooperate. The Iraqi army's logistics and unit staffing systems were abysmal. Across the army, ammunition remained in short supply. In some units, soldiers, quote, hot-bedded, end quote, in bunks due to a shortage of barracks space. Another major problem was that constant operations against AQI and other militant groups wore their combat units down. Iraqi leaders rarely pulled units from the front lines to refit and train, often leaving them in the fight until they became combat ineffective. But even if Iraqi units could have rotated through training, the army as a whole lacked a training management system, a fact that Austin labeled his, quote, #1 gap and concern for ISF, end quote, in November 2010. Without it, the United States could not be confident the Iraqi army could maintain its proficiency following USFI's departure. Fixing these problems was difficult. Iraq's inability to form a government hindered USFI's efforts to help Baghdad plan and modernize its forces. Iraqi defense budget shortfalls further complicated matters. As the Iraqis' newly purchased U.S.-built military hardware began to arrive, the government struggled to pay for and maintain it. By the end of 2010, the Iraqis had received 3 Bell helicopters and 51 of the projected 140 M1A1 tanks, but the government only budgeted a third of the estimated $1.5 billion needed to maintain the new equipment. The shortfall created the risk that the ISF's expensive new systems might quickly fall into disrepair. The Interior Ministry was just as problematic as the Defense Ministry. Austin had hoped the Iraqi police could assume a larger security role, freeing Iraqi army units to refit and train. However, as U.S. commanders took stock in late 2010, they concluded that the Iraqi police were not ready to take over the internal security role from the Iraqi army, and that USFI's efforts and resources supporting the police would be better directed to the army. Terminating assistance to Iraq's police forces was a significant shift. Since 2005, the U.S. command in Baghdad had viewed, quote, police primacy, end quote, in Iraq's security affairs as a critical component of the U.S. campaign, based on an assumption that a successful counterinsurgency required effective civil policing. Though the security situation had improved greatly since the dark days of 2006 and 2007, there had been no commensurate growth in the capability of the Iraqi police, provincial or federal, that would enable them to relieve the army of its internal security role. The federal police also resisted cooperation with the Iraqi army and often avoided cooperation with local police. Elsewhere among the Interior Ministry's forces, Iraq's border forces remained undermanned and poorly equipped, despite several years of effort to improve them. The forces at the ports of entry on the Iranian border near Basra required special attention in Austin's judgment. In the west, USFI had no visibility on the operations at the 3 border crossing points in Anbar. North of Anbar, there was concern that the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, had infiltrated some of the police formations. USFI recognized a few encouraging signs, notably the CJSOTF-advised Emergency Response Brigade, which had a reputation for a willingness to, quote, hit anyone, end quote, fuse intelligence, conduct network targeting and crime scene exploitation, and carry out professional development and leader training. Austin remarked that units like this would be important for force protection as USFI departed. Unfortunately, they were rare. The end of U.S. detention operations. The 2008 U.S.-Iraq Security Agreement also required USFI to transfer detention operations to the Iraqis. In summer 2010, USFI completed a 19-month process of releasing or relinquishing custody of more than 22,000 detainees and closing the U.S. theater internment facilities, finally fulfilling former Secretary of Defense or SecDef Donald Rumsfeld's 2004 goal of getting the United States, quote, out of the Iraqi prison business, end quote. Under the terms of the security agreement, all detainees held by the coalition had either to be released or transferred to Iraqi correctional facilities with an arrest warrant or detention order approved by Iraqi officials. This task fell principally to Task Force 134 Commander Major General David E. Quantock, a military police officer who had been previously assigned to fix the failed detention operations at Abu Ghraib in 2004. As USFI's lead for detention operations from late 2008 to spring 2010, Quantock had to sort through the detainee population and determine those too dangerous to release. Working with the military police, Criminal Investigation Division or CID agents, intelligence personnel, and 56 lawyers, the task force ultimately released over 12,000 detainees and transferred another 8,000 to Iraqi custody. A further 400 foreign fighters from 22 countries were repatriated through the International Committee of the Red Cross. The task force found sorting dangerous detainees from benign ones difficult, despite having continually segregated its detainee population based on threat level. To issue the arrest warrants or detention orders that USFI needed to transfer internees to Iraqi authorities, Iraqi courts required either confessions or 2 eyewitness statements. Given the potential for retribution, eyewitness testimony was rare, and the original coalition arrest packets often could not be shared with the Iraqi courts because they contained classified information. The coalition's modern forensic techniques, such as identifying fingerprints on an IED, explosive residue detection, videotapes or photographs of a criminal act, or DNA evidence, appeared to many Iraqi judges almost like, quote, witchcraft, end quote, Quantock observed. After a series of education programs for judges and negotiations with Iraqi officials, local courts slowly accepted some of these techniques as evidence, but corruption among the Iraqi judges remained a problem. In the restive city of Mosul, for example, judges often released inmates within 24 to 48 hours of transfer from USFI. Sectarianism also played its part, Quantock noted, with the Maliki government, quote, almost exclusively asking for Shia releases, end quote, often in the face of substantial evidence against the detainees. Even physically transferring detainees to Iraqi control was not simple. U.S. officials and international human rights organizations worried that Iraqi prisoners would be subject to torture and abuse after being transferred from the well-regulated coalition detention facilities to the less regulated Iraqi prisons. To guard against this, Task Force or TF-134 transferred detainees only to facilities that met United Nations or UN standards. The task force also initiated several programs to improve the Iraqi corrections system to those levels, including constructing a $28 million facility aimed at logisticians, mid-level supervisors, and wardens, and organizing several academies that could train 700 Iraqi prison guards at a time. As Iraqi corrections officers completed their training, they partnered with U.S. guards for additional mentorship, assuming responsibility compound by compound within each detention facility. Corrections Assistance Transition Teams, the detention equivalent of MITs, comprised of military police, engineers, medical officers, and lawyers, crisscrossed Iraq weekly to inspect Iraqi prison facilities and certify them according to international standards. As inmates were transferred to Iraqi control, TF-134's footprint shrank quickly. By the end of 2009, the task force oversaw 1 military police brigade in a mainly advisory role, down from 2 military police brigades in 2008. In September 2009, TF-134 shut down the sprawling Camp Bucca, with facilities capable of holding over 30,000 detainees, and shifted Buca's remaining inmates to the Camp Taji Theater internment facility, which itself reverted to Iraqi control in March 2010. When USFI consolidated its operational subordinate commands in early 2010, TF-134 furled its colors, becoming a directorate within USFI, with Quantock at its head as a deputy USFI commander for detention operations. In July 2010, Quantock's successor in that post, Major General Jerry Cannon, completed the handover of the Camp Cropper Theater internment facility to the Iraqi Ministry of Justice, or MOJ, with the exception of 225 high-value detainees that the United States continued to hold until the end of 2011. The handover of Camp Cropper to the Iraqi government was inauspicious. Within days, the camp ran out of potable water and sewage overflowed in the detainees' living areas, prompting the Iraqis to request the return of American assistants and advisors. To make matters worse, as these problems arose, the prison warden disappeared and 4 top Islamic State leaders escaped. Throughout 2011, USFI's Detention Directorate helped the Iraqi Justice Ministry consolidate control of detention operations which were fragmented across several ministries. This effort suffered, however, from the fact that, like other ministries, the Ministry of Justice was without a minister during the interregnum period, and few mid-level bureaucrats were willing to make important decisions on their own. At the same time, USFI worked to resolve the future of the 60 remaining detainees, with the Lebanese Hezbollah commander Moussa Dakdouk among them. U.S. officials aimed to establish a degree of confidence that the final detainees could be handed over to the Iraqi government and held in a maximum security facility without risk that they could escape and return to the battlefield. Unfortunately, many released detainees had already returned to the fight. Scores released in the final months and days of the Iraq campaign eventually assumed leadership roles in the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS, prompting a senior Special Forces officer to quip to Army historians in 2015, quote, "I really hope we kept the biometric information from all the detainees we took." End quote. Iraq's political destabilization. Page 532. The Erbil Agreement. By late November 2010, Iranian pressure on Maliki's behalf forced the Iraqi Shia parties to accept his return as prime minister. Even the Sadrists dropped their objections, though Maliki reportedly agreed to hand over some of his party's southern governorships to Sadrists as part of the deal. With the Shia bloc unified at last, however begrudgingly, the major Iraqi factions met in Erbil to hammer out the conditions of Maliki's return. The specific terms of the Erbil Agreement of December 10, 2010 remained secret, but the public learned that Maliki agreed to a power-sharing arrangement including an expanded presidency council of Maliki, Talabani, Barzani, and Iraq's 2 vice presidents to decide major policy questions. In addition, Ayad Alawi's Iraqiyya would have the right to select a defense minister, with the provision that the choice would not be a politician, nor would the new interior minister and Iraqi National Intelligence Service, or INIS, director. To secure the Kurdish party's backing, Maliki reportedly agreed to their demands for greater control over their region's oil reserves and revenues. Maliki ultimately honored none of these pledges, but making them allowed him to hold on to the premiership. Iraq had been without an elected government for 278 days, the longest such period any modern parliamentary democracy had experienced at that point. The Shia militant problem. U.S. and Western leaders hailed the Erbil Agreement and looked forward to a return to political stability in Iraq. For USFI, however, the aftermath of the Erbil Agreement brought the return of old enemies. In the first days of January 2011, Kataib Hezbollah, or KH, the Iraqi Shia militant group most closely controlled by Iran's Quds Force and General Qasem Soleimani, attacked both the Camp Victory Base Complex and Forward Operating Base, or FOB Kalsu, 50 miles south of Baghdad near the town of Iskandariya. At Camp Victory, KH fired 9 107mm rockets and 1 240mm rocket from fixed sites close to the camp's perimeter, indicating the group had sufficient time to prepare its firing positions and coordinate its attack. At FOB Kalsu, the main base of the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, KH attacked with 6 240mm rockets and 9 large 333mm improvised rocket-assisted munitions, or IRAMs. The use of so many IRAMs, a signature Quds Force weapon, led Austin to conclude that both the Iraqi Shia militants and their Iranian sponsors had decided to pressure the United States to leave Iraq in 2011. Captured IRAM launchers. Amid these attacks, Muqtada Sadr made an unexpected return to Iraq on January 5th, following 4 years in Iran. In his initial public appearances, Sadr told his followers to support the ISF and signaled his approval of the U.S. troop withdrawal timeline, but he once again called for resistance against U.S. troops. USFI analysts concluded correctly that his return would create trouble for USFI in the year to come. By late March, Sadr's Promised Day Brigade restarted its operations against U.S. troops, hitting the Green Zone with 4 rockets in an attack that would have been more damaging had a U.S.-Iraqi Quick Reaction Force not raided the firing point and found 16 more rockets on improvised rails attached to timers. These attacks were part of a trend of increasing Shia militant activity across Iraq. On March 20th, Shia militants conducted 7 assassination attempts over a 5-hour period in Baghdad. USFI concluded that Qais Khazali's Asaib al-Haq, or AAH, was responsible for the attacks, one of which severely wounded the commander of the 6th Iraqi Army Division. 15 months after his release from U.S. detention as part of the Force Strategic Engagement Cell's, or FSEC's, attempt to reconcile with the Shia militants, Khazali once again was waging war against the United States and its Iraqi partners. The Day of Rage and the Return of Political Violence. The resurgence of Shia militant attacks accompanied an unexpected political challenge to Maliki's government. The wave of Arab Spring uprisings across North Africa and Syria in early 2011 swept into Iraq as well. As the Mubarak regime crumbled in Egypt during February 2011, large demonstrations against the Maliki government broke out in Baghdad and other major cities such as Basra and Nasiriyah. The protesters initially demanded political reforms, a crackdown on government corruption, and the improvement of electricity and other public services. Unlike in Egypt, where protesters demanded both the ouster of the Mubarak regime and a change in the system of government, in Iraq, protesters were content with their democratic form of government but demanded a leadership change. By mid-February, an ad hoc grouping of disaffected youths, Sunni activists, Sadrists, Iraqi communists, and other small anti-Maliki factions brought tens of thousands of Iraqis into the streets to demand that Maliki step down. A smaller but similar movement arose in Kurdistan, where young activists demonstrated against corruption within the Kurdistan Regional Government, or KRG. On February 25th, 1 month after the massive Cairo, Egypt protests, activists in Baghdad, Sulaimania, and 10 other Iraqi cities organized a, quote, day of rage, end quote, against Iraq's ruling parties. The results were ugly. Maliki attempted in advance to dissuade Iraqis from participating, warning that AQI or Ba'athist militants might use the gathering to incite violence. The protests went forward anyway, and Iraqi and Kurdish security forces fired into the crowds in some cities, killing at least 29 protesters. In Baghdad, Iraqi troops quelled a large demonstration in Tahrir Square by firing at protesters. In Basra, where Iraqi units refrained from such measures, the crowds forced the provincial governor, a Dawa party member, to resign. The Day of Rage passed with 43 recorded protests across the country, though, to the surprise of many, no terrorists launched attacks against the large crowds. Responding to the popular pressure, Maliki announced he would limit himself to 2 terms as prime minister and reduce the salaries of senior officials. In the days following the Day of Rage, Iraqi government officials reportedly offered cash, car loans, or land to Iraqi journalists to change the tone of their coverage. But Dawa Party loyalists and security officers also began a wide-ranging crackdown, arresting hundreds of protest organizers. Quote, "The intelligence services are collecting information about activists, and after the demonstrations they have been making arrests and detaining people," end quote, one organizer told reporters in early March. The measures dampened popular enthusiasm for the anti-Maliki demonstrations, leading U.S. officials in Baghdad to report, quote, "We anticipate PM or Prime Minister Maliki will conclude that he has been strengthened by the relatively small scale of the protests and the ISF's success in ensuring security." End quote. The protests' anti-Maliki energy dissipated partly because of other political dynamics that distracted from the demonstrators' original purpose. In northern Iraq, Kurdish leaders used the Day of Rage demonstrations as a pretext to deploy a division-sized Peshmerga force to Kirkuk and to disputed areas of the Diyala Valley, only withdrawing after a month of negotiations with the government. The Peshmerga incursion heightened Arab-Kurdish tensions and gave Maliki an issue with which to appeal to Arab anti-Kurdish sentiment just when the protests against him were most intense. In Mosul, thousands of Sunni Arabs, including Nineveh Governor Atil Nujafi, protested against KRG President Masoud Barzani and demanded that the U.S. military not remain in Iraq beyond December 2011. Some U.S. observers interpreted Barzani's deployment of Kurdish troops to Kirkuk and Diyala as efforts to convince the United States that it was still needed as a guarantor of peace along the Green Line. Whatever the case, U.S. Division North, or USDN Commander Major General David Perkins, whose 1st Armored Division had succeeded Major General Anthony Kukulow's 3rd Infantry Division as USDN, declined to have his troops drawn into the standoff between Kurdish and Iraqi army units, insisting to both sides they would have to resolve the crisis on their own. In another distraction from the anti-Maliki movement, Iraq's Shia parties staged large protests in March and April against Bahrain's Sunni minority regime, which had cracked down on Bahraini Shia protesters and invited Saudi troops to help restore order in the country. The Iraqi parliament suspended its work in protest, and Maliki and other Iraqi leaders warned that the Bahrain crisis could expand into a regional sectarian war. Large rallies led by Muqtada Sadr in particular became not just a domestic Iraqi political issue, but also a serious concern for the United States. Highlighting the presence of the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, Sadr and other Iraqi Shia leaders accused the United States of supporting the crackdown on Bahrain's Shia and used that accusation to denounce the U.S.-Iraqi Status of Forces Agreement being negotiated by the Obama administration and the Maliki government. This illustrated that gaining popular or parliamentary support for keeping U.S. troops in the country beyond 2011 would be difficult for Maliki and his allies. In contrast to the uprisings that eventually toppled dictators in Tunisia, Egypt, Libya, and Yemen and caused a civil war in Syria, the protest movement against Maliki fizzled out for reasons specific to Iraq. Other than Muqtada Sadr, none of Iraq's major political figures joined the protests. The protesters also found organizing via social media difficult because of Iraq's frequent electricity shortages, which, ironically, were one of the causes of the protests in the first place. The Iraqi protests also did not draw the same attention in the West that those in other countries had, though there was some criticism of the methods Maliki loyalists used against activists. In June 2011, Human Rights Watch reported that the ISF in Baghdad had stood by while Maliki supporters attacked protesters or had participated in the violence against protesters. At protests on June 10th, quote, "Instead of protecting peaceful demonstrators, Iraqi soldiers appeared to be working hand in hand with the thugs attacking them," end quote, a Human Rights Watch report related, adding that the Ministry of Defense had deployed more than 150 plainclothes security officers to infiltrate the protests and intimidate or attack the demonstrators. The intimidation of activists continued outside the protests, culminating in the September assassination of Hadi al-Mahdi, a popular radio talk show host who had been an important protest organizer. 4 hours before being murdered at his Baghdad home, Mahdi posted on Facebook that Dawa Party loyalists had issued death threats and were on their way to intercept him. The assassination marked the 7th such killing of an Iraqi journalist in 2011. These killings were just one sign that the political violence that had plagued Iraq from 2004 to 2006 was reappearing. The vacant Ministry of Defense and Interior positions remained problematic for the Iraqi and U.S. governments as the Status of Forces Agreement, or SOFA, negotiations progressed. But when Maliki named nominees for the posts, Ali Faisal al-Lami, the Deba'thification Committee chairman who had disrupted the 2010 elections, blocked the appointments on grounds that the candidates had Ba'athist ties. Lami's maneuver had a violent outcome. On May 26, 2011, professional-style gunmen shot him in his car near Sadr City. It was just one of many attacks on Iraqi government officials that spring. As Iraq scholar Michael Knights noted, a wave of killings of Iraqi officials meant that by June 2011, quote, senior Iraqi politicians and bureaucrats were attending multiple funerals per week, end quote. Chalabi blamed Lami's murder on Baathists, but U.S. analysts concluded that Lami's former allies in AAH, which had grown increasingly friendly with Maliki in 2011, were behind the attack. When Austin brought up Lami's death with Maliki, the Prime Minister unsympathetically noted that Lami, quote, had a lot of blood on his hands, end quote. The return of AQI and end of the Sons of Iraq. As the Shia militant groups re-emerged in early 2011, AQI demonstrated that it had begun to recover from the attacks of the previous year. The resurgence began with the scramble among AQI members to form a new leadership cadre in April to May 2010, a process that resulted in the takeover of the organization by figures connected to the former regime of Saddam Hussein. In contrast to the orderly succession of Abu Ayyub al-Masri as AQI leader after Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's death in June 2006, there is no evidence that AQI anticipated or planned for the catastrophic leadership losses of spring 2010. According to internal documents from al-Qaeda in Pakistan, Atiya Abd ar-Rahman contacted AQI on April 22 to authorize the group to appoint interim leaders on its own until al-Qaeda's central leaders could re-establish reliable communications. AQI publicly acknowledged the deaths of its leaders on April 25, but waited until mid-May to announce its new leaders officially, who emerged after much infighting. Despite its heavy losses, the group still had a small number of surviving leaders qualified to take over. According to former AQI ally Mullah Nadim al-Jabouri, those familiar with AQI's internal structure expected a new emir of the Islamic State of Iraq, or ISI, to come from AQI members with jihadi pedigrees and extremist religious credentials, such as Sheikh Yunus al-Mashhadani, engineer Abd ar-Rahim al-Ani, or Abdallah al-Mufti. Instead, the weeks following the deaths of Abu Ayyub al-Masri and Abu Umar al-Baghdadi witnessed a takeover of AQI by militants who tended to have Ba'athist as well as religious backgrounds. According to AQI insider accounts, Samir Abd Muhammad al-Klafawi, known more commonly as Haji Bakr, a former Ba'athist colonel and AQI's newly appointed operations chief, moved quickly to seize control of the organization. Lacking the requisite religious credentials to serve as emir himself, and hobbled by past ties to senior Baathists such as Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, Haji Bakr aimed to install as ISI's new emir his own protege, Ibrahim Awad al-Samarai, known to other jihadists as Abu Dua, or later as Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, or Caliph Ibrahim, a little-known cleric elevated to the AQI Shura Council less than 3 months before the deaths of Masri and Abu Umar al-Baghdadi. Like many of ISI's senior leaders, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi had been a detainee at Camp Bucca, released after 11 months in 2004 as a low-threat detainee. Some AQI members later claimed that amid the dispersal of AQI leaders during April and May 2010, Haji Bakr used his control over the organization's courier network to create the appearance of consensus support for Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi and to rig a Shura Council vote in his favor. One AQI member later claimed that a majority of AQI's imprisoned leaders opposed Baghdadi's appointment, but they were unable to influence the process. To appease al-Qaeda leaders in Pakistan, Haji Bakr and Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi appointed Numan Salman Mansour al-Zaidi, a Moroccan trained in Afghanistan by bin Laden's lieutenants, to succeed Abu Ayyub al-Masri as war minister of the ISI. Zaidi had traveled to Iraq in 2006 and 2007 and displayed an anti-Shia sectarian ideology reminiscent of that of Zarqawi. Following his appointment as, quote, war minister, end quote, he announced a new offensive to avenge Abu Ayyub al-Masri. In contrast to Masri, however, Zaidi played little role in AQI's internal politics, content to let Haji Bakr and Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi oversee matters so long as they did not interfere with his ability to wage jihad. Once in control of the entirety of AQI, Haji Bakr reorganized the movement in ways that resembled the Ba'ath, forming a new secret police or Mukhabarat cadre under a commander named Abu Safwan Rifai to prevent further leadership losses. In short order, the AQI Mukhabarat grew to 100 members who worked to purge internal dissent and had wide-ranging authority above that of the provincial walis. From the ranks of these Mukhabarat, ISIS leaders later would draw the commanders of the paramilitary forces of the, quote, Islamic Caliphate, end quote, across Syria and Iraq. Haji Bakr and Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi also formed a new Shura Council that included jihadists with Ba'athist ties. In addition to Haji Bakr and Abu Safwan Rifai, other key members of the new Shura Council included the former Iraqi Army Colonel Fadl Ahmed Abdullah al-Hayali, aka Abu Muslim al-Turkmani or Haji Muttaz, Abd al-Rahman Mustafa al-Kaduli, aka Abu Ali al-Anbari or Abu Ala al-Afiri, and former Iraqi Army Captain Adnan Ismail Najim al-Bilawi, aka Abu Abd al-Rahman al-Bilawi. Bilawi would later become the top intelligence official within ISIS, while Hayali and Kaduli, both Turkomans from Tel Afar, would become ISIS's key operational commanders. These new ISI leaders concentrated in their early months on replenishing the organization's empty coffers rather than stepping up attacks against coalition forces or the Iraqi government. By the beginning of 2011, they had recovered enough to restart large-scale terrorist activities. In mid-January, they launched 6 suicide attacks over a span of 4 days that killed 8 Iraqi soldiers and 38 civilians and wounded more than 250 more Iraqis. The worst attacks occurred on January 20th, when a pair of suicide car bombers killed or wounded 147 Arba'een pilgrims in Karbala. The ISF had planned ample security measures for the pilgrimage, but Austin observed after the attack that, quote, with 6 million pilgrims on the road, it's hard to protect them all, end quote. On January 27th, a suicide car bomber killed or wounded more than 100 people in a funeral procession in central Baghdad, showing that AQI, now calling itself the ISI almost exclusively, had regained its ability to breach the capital and cause mayhem. Alongside these mass casualty attacks, ISI focused on targeting Iraqi government and ISF officials and began to do damage on a scale that Iraq had not seen for more than a year. On January 17th through the 19th, ISI suicide bombers carried out large attacks in Ramadi, Tikrit, and Bakuba, the first of which attempted, for the 3rd time, to assassinate the Anbar provincial governor, but managed to kill the deputy governor instead. The attacks continued in February with a 3-car bomb assault near the KDP headquarters in Kirkuk and multiple attacks against ISF and Shia pilgrims in Samara that caused hundreds of casualties. The rejuvenated ISI benefited from the Maliki government's rejection of the Sons of Iraq, the group that had had a decisive, crushing impact on AQI in 2007 and 2008. Throughout most of 2010 and 2011, the Maliki government stopped finding government jobs for Sons of Iraq members. As of July 2010, only 41,000 of an estimated 94,000 Awakening members had been hired and integrated into the government, with only 9,000 in security jobs. At the same time, the Interior Ministry began stripping Awakening movement security forces of their rank and salary, effectively leaving many unemployed. The Maliki government blamed the problems on budget shortages, but many Sunnis perceived the freeze as evidence of the government's reluctance to integrate them into the state. Former Awakening Council leader Natam al-Jabouri opined in late 2010 that Sawa members had only two options, quote, stay with the government, which would be a threat to their lives, or help al-Qaeda by being a double agent, end quote. Events seemed to support Sunni frustration, such as the Interior Ministry's decision to bypass the Sons of Iraq when hiring large numbers of new police for Nineveh province in early 2011. USFI leaders pressed the Iraqi police commands to hire former Sons of Iraq temporarily as contractors until government jobs became available, but the Interior Ministry rebuffed the idea of a mixed force of contractors and government employees on legal grounds. USFI reports identified, quote, Shia dominance within the MOI, end quote, as the real reason. In the meantime, USFI looked for other ways to find the Sons of Iraq useful paid work and prevent them from returning to their former lives as insurgents. USFI tried assigning some of the Sons of Iraq to pursue human intelligence on the Syrian border and in Sunni provinces, but this was unsuccessful. A program to offer $4,000 small business grants in lieu of government jobs met with no more success. Another proposal involved retraining Sons of Iraq members to be farmers, tractor repairmen, or gas station attendants, but the Maliki government had little interest. The strongest evidence that ISI had begun to regain its strength came on March 29th, when its militants carried out one of the deadliest strikes of the war against provincial leaders. A group of about 10 insurgents disguised as Iraqi police attacked the Salahuddin Provincial Council building in Tikrit with a car bomb, small arms fire, and suicide vests. Once inside the government center, the militants took hostages and then systematically slaughtered them during a protracted gun battle with the ISF. The ISF assaulted the building twice, finally securing it 5 hours later. 5 Iraqi soldiers died in the fighting, while 53 Iraqi civilians were killed, including 3 provincial council members and 2 journalists. Nearly 100 others were wounded. U.S. troops did not participate in the assault but responded to Iraqi requests for ISR and close air support. The attack sent shockwaves through the Sunni communities of northern Iraq, which had presumed after spring 2010 that ISI had been neutralized. The provincial reconstruction team for Salahuddin reported that the province's population was, quote, stunned, end quote, by the violence, and that the general sense of security that had grown in the previous months had all but vanished after the attack. The apparent resurgence of ISI, coupled with Iraq's growing political instability and questions about the ISF's effectiveness, led Austin to request that 4th AAB 1st Armored Division deploy to Iraq in May to replace 4th AAB 1st Cavalry Division in USDN. The Joint Staff and Defense Department had hoped that the brigade in Iraq could return home without a replacement, but Austin believed the removal of an AAB from northern Iraq would be too risky, given the deterioration in security and political conditions. The deployment of the additional AAB was unpopular within the Pentagon since it would slow the drawdown and complicate USFI's withdrawal, but the additional brigade would give Austin a fresh reserve force for the remainder of the mission. Austin's decision proved prescient, as on August 15th, ISI hit 17 cities nearly simultaneously with a series of bombings, killing 74 and injuring over 300. The attacks produced the most casualties Iraq had experienced in a single day for over a year. Shia and Christian neighborhoods in Kut, Baghdad, Baqaba, Karbala, and Najaf bore the brunt. Less than 2 weeks later, ISI hit the massive Sunni al-Qura mosque in West Baghdad with a suicide bomber, wounding 30 and killing 28, including a member of parliament. To many analysts, the strikes, launched during the month of Ramadan, appeared to be an attempt by ISI to reignite the sectarian civil war that had been nearly extinguished but was being given new life by Maliki's partisan moves. ISI's spokesman appeared to confirm as much, promising, quote, "Do not worry, the days of Zarqawi are going to return soon," end quote, in the wake of the bombings. The ISI, which had been on life support for most of 2010, was back in force. Haji Bakr had managed to transform what had been the largely symbolic leadership of the ISI into a supreme authority for the organization, with himself as the power behind Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. His restructuring of the group's leadership cadre had recast former Ba'athist officers as leaders of the global jihad, and their military expertise soon would make the organization more effective than its earlier incarnations under Zarqawi and Abu Ayyub al-Masri. These developments set the group down the path that would lead to the Islamic State's conquest of large swaths of northern and western Iraq. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. From New Dawn to Zero, August 2010 to December 2011. Read by adamkoebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 14, Part 2. From New Dawn to Zero, August 2010 to December 2011. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by adamkoebel. Chapter 14, Part 2. From New Dawn to Zero, August 2010 to December 2011. The Mujahideen-e-Khalq problem continued. The quandary of what to do with the UN-protected but terror-listed MEK, which had bedeviled U.S. commanders and diplomats since 2003, came to the fore again when a debacle at the MEK camp in Diyala gave U.S. officials a preview of how the Iraqi government intended to treat the group once the U.S. military left. The Iraqi army had assumed control of external security at Camp Ashraf, the MEK's base, in June 2010, after which the MEK and Iraqi troops had confronted each other in clashes that U.S. forces could not sort out due to ambiguous rules of engagement and force protection guidelines. As Colonel Malcolm Frost and his 2nd Brigade 25th Infantry Division, the local AAB in Diyala, worked to advise and assist their ISF counterparts, Frost concluded that Camp Ashraf and the MEK would have to be handled carefully to prevent violence. If not restrained, Frost judged, the Shia-dominated Iraqi government would settle old scores with the MEK and fulfill Iran's wish of forcing the organization to leave Iraq. Frost's predictions came true in early April. After the drawdown of U.S. observers from the direct vicinity of Camp Ashraf, Frost discovered that the Iraqi Ground Forces Command had ordered the Diyala Operations Center to attack the MEK compound. Frost persuaded Diyala Operations Commander Lieutenant General Tariq Abed al-Wahb Jassim Mahdi al-Asawi to refuse the order, but Asawi was quickly relieved of his command and replaced by his deputy, who followed the IGFC order. On April 8th, while IGFC Commander General Ali Gaiden looked on, the 5th Iraqi Army Division moved into Camp Ashraf and immediately clashed with the MEK there. As the Iraqi and MEK casualties mounted, Frost led his own headquarters and medics back to Camp Ashraf, ignoring ISF demands to remain outside the camp's perimeter, and set up an aid station for the hundreds wounded inside the compound. UN officials on the scene reported 34 people killed and more than 300 wounded in the fighting, the vast majority of them MEK members. The crisis at Camp Ashraf led to tense confrontations between U.S. officials and the Maliki government. Commenting on the situation to CENTCOM and the Pentagon, Austin reported that senior Iraqi officials had been, quote, consistently deceitful, end quote, when questioned about what was happening. Ambassador Jeffrey and the U.S. Embassy continued to work with the UN to try to resolve the fate of the MEK, but the Iraqi government appeared determined to remove the group forcibly from Camp Ashraf, even if it required violence. The Path to Zero, page 541. Operation New Dawn, which debuted in August 2010, was intended as a stability operation as U.S. troops left Iraq, but after 9 months, the country was less stable than when the operation began. Transferring security affairs to Iraqi control had ground to a near halt during the long political stalemate after the March 2010 elections. The Shia militant groups and AQI-ISI had both returned to the battlefield, reviving security threats that once seemed finished. Austin, Cohn, and other USFI leaders realized the ISF were not ready to handle Iraq's security on their own. The ISF's violence against the protesters and the MEK in spring 2011 put U.S. commanders in an awkward position. USFI's mission was to empower the ISF, but if ISF leaders reverted to Saddamist-type practices and functioned as a political tool for Prime Minister Maliki, they would call U.S. security assistance into question. In the 8 months remaining in USFI's mission, whether the United States and Iraq reached an agreement on a residual force or not, U.S. troops would have further to go than anyone had anticipated to support the goal of leaving behind a stable, self-sufficient Iraqi state. Planning for post-2011, a residual force. On January 25, 2011, Austin met with Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Admiral Michael W. Mullen and General James N. Mattis, the CENTCOM commander, to discuss the requirement for a new status of forces agreement that would leave a residual force in Iraq. Mullen and Mattis proposed a 24,000-strong force built around 3 advise and assist brigades and some, quote, boutique, end quote, items like special operations forces and aviation support that could be drawn down easily if necessary. Mattis noted that keeping at least 1 brigade in northern Iraq would mitigate Arab-Kurd tensions along the Green Line and that any force could be drawn down as conditions improved. Austin reported that both Prime Minister Maliki and Ayad Alawi supported the idea, at least privately. Mattis believed Maliki would agree to a force of up to 25,000 U.S. troops as long as they were only in a training role. In February, Austin and his USFI staff analyzed the pros and cons of residual forces ranging from 10,000 to 24,000 and concluded that the risk of mission failure grew as the force level dropped and that the residual force should not be smaller than a full-strength division. The Iraqi security forces, though improving, would be hard-pressed to assume responsibility for Iraq's internal and external security by the end of the year. The Iraqis would have a continued need for security assistance and capacity building after 2011, but Austin believed it would not be possible for U.S. forces to provide it from outside Iraq. Austin also worried about the potential for the Iranian regime to fill the void left by the departing U.S. military presence and the danger to U.S. troops if the withdrawal proceeded too quickly. To hedge against future instability, USFI hoped, in addition to the residual force, to pre-position enough equipment at different locations in Iraq to enable the United States quickly to deploy a force of 3 BCTs to the country. In Austin's and Cohn's view, strategic risk and security should shape U.S. decisions. A robust residual force would not only benefit Iraq, but also provide security assurances for Turkey, Jordan, Kuwait, and Israel. However, Austin also believed it would be difficult to steer deliberations in Washington away from troop numbers and costs. Cohn worried that discussions about residual force would focus solely on trainers and would shortchange force protection requirements. These military recommendations for a residual force ran counter to the preferences of the Obama administration. In late 2010, administration officials suggested to reporters that the United States could get by with between 5,000 and 10,000 troops in Iraq. Reports were that the president himself was considering a force that small. By April, Obama confirmed these reports, making clear to senior U.S. officials that maintaining more than 10,000 troops was no longer an option, a constraint that frustrated SecDef Robert Gates, as well as the U.S. military leadership in Iraq. Inauspicious start for SOFA negotiations. Negotiations with the Maliki government about a new SOFA and a residual force intensified in spring 2011, with the expiration of the existing agreement only 8 months away. With time growing short, negotiators on both sides tacitly agreed U.S. troops could remain past the deadline without a finalized SOFA if the Iraqi government formally requested them. On April 16th, Maliki told visiting Congressman John Boehner, Speaker of the House of Representatives, that while he felt Iraqi forces could secure the country after 2011, he would welcome American training and equipment. On May 8th, Maliki had a similar meeting with Senators John McCain and Lindsey Graham, Austin and Jeffrey, but when the visiting congressman pressed him about the need for agreement on a residual force, the Iraqi leader countered that the U.S. government had not yet told him what kind of force it wished to leave in Iraq after 2011. Without a specific proposal, the Prime Minister had had nothing to present to the Parliament, so the issue had languished. The senators later wrote that Austin and Jeffrey told them after the meeting that U.S. leaders in Washington had not yet decided how many troops to propose. Maliki's shaky political standing hampered the negotiations as well. Some polls indicated that less than 20% of Iraqis wanted U.S. troops to remain, but at the same time, Iraqis were worried about the security vacuum following an American withdrawal. Saudist resistance to the negotiations put Maliki in a political bind, given his dependence on the Saudist parliamentary bloc for his position as prime minister. In late May, Sadr led a large protest against the SOFA and threatened to reconstitute the Jaish al-Mahdi militia if the U.S. military remained. Maliki created additional unrest himself. During a parliamentary recess in May, Maliki violated the Erbil Agreement by naming his allies Faleh al-Fayyad and former Minister of Defense Abdel Kader to ministerial-level national security posts, but maintained the Ministries of Defense and Interior portfolios himself. These moves deepened the public battle between Maliki and Ayad Alawi, who remained in a position to threaten Maliki's shaky governing coalition. Maliki feared that if he committed publicly to a new SOFA and residual force, Alawi would attack his policy on nationalist grounds and rob him of his thin margin of support. Maliki himself was at times ambivalent toward the SOFA, as a continued U.S. presence would likely be an obstacle to his consolidation of power. Meanwhile, Obama had set August 1st as an unpublicized deadline for the Iraqis formally to request a residual force. During a video conference with Obama in June, Maliki asked for additional time to shore up political support for the agreement and cited Alawi's opposition as an obstacle. In July, President Talabani convened a meeting of the major political blocs in hopes of reaching a unified position in favor of U.S. military support, but Alawi's bloc refused to agree to a residual force until the 2010 Erbil Agreement was implemented and the vacant security minister posts filled. Despite the political turmoil, many Iraqi military leaders considered some American military presence necessary. Abdel Kader, now Maliki's chief advisor on defense matters, had consistently acknowledged that the ISF would require continued training through 2018. In July, Major General Fadhil Barwari, the ISOF commander, told the New York Times, quote, "The Americans need to stay because we don't have control over our borders." End quote. The next month, Iraqi Chief of Defense General Babakir Zabari told reporters, quote, "Iraqi soldiers and officers would like the American forces to stay in Iraq until they're capable of doing the job 100%. If I were asked about the withdrawal, I would say to politicians, The U.S. Army must stay until the Iraqi army is fully ready in 2020. If America withdraws its forces and one of the neighboring countries causes problems, then we're going to have a problem." End quote. The spike in Shia militant attacks. As the SOFA negotiations intensified, the Iranian regime's Shia proxies escalated attacks against U.S. troops. In southern Iraq, violence steadily rose from May onward, but since the Shia militants spared the ISF, most ISF units in the south were reluctant to defend U.S. troops and installations from the militias as the U.S.-Iraq Security Agreement required them to do. Austin warned his superiors that if the attacks continued, USFI would be forced to conduct unilateral operations against the groups, likely with U.S. casualties. The munitions used, plus the increasing accuracy of the attacks, pointed toward greater Iranian involvement, particularly in the U.S. Division South or USDS area of responsibility. Austin wanted U.S. training teams to partner with Iraqi units to disrupt the smuggling routes for the Shia militants' lethal supplies from Iran, but local governments in southern Iraq resisted the kind of cooperation Austin desired. In one case, the Sadarist Provincial Council in Basra attempted to outlaw the movement of USFI through the province. Local courts appeared to operate a, quote, catch and release, end quote, program for any Shia militants detained. On June 6th, Kataib Hezbollah fired an IRAM from the Iraqi-controlled portion of FOB Loyalty near Sadr City, killing 7 Americans and wounding 30. Further south, by mid-June, the Iranian-backed militias continuously harassed USDS with IRAM and EFP attacks. To fire the heavy, difficult-to-guide IRAMs, the Shia militants used launch points close to American bases and troop concentrations, sometimes building houses with a false roof, such as a plastic tarpaulin, near the base perimeter, and then removing the roof just before firing the IRAM. In late June, a Kataib Hezbollah IRAM at FOB Shakir, 5 miles from the Iran-Iraq border, killed 3 soldiers and wounded 7 more just days before the outpost was due for transfer to the ISF. The attack brought the number of U.S. soldiers killed in June to 14, with more than 50 wounded, making it the deadliest month for U.S. forces in over 2 years. Over April, May, and June, 21 soldiers were killed and 105 wounded, triple the previous 3 months' casualties. Violence against the civilian population rose as well. Iraqis suffered 340 killed in June, the most recorded in a year. In response, Austin ordered CJSOTF to launch unilateral raids against Shia militant technicians and facilitators across the South. Nevertheless, in July, the number of attacks in the country escalated to 13 per day, a 30% increase over the average of the previous 6 months. On July 10th, AAH bombarded FOB Gary Owen with rockets, killing 1 American soldier. On July 12th, the group launched more than 40 rockets at the base, and on July 16th, they followed with 4 IRAMs, though these attacks caused no casualties. The same month, Stuart Bowen, the Special Inspector General for Iraq Reconstruction, declared in a report to Congress that Iraq was less safe than a year before. Following AAH's July 16th attack, Austin bluntly told Maliki that the ISF were not engaging Shia militant groups. The USFI commander also asked the Iraqi leader to warn Iran not to confuse USFI's restraint with weakness. Maliki replied that he had sent the same message to Tehran only days before and had dispatched his own national security advisor to emphasize the warning, but the prime minister also told Austin that USFI's unilateral raids against Shia targets were a political problem for him and pressed Austin to return to combined U.S.-Iraqi operations. After almost 2 months of elevated attacks and ISF failure to counter them, however, Austin received Maliki's assurances with skepticism. Despite the Prime Minister's entreaties, USFI continued unilateral operations and captured one of the suspects in the late June attack against FOB Shakir. Partnered U.S. ISF operations, meanwhile, rounded up some of the Shia militants responsible for IRAM attacks in Basra, while ISF-led operations in Maysan province netted 70 low-level Shia militants in late July and early August. However, USFI's efforts to get the Iraqi government and ISF to pressure the Shia militias met little success. Despite the rising Shia militant threat, the ISF continued to generate mostly Sunni targets for partnered counterterrorism operations, and Iraqi judges often refused to issue warrants for individuals suspected of taking part in attacks. U.S. units and advisors also noted that the Shia militant groups regularly infiltrated ISF units, creating a problem that would continue to plague USFI's advisory mission. Preparing for Exit, page 544. The Waterfall and Withdrawal from the Green Line. As it became clearer to USFI and U.S. Embassy negotiators that the residual U.S. force in Iraq would be much smaller than the 24,000 troops they initially recommended, Austin gradually began to decrease the U.S. military presence. First, he withdrew U.S. troops from the 22 combined security checkpoints along the Green Line in Major General David Perkins's USDN, placing them into an overwatch role. As USDN receded from the checkpoints, U.S. commanders hoped they could convince Arab and Kurdish units to continue cooperation along the Green Line, but this proved difficult. USDN initially withdrew forces from the combined security checkpoints in Diyala and Nineveh, but had difficulty extricating themselves from the bilateral checkpoints manned by Iraqi police in Kirkuk. Eventually, USDN and the Iraqis agreed the, quote, Golden Lions, end quote, the Iraqi unit consisting of Iraqi army, Iraqi police, and members of the Peshmerga militia, would assume responsibility for the Kirkuk checkpoints as the last of the U.S. forces moved into overwatch positions on July 22nd. Next, Austin consolidated the 3 U.S. division headquarters. Since its arrival in January, attacks on the 36th Infantry Division USDS by Shia militants had increased, with local ISF in the south doing little to stop them. Concerned that the 36th Division headquarters devoted much of its effort to force protection, Austin redeployed the division headquarters early and merged the remaining units in U.S. Division Center, or USDC, and USDS into a single division under Major General Bernard Champeau's 25th Infantry Division headquarters. After the 36th Infantry Division's departure, Champeau and his command served as the main command and control element for USFI's final maneuvers out of Iraq. This move allowed Austin to continue to staff the Arab-Kurd fault line in the north and Baghdad, but rendered southern Iraq an economy of force mission. The end of the Special Operations Mission. The realization that U.S. troop strength, including Special Operations Forces, might drop to zero by the end of 2011 caught the CJSOTF off guard. Most Special Operations leaders had anticipated continued counterterrorism and advisory missions after conventional forces left, believing that a full withdrawal was a, quote, throwaway course of action that's never going to happen, end quote. Yet, the U.S. Special Operations mission already had undergone dramatic changes since 2008. By 2011, the ISOF, CJSOTF's principal Iraqi partner, had become a capable organization, described by several CJSOTF commanders as the best special operations unit in the Middle East. The unit had expanded from 1 to 2 brigades, one with 2 national-level counterterrorism battalions and the second with regional commando battalions in Basra, Mosul, Diyala, and Anbar. These Iraqi units conducted nighttime helicopter assaults in Mi-17 helicopters flown by Iraqi pilots as a matter of routine. They had developed their own human intelligence networks and even had their own ISR aircraft and joint terminal attack controllers for close air support. But the sectarianism that seeped into the organization since its 2007 transfer to the control of Prime Minister Maliki's Office of the Commander-in-Chief degraded the CJSOTF's ability to conduct operations with ISOF elements. The Prime Minister had used the ISOF to intimidate Sunni politicians and other political opponents, in addition to targeting terrorists, and the CJSOTF slowly had distanced itself from the ISOF as the Iraqi force became politicized. In December 2008, the ISOF had arrested 35 politicians only weeks before Iraq's provincial elections. In May 2009, the brigade arrested 4 of the 9 newly elected provincial council members in Diyala. In May 2010, the brigade again arrested a politician in Diyala who had openly criticized the ISOF's politicized role. When these raids occurred, the CJSOTF declined to participate and raised objections with their Iraqi counterparts in the Counterterrorism Service headquarters. While partnered operations with the ISOF against AQI continued, missions against Shia targets rarely were approved. In one instance, Cone submitted 10 potential targets, all of them involving rocket attacks. Counterterrorism Director General Talib Kanani approved 2 Sunni targets immediately, but disapproved the remaining 8 Shia targets because they did not have, quote, the right intelligence, end quote. In a further display of sectarian tone deafness, Counterterrorism Service leaders chose to have the ISOF Brigade's elite Iraqi counterterrorism force change uniforms. The uniform of Iraq's National Army was replaced with jet black coveralls, which matched the all-black clothing worn by the Mahdi militia during the dark days of Iraq's civil war, a similarity immediately recognized by Sunni leaders across Iraq. Because of these trends, the CJSOTF shifted its focus from the ISOF to a partnership with the Emergency Response Brigade, or ERB, an Interior Ministry unit modeled upon the FBI hostage rescue and special weapons and tactics teams. The CJSOTF had formed the ERB as a police counterpart to the ISOF Brigade, and some of the brigade's elements, such as the Hilla Special Weapons and Tactics, or SWAT Battalion, had been paired with Special Forces advisors since 2003. The ERB commander, Brigadier General Noman Dakil Jawad, was a Shia officer unafraid of arresting fellow Shia Iraqis who were accused of sectarian crimes or targeting American forces. This independence caused at least one CJSOTF commander to warn Jawad to lower his profile or risk drawing Prime Minister Maliki's attention. It was a prescient warning. In March 2011, Maliki loyalists in the federal police tried to arrest Jawad on charges of corruption, but when the policemen arrived, his troops drove them off. Nevertheless, after Jawad's subsequent arrest, a Saddam-era officer whom USFI linked to Kataib Hezbollah took his place and abruptly ended the ERB's partnered operations against Shia targets. The CJSOTF noted that the new commander exclusively targeted Sunnis, including Sunni political leaders, often without warrants. In July, after the ERB's Hilla SWAT Battalion and CJSOTF advisors conducted a series of operations against Iranian-backed Shia militias, several of the Hilla Battalion's leaders were arrested and jailed. By August, the CJSOTF had collected enough evidence to persuade Austin to sever ties with the ERB. Breaking the news was difficult for the brigade's Special Forces advisors, with some of the Green Berets and the ERB constables they had fought alongside nearly brought to tears when they learned of the decision. The race to build ISF capacity. Building capacity within the Iraqi security forces always had been a crucial component of the transition plan. As debate continued over the residual force question, Cone, who had once overseen the U.S. Army's National Training Center, pressed Iraqi Army leaders to develop basic combined arms capabilities through collective training. As he did so, the USFI advisory brigades urged their Iraqi Army counterparts to pull units out of day-to-day operations to train, with mixed results. In April, the Iraqi military commenced Exercise Lion's Leap, in which Iraqi units simulated hostage rescues, cordon and search operations, air assaults, and reconnaissance operations with a combination of air, land, and naval forces. In addition, the 8th, 9th, and 14th Iraqi Army divisions all conducted major training exercises in 2011, but the Iraqis' capacity to undertake more sophisticated training as the number of American military trainers diminished remained in question. The effort to modernize the Iraqi army created some additional challenges. As American-made equipment made its way to Iraqi units, the Iraqis required 2 separate logistics systems, one for the newer American-made systems and the other for the Soviet bloc equipment the Iraqis had fielded from 2003 to 2009. Many units ended up with a mix of Soviet and American equipment and encountered shortages of nearly every category of supply. The communications systems in the American tanks were not compatible with those in the Eastern Bloc legacy vehicles, so that many units had to rely on hand and arm signals or cell phones for tactical communications. Meanwhile, the United States continued to work with the Iraqi government to purchase F-16 fighter aircraft, which U.S. officials believed would tie the Iraqi military closer to the United States and serve as a counterbalance to Iran's rising influence in the region. Iraq would pay for the F-16s from oil revenues, with an expected cost of $4.2 billion, including parts and related weapons. However, the Air Force had a difficult time recruiting personnel, training its pilots, and maintaining its planes, leaving Austin concerned that the Iraqis might not be able to sustain an F-16 force over the long term without U.S. mentorship. USFI found it difficult to work with Iraqi defense officials to solve these and many other similar problems, with Maliki serving as both Minister of Defense and Minister of Interior in addition to his responsibilities as Prime Minister. Obtaining the necessary administrative approval for crucial ministerial functions was slow. USFI officials noted that in the uncertain political environment, Iraqi bureaucrats feared making decisions that could have political implications, with the result that Iraq's national-level defense systems were incapable of planning more than 6 to 8 weeks in advance. As Cohn described it, the national security ministries in 2011 were in, quote, a general state of paralysis, end quote. The paralysis had come in part from an unprecedented consolidation of power within the ISF, as Prime Minister Maliki purged professional officers in key leadership positions across the ISF and replaced them with his supporters. In 2011, Maliki replaced 5 of the 14 division commanders, substituting Shia Dawa Party loyalists for proven Sunni and Kurdish commanders. The Kurds, who felt the reassignments most acutely, made their frustrations public, with General Babakir Zabari, Iraq's chief of defense and commander of the Joint Headquarters, providing President Talabani a report that alleged General Mohan Freji, who had become a senior advisor to the Minister of Defense after being removed as the Basra operations commander, had, quote, spearheaded a campaign to rid all Kurdish influence and destroy Kurdish roles within the MOD, end quote. Zabari's report alleged that Prime Minister Maliki had orchestrated a slow takeover of Iraq's security apparatus, a process that began with the creation of the Office of the Commander-in-Chief, or OCINC, which Zabari described as, quote, a shadow headquarters, end quote, that, quote, deluded, end quote, and, quote, stole, end quote, the power of the Joint Headquarters. Following the creation of the OCINC, Maliki quietly took control of Iraq's Special Operations Forces and its intelligence services, along with their substantial and secret budgets. With the most effective elements of the Iraqi security forces under Maliki's control, OCINC and other Dawa officers in key positions began a campaign, quote, assigning officers with sectarian ties to various units and divisions in the army, end quote. Zabari asserted that in 2009, Kurdish loyalists intercepted a secret letter from General Freji to other Shia conspirators in the Ministry of Defense, describing methods to accomplish these objectives. These included forcing Kurdish and Sunni officers to retire, flooding unqualified Shia militia members into the senior ranks of the army, and, quote, finding charges, end quote, that could be levied against senior officers unwilling to support Maliki's sectarian consolidation. By 2010, Maliki's labors had borne fruit, and in addition to the changes that left only 2 Kurds and 2 Sunnis in command of the 14 divisions in the Iraqi army, Shia officers had taken control of all of the department and directorate-level positions in the Ministry of Defense. Shia generals held 3 of the 4 service commands, with Sunnis completely excluded, and the Baghdad Operations Command was ordered to report directly to Maliki, bypassing the Joint Headquarters. Zabari's report argued that as USFI rushed to prepare the Iraqi security forces for the unanticipated complete withdrawal of American forces, a slow cancer was overtaking the organization from within. The Retrograde, page 548. The Collapse of SOFA Negotiations. The new U.S. Defense Secretary, Leon Panetta, arrived in Baghdad on July 11, 2011 for talks with President Talabani and Prime Minister Maliki on the long-term U.S. presence in Iraq. Panetta emphasized the need for U.S. force protection and for the Iraqi government to appoint defense and interior ministers. Maliki expressed confidence that the Iraqis could take care of Iraq's internal security with limited U.S. assistance in intelligence, logistics, border control, airspace control, and collective training. Panetta replied that if the Iraqis wanted U.S. assistance, they should formally request it sooner rather than later. Speaking to U.S. troops after his meetings, a frustrated Panetta said, quote, "I'd like things to move a lot faster here, frankly, in terms of the decision-making process. I'd like them to make a decision, you know? Do they want us to stay? Don't they want us to stay? Damn it, make a decision." End quote. In late July, Jeffrey and Austin made their rounds of the Iraqi political leaders to stress the importance of arriving at a decision on the SOFA quickly. But when the political blocs met on August 2nd, ostensibly to decide Iraq's policy on the SOFA, they adjourned for the 30-day Ramadan holiday instead. In the meantime, Maliki's acting Minister of Defense, Sadoun al-Dulaimi, agreed with Austin that there was an urgent need for a continued U.S. military mission, but declined to formalize arrangements without parliamentary approval. On the eve of Obama's August 1st deadline for a formal Iraqi request for a residual U.S. force, Ambassador Jeffrey and Brett McGurk reported that Maliki could meet all the U.S. administration's requirements with two exceptions. He did not yet have parliamentary approval for the extension of troops, and, because of pressure from the Sadrist bloc, he could not guarantee U.S. troops immunity from prosecution in the Iraqi judicial system. Both points crossed red lines for the U.S. negotiators and leaders, although Panetta advocated continuing the negotiations to maintain a 10,000-man residual force in Iraq. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General Robert Caslin, named director of the Office of Security Cooperation that would succeed USFI at the end of 2011, met with senior U.S. officials in Washington as he prepared to deploy to Baghdad in August. In one meeting, a senior White House official warned Caslin to be prepared not to have any troops under his command after 2011 because the president intended not to maintain a residual force in Iraq. Instead, the official said, the president would insist that the Iraqi parliament approve the SOFA, a demand that would be a poison pill since Maliki would not risk a no-confidence vote on his premiership. Quote, "We know it is not going to happen, and it will look like the Iraqis were the ones that made it happen," end quote, the official told Caslin. Arriving in Baghdad shortly after the meeting, Caslin met with Austin and Jeffrey and relayed the warning, but the general and ambassador assured Caslin that U.S. leaders remained committed to leaving a residual force in the country. Back in Washington, the administration was reducing the size of the projected residual force. On August 13th, Obama informed the National Security Council, or NSC, principals that he had revised his earlier position and would now only authorize a maximum of 3,500 U.S. troops to remain in Iraq, supported by an additional 1,500 troops that would periodically rotate in and out of the country as contingencies arose. The smaller force and rotational posture were ideas that General James Cartwright, the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, had suggested to White House officials without the knowledge of Panetta or Mullen. In Iraq, the revised numbers caught McGurk and Jeffrey off guard and unable to explain the change, as hours before they had been negotiating with the Iraqis for a residual force of 10,000. The smaller force would still require Iraqi parliamentary approval and immunity from Iraqi law, but would provide much less capability to help defend Iraq. Assessing the costs and benefits of the SOFA and unnerved by the change in the size of the residual force, many Iraqi politicians concluded that they would expend far too much political capital and incur too much risk in exchange for a small force with limited capabilities. Thus, when the Iraqi parliament returned from its Ramadan holiday in early September, the negotiating teams made no progress resolving these issues. As September passed without an agreement, Austin declared October 15th as the deadline for a decision, since beyond that point, quote, "the laws of physics," end quote, as he put it, would make it impossible for USFI to withdraw by the end of the year. As that deadline approached, Austin and USFI began to realize that an agreement was unlikely. On October 1st, Austin reported to Panetta that Maliki simply could not find a way to balance the need for a continued U.S. troop presence with the political fallout he anticipated if he pushed the Iraqi parliament to a public vote on the matter. For a brief time, Austin considered, quote, freezing and, quote, 5,000 troops in place to force the parliament to vote on the SOFA. He also proposed signaling U.S. commitment to stay by accelerating the arrival of the 3rd Infantry Division headquarters, which was scheduled to deploy to Iraq as a subordinate unit under OSCI, and reflagging it as the United States Training Mission Iraq by the beginning of December as USFI redeployed. However, by October 7th, Austin accepted that he would be unable to retain either the Advise and Assist brigades or aircraft within Iraq's borders after 2011. He ordered USFI to begin planning to augment Kaslin's OSCI, which would have to assume responsibility for the entirety of the U.S. military mission by the end of the year. The official word came on October 21st, when Obama spoke with Prime Minister Maliki via video teleconference for the first time since June, and informed the Iraqi leader that the United States would indeed reduce its forces in Iraq to 0 by the end of 2011. Maliki's crackdown. Political turbulence followed in the weeks after the announcement that U.S. troops would withdraw. KRG President Masoud Barzani leveled the public charge that Maliki and his allies had submitted to pressure from Iran not to sign the SOFA. Acting Minister of Defense Sadoun Dulaimi, considered a Maliki ally, charged that Maliki had violated the Iraqi constitution in an attempt to seize power. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister took steps to solidify control of an Iraqi military that would no longer be partnered with U.S. military units. In the Iraqi general officer ranks, Maliki removed several senior military leaders who had been closely associated with the United States, including General Nasir Abadi, an experienced Air Force officer who had been Iraq's Vice Chief of Defense. Maliki ordered Abadi's retirement just days after finalizing the agreement to buy American F-16s, even though Abadi had overseen Iraq's F-16 program for several years. With U.S. troops set to depart, U.S. officials saw signs that Maliki feared the prospects for a coup against him once his government no longer had the backing of American military units. Kaslin observed that Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi's brutal murder by rebels on October 20, 2011, the day before Obama's Iraq withdrawal announcement, panicked the prime minister. Recalling a meeting with Austin and Maliki shortly after Gaddafi's death, Kaslin said, quote, "All Maliki could talk about was, that better not happen to me. There better not be a coup or I will be dragged through the streets." End quote. Maliki's fears probably drove what happened next. 3 days after Obama announced the U.S. withdrawal, the Maliki government arrested 600 people across the country, mostly Sunnis, to quash what Maliki said was a Ba'athist coup plot revealed to him by the new Libyan government. However, the government's list of supposed plotters made the allegations seem implausible, since it included people who had long since left the Ba'ath Party and others who were already dead. USFI reported that the arrests aroused, quote, the ire of Sunni officials and tribal sheikhs, end quote. In Salahuddin, the Sunni-majority provincial council responded to the crackdown by voting on October 27th for a federal, semi-autonomous region modeled upon the KRG, an arrangement they believed might insulate the province from what they viewed as Maliki's authoritarian consolidation of power in Baghdad. Within days, the Sunni-led provincial councils in Nineveh, Diyala, and Anbar followed suit, fully reversing their province's 2005 rejection of the federalism provisions in the Iraqi constitution. Maliki declared these moves unconstitutional and dispatched troops to Salahuddin to suppress Sunni protests and to Baqaba to arrest the Diyala provincial governor. Similar trouble appeared on the Arab-Kurd front as U.S. troops began to leave. Even before it was decided there would not be a residual force, Peshmerga forces had moved into the combined security areas in northern Iraq as U.S. troops departed. In November, when USFI transferred FOB Warrior in Kirkuk to Iraqi army control, Kurdish police attempted to block Iraqi army units from entering the base. With only weeks before the departure of U.S. forces, Austin found himself making a final attempt to prevent Kurd-Arab tensions from escalating into war. One senior Kurdish politician visiting Washington summed up the situation shortly after Maliki's crackdown and the Kirkuk confrontation. Quote, "Many Americans seem to think this, the U.S. military withdrawal, means the end of the power struggle in Iraq. It does not. Now that the Americans are going, we will see the real start of the struggle for power in Iraq, not the end." End quote. The Final Convoys. USFI's final withdrawal from Iraq over a 7-week period in 2011 was an extraordinary logistical feat for a U.S. force that had maintained large bases in the country for more than 8 years, and for U.S. commanders who, until the last moment, had not expected to have to leave completely. The scale of the final retrograde movement out of Iraq, the, quote, waterfall, end quote, that USFI had planned for, was a sizable and rare effort. Austin's decision to keep as many troops as possible working with the ISF until late 2011 meant that when it was announced on October 21st that U.S. forces would withdraw fully, USFI had fewer than 60 days to redeploy 40,000 soldiers and about 36,000 contractors. Those personnel would have to dispose of the vast amount of equipment that had accumulated since 2003, including 45,000 pieces of rolling stock and 13,000 shipping containers. Although a small portion of that equipment would be transferred to the ISF, most would have to be driven to ports in Kuwait or Jordan or flown from Baghdad. USFI's personnel would exit by convoying to Kuwait or flying out of Baghdad. To manage the exit, Austin relocated USFI's command nodes to Al-Assad Air Base and to Kuwait, and prepared to hand the enormous Victory Base complex over to the Iraqis. A CENTCOM contracting fusion cell helped manage the contractor drawdown, since USFI had no mechanism to verify the whereabouts of individual contractors. A few U.S. military elements continued their operations in Iraq up to the last days of the USFI presence. USFI had asked the Iraqi government to take custody of USFI's remaining detainees before the end of the year, but Prime Minister Maliki declined the request, forcing American detention operations elements to continue their work until the end of December. Likewise, the remaining special operators of the CJSOTF continued daily operations up to the unit's final day in Iraq, with many of the operations meant to protect the large American convoys leaving Iraq. With 3 battalion-sized task forces still in Iraq, the CJSOTF would have to manage a rapid drawdown at the same time Austin expected them to serve as a covering force as U.S. troops withdrew. As Colonel Scott Brower, the CJSOTF commander at the time, described it, the CJSOTF would be, quote, screening for USFI, literally doctrinally screening, as the conventional forces were withdrawing down Route Tampa heading for Kuwait, end quote. To keep the Shia militias off balance and deter their attacks, Austin authorized the CJSOTF to launch preemptive strikes. At times, the CJSOTF operated unilaterally, but usually it conducted partnered operations, sometimes with its soldiers wearing Iraqi uniforms and in vehicles painted to match the ISF as a way to lower their signature. By the beginning of December 2011, USFI had only 5 bases in Iraq, and between 500 and 800 U.S. soldiers were leaving the country each day. Austin had long worried about the vulnerability of U.S. troops as they convoyed through southern Iraqi territory where the Iranian-sponsored Shia militant groups had a heavy presence. His concerns had deepened in September after reports that IRGC Quds Force affiliates were occasionally interfering with U.S. convoys, raising the prospect that attacks against USFI's last convoys might yield propaganda images of burning U.S. vehicles on the Iraqi highways. As the retrograde movement unfolded, however, the U.S. convoys and their ISF escorts made their way to Kuwait unharassed, indicating that the Iranian regime and its proxies decided ultimately not to impede USFI's exit. By early December, Camp Victory, where more than 50,000 Americans had once been based, resembled a ghost town. A small air operations center remained at the Baghdad airport to support the U.S. Embassy and OSCI, but on December 1st, USFI handed its Iraqi counterparts possession of the empty Faw Palace, the former seat of American military power. On December 15th, Panetta and Austin presided over a final ceremony at Camp Victory to case USFI's colors. It was an event attended by Iraq's senior military officers, but Prime Minister Maliki chose not to join them, and the front row seat that USFI reserved for him remained empty. Quote, "No words, no ceremony can provide full tribute to the sacrifices that have brought this day to pass," end quote, Panetta told the crowd, adding that though the cost had been high for the United States and the Iraqi people, quote, "those lives were not lost in vain. They gave birth to an independent, free, and sovereign Iraq," end quote. Following the ceremony, Austin boarded an aircraft and departed Iraq, taking JFS-OCCI Commander Brigadier General Darcy Rogers and the last USFI elements in Baghdad with him. 3 days after the ceremony at Camp Victory, the final U.S. convoy assembled at Contingency Operating Base, or COB, Adder, near Nasiriyah in the early morning hours of December 18th. To throw off any final symbolic enemy attack, the troops had spread disinformation to local officials the day before that they would be remaining in place for the time being. However, at 2:30 a.m., more than 500 soldiers loaded into 110 vehicles and began their trek in the dark, arriving at the Kuwaiti border shortly before dawn. Among the troops in the last convoy was an American soldier who had arrived in the United States as an Iraqi immigrant in 2009 and had enlisted in the U.S. Army the following year. As the convoy waited in the night to depart COB Adder, the soldier spoke to a New York Times reporter, but declined to give his name out of fear for the safety of his family that remained in Iraq. Asked for his thoughts on the withdrawal, he observed, quote, "The Iraqis are going to wake up in the morning, and nobody will be there," end quote. End of Chapter 14, Part 2. From New Dawn to Zero, August 2010 to December 2011. Read by Adam Koebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 15, Part 1. Epilogue. The Office of Security Cooperation and the Return of the Iraq War, 2012 to 2014. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Koebel. Chapter 15, Part 1. Epilogue. The Office of Security Cooperation and the Return of the Iraq War, 2012 to 2014. Chapter 15. Epilogue. The Office of Security Cooperation and the Return of the Iraq War, 2012 to 2014. Page 569. In December 2011, the decision not to leave a residual U.S. force in Iraq left Lieutenant General Robert Caslen and the 150 personnel of the new Office of Security Cooperation Iraq, or OSCI, unexpectedly in charge of the large-scale security assistance mission that a theater headquarters and more than 40,000 U.S. troops had been performing just weeks before. U.S. leaders made the change from a large U.S. military command to a small embassy-based cooperation office against the backdrop of what many U.S. observers believed was an increasingly stable Iraq, a strengthening Iraqi state and Iraqi security forces, or ISF, and a manageable set of security threats. Over the ensuing 2.5 years, the experiment of using a stripped-down OSCI to consolidate the U.S. campaign gains fell far short of the mark. From 2012 to 2014, Iraq slipped back into civil war, and the Islamic State of Iraq, or ISI, regenerated fully into the new Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, or ISIL, or ISIS, with the U.S. military powerless to stop either event. After U.S. Forces Iraq, or USFI. Crackdowns, and Disarray. Page 569. Maliki's Purges. On December 12, 2011, as the few remaining U.S. troops in Iraq prepared to leave, President Barack Obama and Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki met in Washington, D.C. to mark the end of the U.S. military presence in Iraq. Early in the day, the two leaders visited Arlington National Cemetery to lay wreaths at the graves of troops killed in the Iraq War. Later, in a joint press conference at the White House, they emphasized that their two countries would have a different relationship moving forward. Welcoming Maliki as, quote, the elected leader of a sovereign, self-reliant, and democratic Iraq, end quote, Obama noted that levels of violence in Iraq remained low despite the U.S. troop withdrawal and declared, quote, what we have now achieved is an Iraq that is self-governing, that is inclusive, and that has enormous potential, end quote. As the president saw it, Iraq could be, quote, a model for others that are aspiring to create democracy in the region, end quote. Both Obama and Maliki acknowledged that their governments were at odds over the question of whether Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad should leave power, but in general, the two leaders hailed the future strategic partnership between their countries. 3 days later, on the same day that General Lloyd Austin and Secretary of Defense or SecDef Leon Panetta cased U.S. Force Iraq's or USFI's colors in a ceremony at Camp Victory, Iraqi politics began to descend into chaos. Prime Minister Maliki's seat would be empty during the December 15th ceremony ending the U.S. military mission in Iraq, as he had to tend to other matters. Maliki, back in Baghdad after his brief visit to Washington, instead used the day to call for the Iraqi parliament to sack his own deputy prime minister, Sunni politician Saleh Mutlaq. Mutlaq had given television interviews denouncing Maliki as a dictator and criticizing the United States for leaving Iraq in an authoritarian state. Quote, Maliki is worse than Saddam Hussein, end quote, Mutlaq told an Iraqi TV channel on December 13th, quote, because at least Saddam was a builder, but Maliki has done absolutely nothing, end quote. Mutlaq told CNN the same day that he had been, quote, shocked, end quote, to hear Obama welcome Maliki as a, quote, democratic, end quote, leader, considering that Maliki had arrested hundreds of people and deployed troops against some of Iraq's provincial governments in the preceding weeks. Mutlaq told CNN that, quote, America left Iraq with almost no infrastructure. The political process is going in a very wrong direction, going toward a dictatorship. People are not going to accept that, and most likely they are going to ask for the division of the country. And this is going to be a disaster. Dividing the country isn't going to be smooth because dividing the country is going to be a war before that and a war after that. There will be a day whereby the Americans will realize that they were deceived by al-Maliki, and they will regret that. End quote. On the same day that Maliki announced his initiative to impeach Mutlaq, the Prime Minister's security forces deployed across the Green Zone, surrounding the homes of several senior Sunni politicians, rendering them virtually under house arrest. Over the following days, Maliki government officials revealed that they had arrested several of Vice President Tariq Hashimi's bodyguards, and that the men had confessed that Hashimi had allegedly ordered them to bomb Maliki's convoy as it passed through the Green Zone on November 28th. On December 18th, Iraqi state television broadcast the bodyguards' videotaped confessions implicating the vice president in terrorism, while elsewhere Iraqi judicial officials prepared to issue an arrest warrant for Hashimi. By that evening, Hashimi, Iraq's most senior Sunni politician, was a fugitive, having fled Baghdad on an Iraqi Airways flight to Erbil to be sheltered by Kurdistan Republican Guard or KRG President Massoud Barzani. From Kurdistan, Hashimi and his representatives made statements declaring his innocence and claimed the bodyguards had confessed falsely under torture. Their claims would later be strengthened by the fact that one of the bodyguards who confessed on television died in the custody of Maliki's security forces, with evidence indicating he was beaten to death. On the same day that the Maliki government moved against Hashimi and Mutlaq, it also moved to consolidate power in the ethnic powder keg of Diyala province. In response to the Diyala Provincial Council having passed a resolution that would begin the process to transform the province into an autonomous region similar to the Kurdish provinces, Maliki charged the Sunni governor with holding an illegal vote and ordered Iraqi security forces, aided by Jaish al-Mahdi or JAM and Badr militiamen, to take control of the provincial government center. The governor, who like Hashimi was a member of the Iraqi Islamic Party, fled to Kurdistan along with a majority of the provincial council. Back in the Green Zone, as these events were unfolding in the immediate aftermath of USFI's departure, the Iraqiya bloc to which Hashimi belonged suspended its participation in Maliki's cabinet and called for U.S. intervention to force Maliki to give up sole control of Iraq's security forces and to implement the December 2010 power-sharing agreement. Throughout 2011, the Prime Minister had failed to fulfill his pledge to appoint new security ministers selected by the other parties. Instead, he had named himself as acting head of the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Interior, and also retained control of the Iraqi intelligence community, signaling that he intended to consolidate personal control of the most potent arms of the Iraqi government. Only with the pressure of the August bombings did Maliki appoint one of his allies as acting Minister of Defense, itself a violation of the Erbil Agreement. After Hashimi's removal, the Prime Minister paused his pressure against Mutlaq and other senior Sunni leaders, but the December crackdown still left the Iraqi political class in a state of shock. Maliki had shown by his actions that he was willing to use his security apparatus against any rival, with even the country's most senior political leaders not protected. Quote, "Welcome to the post-occupation Iraq," end quote, one senior Iraqi official in the Green Zone told his American counterparts. OSCI's rocky start. The jarring purge of Iraq's top Sunni leader occurred as the U.S. military in Baghdad was going through a jarring period of its own. The U.S. decision to withdraw USFI fully from Iraq without a residual force meant that as of December 18, 2011, Lieutenant General Robert Caslen's OSCI was the only U.S. military organization in the country. The U.S. government had long planned to transition the military mission in Iraq from USFI to OSCI at the end of 2011, but Caslen and virtually all the planners involved in that process had assumed that as OSCI director, Caslen would still be a de facto operational commander with thousands of troops at his disposal. Until very late in the decision-making process, U.S. military leaders had believed that Caslen would have a large OSCI staff to inherit the functions of the USFI headquarters and would have the 3rd Infantry Division headquarters available to carry out a large training mission with thousands of military advisors and trainers. Instead, after the final ceremony marking the deactivation of USFI in Baghdad on December 15th, Caslen and the 157 personnel of OSCI found themselves in charge of a military mission that had required the combined efforts of 40,000 U.S. troops just a few weeks before. The OSCI mission almost collapsed before it could begin. The rapid withdrawal of USFI's 40,000 troops and more than 30,000 contractors in the space of 2 months in late 2011 was a marvel of logistical planning and execution, but in that intense drawdown period, the U.S. government failed to resolve significant problems that endangered OSCI's ability to function. With USFI's departure, OSCI would be operating in the country as part of the U.S. diplomatic mission, covered by the Vienna Convention and given diplomatic immunities and privileges by the Iraqi government. But as the end of December 2011 approached, Caslen and U.S. embassy officials had difficulty getting the Maliki government to issue visas for the U.S. military personnel who would be arriving in Baghdad or staying behind from USFI to make up the OSCI staff. They had even more trouble getting the Iraqis to issue visas for the several thousand contractors who were meant to provide the bulk of OSCI's transportation, logistical, and security support, but who lacked legal protections under the Vienna Convention. Within the Iraqi government, Maliki required that his own office approve U.S. military and contractor visas, greatly slowing the process. Most of OSCI's contractors had entered Iraq on a U.S. government identification card, not a passport or visa, and thus, as the end of December approached, more than half of them had to leave while they could still do so. Kaslan also discovered in December that the U.S. government had not yet acquired land use agreements from the Iraqi government for the training sites that OSCI was supposed to continue operating. With just 2 days left before the end of the year and many U.S. government offices in Washington shut down for the holidays, a desperate Kaslan finally managed to enlist the aid of Undersecretary of Defense Ashton Carter to strike a last-minute ministerial agreement with Iraqi Minister of Defense Sadoun Duleimi that would allow OSCI to continue to operate. Carter's timely intervention saved Kaslan's mission, though many of OSCI's missing contractors would still have to spend several months working through a friction-filled visa process before returning to work inside Iraq. However, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO aspect of the U.S. Security Assistance Mission did not survive the transition from USFI to OSCI. U.S. officials had assumed that the NATO Training Mission Iraq, or NTMI, which had been present in Iraq since the early days of the war and had come to play a central role in the Iraqi Army's officer education system, would continue beyond 2011 under a new agreement with the Iraqi government. However, in the final weeks of 2011, NATO's continued participation became unlikely. NATO officials were reluctant to leave their training mission in place without the substantial U.S. military protection that disappeared when USFI withdrew from the country. They were also unwilling to leave NATO personnel in Iraq without guarantees of immunity from Iraqi law that the Maliki government seemed unwilling to give, and in any case, Iraqi officials were just as slow to extend visas to NATO officials as to U.S. officials and contractors. Though Kaslan traveled to Brussels ahead of the end-of-year deadline to lobby NATO officials to stay in Iraq, he and other U.S. officials were unable to convince NATO leaders to continue the training mission. As a result, NTMI ceased work as the year ended. Despite the loss of a residual force and the departure of the NATO contingent, Kaslan still considered OSCI an operational component of U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, with a mission to preserve the security gains already achieved in Iraq. There were several tasks Kaslan considered essential to this goal. Having served as the commander of Multinational Division North, or MNDN, at the end of the surge and seen firsthand the damage that al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI, and other extremist organizations could do, he believed it was OSCI's responsibility to assist the ISF in ensuring that these groups did not regain a foothold in the country. He also had to manage intra-Iraqi tensions along the Green Line in 2008 and 2009, and believed OSCI had a role to play in preventing conflict between Arabs and Kurds in the north. In central Iraq and the south, he believed OSCI's security assistance effort should mitigate Iran's malign influence so that Iraqis could chart their own future without external manipulation. In a related area, he hoped OSCI could help the Iraqi government build security cooperation relationships with other Arab states in the region to counterbalance Iran's influence. Finally, he believed OSCI had an important role to play in restraining Prime Minister Maliki's authoritarian tendencies, especially since he judged that security threats to the Iraqi government tended to bring out the worst in the Prime Minister. These would prove to be ambitious tasks for a military organization with no combat power and few personnel, and they were made more complicated by a newly assertive Iraqi bureaucracy. As December 2011 waned, Kaslan and his small staff were consumed in dealing with Iraqi government requirements and processes not faced by previous U.S. military organizations in Baghdad. Senior Iraqi officials later admitted that the Maliki government purposely made things difficult for U.S. counterparts as USFI departed as a way of signaling that there would be a new way of conducting business. Without the authorities that had come with being a named operation such as Operation Iraqi Freedom, or OIF, or Operation New Dawn, OSCI's every move was subject to Iraqi law and oversight by the Iraqi government bureaucracy. In one example, USFI left behind 1,200 vehicles in Iraq for OSCI's use, but because they had been brought into the country before 2012, Iraqi officials declared that they could not be registered with the Iraqi government, leaving anyone driving them subject to arrest. Any new vehicles OSCI brought into the country could be registered, Iraqi officials ruled, but that process might take as long as 9 months. In other instances, Iraqi officials often delayed the movement of U.S. Embassy supply convoys until the proper paperwork could be produced, at one point forcing the embassy to issue meals ready to eat, or MREs, to its personnel for a short period. There were also difficulties fitting OSCI into the U.S. diplomatic mission. U.S. interagency planners in Washington had envisioned that the U.S. security assistance mission in Iraq could continue with little disruption by simply transferring USFI's training, advisory, and foreign military sales, or FMS, functions, and the personnel and equipment to execute them, to the U.S. Embassy's control. The budgets to fund those activities would be transferred from the Department of Defense, or DoD, to the State Department. However, this plan went astray from the start. With a large-scale security assistance mission and OSCI grafted onto it, the U.S. Embassy that Ambassador James Jeffrey oversaw at the beginning of 2012 was the largest in the world, with more than 16,000 diplomats and contractors, its own fleet of helicopters, mine-resistant ambush-protected, or MRAP, vehicles, unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAVs, 3 hospitals, and large quick-reaction forces. Despite its size, the embassy simply was not postured to continue the vast array of tasks that had fallen to USFI as a warfighting organization. Jeffrey believed that U.S. officials in Washington never understood that his and Kaslin's organizations were not simply, quote, USFI light, end quote, and had little capacity to conduct the security, governance, and rule of law activities that the U.S. military had carried out before 2012, or to continue to broker Sunni, Shia, and Arab Kurd outreach. Jeffrey remarked in early 2012, quote, I don't have the people to follow up. It's all gone, end quote. What military assets did remain behind did not necessarily mesh well with the embassy. The expanded U.S. embassy structure came with huge financial and administrative costs that forced Jeffrey and other senior diplomats to spend a great deal of their time trying to get the hybrid organization to operate effectively. USFI and DoD planners had worked hard to bequeath the embassy a range of military capabilities that the American diplomatic staff in Baghdad was unused to managing and considered unnecessary for a diplomatic mission in any case. For example, the embassy never used the MRAPs USFI had left it and quickly abandoned the UAVs and helicopters as well. The presence of an unusually large military contingent inside the embassy also created friction. OSCI worked under the umbrella of the U.S. Mission in Iraq, or USMI, but was not like any other security cooperation office in the world. Unlike the other division heads working in the embassy, Kaslin had been nominated for his position by the president and confirmed by the Senate, which made him and OSCI an awkward fit within the embassy's hierarchy. Asked by Army researchers to describe the relationship between the embassy's other divisions and OSCI after USFI's departure, one embassy official observed that the two sides, quote, are going in the same direction, but we are still in different boats, end quote. In a few instances, embassy officials bristled at some of OSCI's military trappings. Many OSCI service members continued to wear their uniforms, a practice that the embassy's Regional Security Office, or RSO, viewed as problematic for force protection. In the RSO's view, the sight of uniformed Americans could lead Iraqis to think the U.S. military occupation had resumed and to respond violently. When Kaslin created a J2 intelligence cell within his staff, senior embassy security officers opposed the move, arguing that OSCI had no need of an independent intelligence capability. Kaslin and his J2 saw it differently, arguing that the increased level of militant attacks in Baghdad in 2012 created a risk that OSCI needed to monitor. With U.S. military officials embedded in key Iraqi government offices, OSCI was in a better position to gather information about what Iraqi leaders were thinking and planning than were many other U.S. agencies. OSCI's greatest bureaucratic difficulties lay in its authorities and funding. As an organization that was neither a military command nor a mere security cooperation cell within a standard embassy, OSCI was caught between the models under which DoD and State Department organizations normally operated and received funding. Like other military organizations inside U.S. embassies that oversaw security assistance, OSCI was responsible for managing foreign military sales and foreign military financing to the Iraqi government under Title 22 of the U.S. Legal Code, the section of U.S. law that governed State Department activities. The U.S. Foreign Assistance Act limited Title 22 military security cooperation cells to no more than 6 people, very different from OSCI's 157. At the same time, U.S. officials in Washington appeared to expect OSCI to continue some of USFI's military activities, but without being a U.S. military command that had authorities under Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the section of U.S. law that governed DoD. This awkward arrangement made it difficult for OSCI to work with the DoD agencies that had previously worked with USFI. Despite the fact that both Caslin and CENTCOM Commander General James Mattis considered Caslin to be one of Mattis's subordinate commanders and behaved accordingly, the two men's respective organizations did not follow suit. Since OSCI was not a Title 10 DoD organization, the CENTCOM bureaucracy was not technically OSCI's higher headquarters and was not bound to use its Title 10 operational funds to support the military organization in Baghdad. In case after case, CENTCOM and the DoD bureaucracy behaved as though the State Department were responsible for reimbursing CENTCOM for any military costs to support OSCI, and the State Department reciprocated. One example dealt with the C-130 ring route that the U.S. Air Force's Central Command, or AFCENT, flew in support of OSCI personnel in Baghdad, Taji, and Tikrit. For years, AFCENT had funded the flights out of its Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation New Dawn contingency budgets, but with the end of those named operations, the source for continued funding was unclear. Since OSCI was technically a division of the U.S. Embassy, CENTCOM sought to shift the cost for the flights to the State Department, but for their part, State Department officials considered the flight's Title 10 activities being carried out by uniformed military personnel. Since the ring route flights were a vital lifeline that OSCI could not operate without, the planes continued to fly amid the bureaucratic dispute, leaving Caslin and his staff caught in the middle trying to figure out who would fund the operations. The result was one DoD organization billing another DoD organization for the cost of supporting its own mission. An even thornier problem arose when ARCENT ruled that without a named military operation, it would not provide OSCI with postal or finance service, or even to deploy an Army veterinarian into Iraq to conduct the required inspections for MREs stored for emergencies. As far as U.S. Army Central, or ARCENT leaders were concerned, the Iraqi theater of operations had closed and was no longer their responsibility. With ARCENT declining to support military activities inside Iraq, the U.S. Embassy passed their bills, such as the costs required to fly their fleet of military helicopters, directly to Caslin's OSCI, which had no way of paying for them. Working out these and many other such bureaucratic problems dominated OSCI's first several months of operation after USFI's departure. Caslin and other U.S. military officials in Baghdad found themselves expending the bulk of their energy in simply figuring out how to secure the authorities and resources necessary to remain in Iraq, rather than in keeping up the momentum of USFI's relationships with and assistance to the ISF. Within weeks after USFI's departure, it was becoming painfully clear that OSCI would not be able to perform all of the essential elements of the security assistance mission by itself, without the personnel management, logistics, and signal support that would have come with a residual force. The Unraveling of Iraqi Politics, page 576. The wave of arrests in the Iraqi provinces carried out by Prime Minister Maliki's officials from October onward and the crackdown on Sunni political leaders in the Green Zone had a significant political effect in 2012. After the broad Sunni rejection of the U.S.-sponsored political process in 2004 to 2006, the Awakening and the Surge campaign had helped turn the vast majority of Iraqi Sunnis back to participation in the political process. The elections of 2009 and 2010 had signified that Sunnis generally perceived their interests could be better secured through politics than through violence, and through mainstream Sunni political parties rather than through militant groups. The events of late 2011 and early 2012 showed that the Sunni community's mainstream political center, represented by the Awakening and the Iraqi coalition, was weakening. As had been the case since 2009, local awakening leaders in central Iraq were under constant pressure from ISI and other militant groups and faced harassment and pressure from Maliki's government. Attacks against members of the Sons of Iraq were common, as were assassinations of awakening leaders. In one high-profile instance in January 2012, Mullah Natam Jabouri, the Sunni cleric from Duluiya who had been a founding member of the Mujahideen Shura Council but had later become a vocal anti-AQI awakening leader, was shot to death in West Baghdad by suspected ISI assassins shortly after criticizing the group in a television interview. Jabouri had arrived in Baghdad only a short time before to assist Maliki's office with outreach to Sunni groups who were willing to oppose ISI, but his killing sent a clear message that the government could not protect people like him from Sunni extremist groups. Vice President Hashemi's case had a similar impact on mainstream Sunni politics. Hashemi was an abrasive politician whom many U.S. officials did not particularly care for, but he had received almost 250,000 votes in the 2010 election and thus represented a large Sunni constituency, especially in Baghdad's Adamiyya district. If mainstream Sunni politicians like him or Saleh Mutlaq were to be purged, then hundreds of thousands of Sunnis might drift toward more radical political options. As if on cue, just weeks after the purging of Hashemi, Saddam's former Ba'athist deputy Izzat al-Duri broke almost 9 years of silence by releasing a videotaped speech on April 7, 2012, in which he called for Iraqis to unite with, quote, the heroic Iraqi resistance, end quote, against, quote, the Persian Safavid enemy, end quote, claiming they had come to dominate the Iraqi government in Baghdad. The appearance of Duri, who in addition to leading a wing of the Ba'ath Party in exile was also the de facto leader of the Naqshbandi army, indicated that the Ba'athist leader recognized there might be an opportunity to reoccupy some of the political space that Iraqiyya and the Awakening had dominated since 2006. A final element in the weakening of the Sunni political center came as Maliki took a page from Saddam's political playbook. Before 2003, Saddam had often kept Iraq's Kurdish and Shia communities under control by selecting politicians from those communities who were willing to work with his regime and then letting the largesse of the Ba'athist state flow through them to the Shia and Kurdish majority provinces. The politicians who volunteered to assist the Ba'athist dictator had no natural political following, but became powerful in their home communities because they were a gateway to the state's resources. In 2012, Maliki adopted a similar approach toward Iraq's Sunnis. Rejecting cooperation with the Iraqiyya politicians whom Iraqi Sunnis had elected to represent them, Maliki instead looked for Sunni political partners who had no grassroots following, but could be counted upon to act as channels for state resources to the Sunni community that might buy some popular allegiance to Maliki's rule. One such partner that Maliki chose was the former insurgent financier Mishan Jabouri, the former ally of Uday Hussein who had tried to take power in Mosul in 2003 and had had to flee the country to evade arrest on corruption charges in 2005. Once outside Iraq, he had become a militant ally of the Syrian regime and Muammar Gaddafi and had also run a satellite TV station dedicated to broadcasting terrorist propaganda videos, including of attacks against U.S. troops. He had been charged in absentia with promoting terrorism, but in March 2012, Maliki and his allies invited Mishan to return to Baghdad, cleared him of the terrorism charges, and encouraged him to form a political bloc to compete against Iraqiyya in Iraq's northern provinces. The Reemergence of Al-Haq, or AAH. Maliki was taking a similar divide-and-rule approach to Shia politics, where he was attempting to sponsor a competitor to Muqtada Sadr's political bloc in Baghdad and the south. Since late 2006, when Maliki and his allies had decided that Muqtada Sadr was too great a political threat to the Dawa party, the prime minister had been seeking a political pact with Qais al-Khazali's militant group Asaib al-Haq, or AAH. Maliki had long believed that Khazali, as a former disciple of Muqtada Sadr's father, could potentially draw grassroots support away from Sadr and shore up Maliki's political coalition. In the last week of December 2011, Maliki brought 5 years of negotiations with Khazali and AAH to fruition, reaching an agreement under which all criminal charges against AAH would be dropped and the group would be allowed to operate in the open as a political party. By December 26th, Ghazali was back in Najaf after more than a year of exile in Iran. On January 1st, with Maliki's permission, Ghazali held a large, quote, victory, end quote, rally in West Baghdad's Tahrir Square to celebrate the departure of U.S. troops. As the Prime Minister and his Dawa allies had hoped, the rift between AAH and the Sadrists was immediate and violent. Within hours of the AAH victory rally, Ghazali's men were fighting gun battles against Sadr's followers in Sadr City and other parts of Baghdad, prompting Muqtada Sadr to accuse Ghazali and the AAH of being power-hungry, quote, killers without a religion, end quote. Maliki's validation of AAH's activities offered the group a way to advance its long-term objective of developing an influential political religious network in major Iraqi cities while maintaining a militant wing in a manner modeled upon Lebanese Hezbollah. AAH was rebranding itself as a nationalist Islamic resistance organization that participated in local politics, but it also would continue to operate a large militia and take an active part in the regional, quote, axis of resistance, end quote, led by the Iranian regime. By the end of January, AAH had opened political offices in Baghdad and Basra and was laying the groundwork to begin political activities as affiliates of Maliki's State of Law coalition. They had also opened a think tank in Beirut affiliated with Lebanese Hezbollah. As 2012 progressed, the group would open political offices in Hilla, Najaf, Khalis, and Tel Afar as well, expanding the presence of their militia along with their new political deployment. Meanwhile, as the turf war heated up between AAH and the Sadrists, a reign of terror descended upon neighborhoods where Shia resistance groups had a significant presence. In several cities, Shia militants regularly attacked Iraqis whose behavior they considered sinful, killing dozens of owners of liquor stores and other establishments the militiamen deemed to be un-Islamic. In the first few weeks of 2012, Shia militants who were most likely AAH or Promised Day Brigade members also murdered or abducted hundreds of Iraqi youths who participated in the Western-style, quote, emo, end quote, trend of clothing and hairstyles, a lifestyle the Shia militiamen believed involved homosexuality. The militiamen usually carried out the killings by stoning their victims to death. The wave of murders began after the Ministry of Interior itself pledged to stamp out what it considered the, quote, satanic, end quote, emo subculture, showing that the ministry was on the side of the murderers rather than the victims. The Maliki government apparently had normalized AAH as a political organization without requiring that the group stop its extremist activities. In late February, as part of a prisoner exchange with the Maliki government, the newly normalized AAH handed over to Iraqi officials a wooden casket containing the remains of U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Ahmed al-Tayi. The Iraqi-born Tayi, the last American soldier missing in Iraq, had been abducted by Shia militiamen as he made an ill-advised visit to family members in South Baghdad on October 23, 2006, and had quickly wound up in AAH's hands. AAH had sent Tayi's family ransom demands and proof-of-life videos in 2006 and 2007, but he died in the militia's custody at some point after that, probably while in captivity in Iran. Under the exchange agreement with the Maliki government, AAH faced no criminal prosecution or legal measures for the American sergeant's kidnapping and murder. The quest for a no-confidence vote. Meanwhile, in the weeks after the purging of Vice President Tariq Hashimi, Prime Minister Maliki continued his effort to consolidate power in Baghdad. For months, Maliki had gradually asserted control over the Iraqi government's independent institutions that had been created in the 2005 constitution as a check on just such a consolidation of power. By early 2012, the Iraqi judiciary, government auditors, and inspectors general were largely under the Prime Minister's control. In mid-April 2012, Maliki arrested the head of Iraq's election commission, the official whom Maliki had accused of conspiring with the United States and United Nations, or UN, to deny the Prime Minister his fraudulent victory in the parliamentary elections of 2010. When the election chief was released after a few days in jail, the man fled to Kurdistan, leaving Iraq's electoral body in disarray. Other Iraqi leaders watched these developments with growing concern. On April 28th, just days after the purge of the Election Commission chief, KRG President Masoud Barzani, Iraqi President Jalal Talabani, Parliament Speaker Osama al-Nujayfi, Ayad Alawi, and Muqtada Sadr met in Erbil and produced a written demand that Maliki accept a 2-term limit as prime minister and reverse his consolidation of control over agencies of the government. Maliki responded by declaring in a televised interview that he had become the target of a foreign-inspired coup attempt. Maliki's opponents reached their breaking point by the summer of 2012. In June, Iraqiyya, the Sadrists, the Islamic Supreme Council of Iraq, or ISCI, and Barzani joined forces to present to President Talabani a list of 173 parliamentarians who had pledged to support a no-confidence vote that would end Maliki's premiership. Unfortunately for the parliamentary factions, the list immediately found its way from Talabani to Maliki, who began pressuring individual members of parliament into recanting and quickly killed the initiative. The Iranian regime helped Maliki in this fracturing of the opposition bloc by making it clear to senior Iraqi politicians that the Iranians did not intend to allow Maliki to be unseated. By mid-2012, the Iraqi prime minister's support for the embattled Bashar al-Assad in Syria had made Maliki indispensable in Iranian leaders' eyes, and the Iranian regime used its political advantage to help break up the opposition coalition. In the days following the opposition leaders' joint call for a no-confidence measure, Iranian regime officials succeeded in pressuring both Muqtada Sadr and Jalal Talabani to abandon their support for an immediate vote, and the danger to Maliki dissipated for the time being. The Spillover of the Syrian Civil War. Page 579. Iraq's domestic political dysfunction in 2012 was related to the deepening Syrian civil war. The Iraqi factions that had faced each other in a civil war of their own from 2005 to 2008 now found themselves on opposite sides of the brutal conflict. By the end of 2011, the Maliki government was in effect intervening in the Syrian war on the side of Bashar al-Assad and his Alawite regime. Although Maliki and other Iraqi Shia leaders had long considered Assad an enemy because of the Syrian dictator's support for AQI and other terrorist groups in Iraq, and although Maliki had actually demanded a UN tribunal against Assad in late 2009, by mid-2011, Iraqi government policy had reversed itself. As popular uprisings spread and regional pressure mounted on the Syrian regime, the Maliki government came to its defense, extending political, economic, and security support to its one-time enemy. The change in the Iraqi government's stance was partly induced by Iran, but Iraqi Shia leaders also feared that the fall of Assad's Shia Alawite regime would lead to a Sunni Islamist regime in Damascus that would sponsor a renewed jihad against the Iraqi state. It was not an unfounded fear. Most of the Sunni opposition to Assad in 2011 and 2012 came from anti-regime activists and from the newly forming Free Syrian Army. But from the early stages of the Syrian war, ISI played a significant role as well, as did its network of Salafi allies inside Syria. Since 2003, AQI and other Salafi militant groups in Iraq had used Syria as their strategic depth, supported by a vast network of Syrian-based Salafi mosques, clerics, and militants that enabled AQI and others to conduct insurgent and terrorist operations inside Iraq. In 2011 and 2012, this arrangement began to reverse itself, as Iraqi militant networks became a logistical base that enabled militants to carry out operations inside Syria. Al-Qaeda's senior leadership also recognized the potential of expanding their global jihad into Syria. Assad's regime had been weakened by months of internal strife, and the terrorist group already had a network of agents and support cells in place from the years of sanctuary that Assad had provided. As such, in August 2011, Al-Qaeda's senior leadership and ISI agreed to send a cadre of experienced Syrian and Iraqi jihadists back into Syria with the objective of creating an Islamic state there that would become part of a larger regional caliphate. The new group, named Jabhat al-Nusra li al-Sham, or the Support Front for the People of the Levant, quickly became one of the most effective insurgent groups fighting against Assad's government due to its discipline and military training. Support for the Syrian insurgency went far beyond militant networks, however. Iraqi Sunnis tended to sympathize with Syrian Sunnis, whom they viewed as fighting a Shia minority government backed by the Iranian regime, a situation many Sunnis believed analogous to their own position inside Iraq. After 8 years in which Iraq's Shia Islamist parties had been in the ascendancy, Iraqi Sunnis began to envision the establishment of a Sunni state in Syria to reverse their own fortunes. If Syria were to become a Sunni power, Iraqi Sunnis reasoned, then Iraq's Sunnis might use the support of Syrian Sunnis to regain control of Baghdad, or at least to renegotiate a greater share of power. As a result, from an early stage in the Syrian conflict, Iraq's Sunni tribes provided material support for the Syrian opposition, particularly in eastern Syria, where large tribes such as the Shammar, Obaid, and Dulaim spanned the porous Iraq-Syria border. The tribes offered the same safe haven to Syrian insurgents that had once been offered to Iraqi insurgents, reversing the flow of weapons and militants that had, in earlier years, gone from Syria into Iraq. In addition to the Iraqi Sunni tribes, ISI saw the Syrian civil war as a godsend, providing the organization with a much-needed territorial refuge inside Syria where it could regroup, recruit new fighters, and then eventually resume operations in Iraq. Throughout 2012, Syrian border towns such as Deir ez-Zor and Abu Kamal were flooded with Iraqi fighters, many belonging to ISI. For ISI and its allies, the conflicts in Iraq and Syria had merged into a single theater of jihad, with militant operations aimed both west toward Damascus and Aleppo and east toward the Tigris River Valley and Baghdad. Just as Iraq's Sunni jihadis were becoming heavily involved in Syria, Iraq's Shia militant groups were likewise deciding that they had a role to play in supporting their fellow Shia confessionals in the Syrian civil war. By mid-2012, Iraqi Shia militants were flowing into Syria from groups such as AAH, Kataib Hezbollah, and the Badr Corps. The Iraqi Shia fighters' deployment into Syria was part of the Iranian regime's effort to reinforce Assad's Alawite forces that could not match the rebel manpower in a country where Sunnis outnumbered Alawites by 15-2. As the Assad regime faced escalating military pressure from the rebels in 2012, Iran channeled Iraqi Shia fighters to Damascus and other Syrian cities, often routing them via Iran to be trained and equipped before joining Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps or Lebanese Hezbollah. This flow of Shia militants increased once AAH leader Qais al-Ghazali and KH leader Abu Mahdi al-Mohandis returned to Baghdad following the withdrawal of U.S. troops in late 2011. At first, the Shia militant groups kept their role in the Syrian fighting quiet, but signs of AAH's involvement became unmistakable when funerals of AAH members killed in Syria began to take place with rising frequency. By fall 2012, the Shia militant group's involvement was overt and escalating. Several Iraqi Shia militant groups and Lebanese Hezbollah teamed up to contribute fighters to the newly formed Liwa Abu al-Fadl al-Abbas, an Iranian-sponsored militant conglomerate that operated as an auxiliary force for Assad. Throughout 2012, these Iraqi Shia militias circulated internet videos of themselves fighting in the streets of Damascus to defend the Shia shrine of Sayyida Zainab, the daughter of Imam Ali. Located southeast of Damascus, the Zainab shrine was not just a symbolic location, but was also key terrain that the Assad regime needed to keep the Damascus airport open. Back in Iraq, the Shia militant groups used the defense of the Zainab shrine as a recruiting tool and a pretext for providing auxiliaries to the Assad regime. The majority of the Iraqi Shia fighters in Syria traveled through the Baghdad International Airport, where they enjoyed tacit Iraqi government support as they moved openly and armed through the facility. Iraqi officials also did little to stop Iranian overflights through Iraqi airspace to deliver military aid to Assad, despite entreaties by the Obama administration and other Western powers. The Syrian war had a profound effect on Iraqi Kurdistan as well. By late 2012, Syrian Kurdish militias were taking control of the Kurdish-majority areas of northern Syria where the regime's power had receded. There they began setting up a new autonomous region they called West Kurdistan, or Rojava, that bordered on some Kurdish-held territories of Iraq. In the autonomous zone, a Syrian branch of the PKK that called itself the Democratic Union Party, or PYD, was dominant, and it fielded a militia called the People's Protection Units, or YPG, to hold its newly gained territory. As an offshoot of the PKK that had posed a serious danger to Turkey, the PYD was a rival of the Turkish allied KDP of Masoud Barzani, and was also affiliated with Kurdish separatists who would likely view a new autonomous Syrian Kurdistan as a base from which to launch a renewed insurgency inside Turkey. The PYD would soon become a new force with significant implications for the stability of the KRG. Return of the Sunni Insurgency. Page 582. The Isawi Crackdown and Sunni Protest Movement. Almost exactly a year after authorizing the December 2011 ISF raid against Iraq's most senior Sunni politician, Vice President Tariq Hashimi, Prime Minister Maliki repeated the act, this time against the most senior Sunni minister in his own cabinet, Finance Minister Raif al-Isawi. Well regarded by the international community and fellow Iraqis as a non-sectarian, pragmatic technocrat, Isawi had been a tangential target in the Hashimi raids. Both he and Deputy Prime Minister Saleh Mutlaq had seemed to escape the purge by making peace with Maliki in early 2012, despite their vehement criticism of the Prime Minister before that. By late 2012, relations between Maliki and Isawi had soured, and the finance minister had become Maliki's biggest political target. On December 19th and 20th, Iraqi Special Operations Forces surrounded Isawi's home and offices in the Green Zone as Iraqi government spokesman announced the finance minister was being sought on the charge of supporting terrorism through his alleged connections to the Sunni militant group Hamas al-Iraq. Isawi took refuge in the home of Parliament Speaker Osama al-Nujayfi, where he reported in a news conference that 150 of his guards, staff, and family members had been arrested. The accusation that Isawi was a material supporter of Hamas al-Iraq was a familiar one to U.S. officials, since Maliki had previously leveled it in 2010. At that time, then USFI Commander Odierno had given the Prime Minister a report from USFI analysts concluding that the charge was false, and Odierno's opposition to the charge had helped Isawi survive a potential purge. In December 2012, however, it seemed clear that Maliki intended to use the allegation to sideline yet another senior Sunni leader. U.S. officials had regarded Isawi as a moderate Sunni with whom Maliki could cooperate in 2011, but the push for his removal from the government in 2012 indicated that deeper purges would come. One reason for Maliki's lack of restraint against top Sunni leaders was that Iraqi President Jalal Talabani, who had often played a mediating role between Iraq's Sunni and Shia parties and had helped diffuse tensions between Maliki and Iraqia the year before, had suffered a debilitating stroke and had become incapacitated. With Vice President Hashimi already purged but no new Sunni vice president nominated in his place, Talabani's absence meant that the Iraqi Presidency Council was not present to help restrain Maliki's targeting of his political opponents. For his part, Isawi described the attack against him as a larger, quote, pre-election blow, end quote, intended to weaken Iraqia prior to the spring 2013 provincial elections. Within days of the raids, Isawi fled Baghdad to the relative safety of Ramadi, becoming a fugitive from his own government, as Hashimi had been. The Sunni community's reaction to the purging of Isawi was not as calm as its reaction to Hashimi's arrest a year before. Unlike Hashimi, Isawi was a senior leader of a major Iraqi tribe, the Albu Isa of eastern Anbar, and he was also a popular civic leader who had worked as a surgeon in the Fallujah hospital in 2004. His arrest sparked immediate outrage among both his tribe and the Sunni communities of Anbar and the north. Able to take refuge in his tribe's territory rather than flee the country, Isawi defied the Maliki government's arrest warrant and spoke publicly throughout Anbar, condemning Maliki's treatment of Iraqi Sunnis and labeling the prime minister a dictator. The public demonstrations of support for Isawi quickly grew into anti-government protests throughout Iraq's Sunni territories, where youth unemployment reached 40%, and accusations of unlawful detention of Sunnis by the Maliki government had provoked anger for months. Within days of the arrests in the Green Zone, the country had a full-fledged Sunni protest movement on its hands, with crowds numbering in the tens of thousands in Sunni cities such as Mosul, Fallujah, Ramadi, Tikrit, and Hawija, and even in Baghdad's Sunni-majority district of Adamiyah. The protests were supported by powerful Sunni leaders inside and outside of Iraq, such as Khamis al-Khanjar, a wealthy Sunni businessman with Ba'athist ties living in Jordan, who helped fund supportive media broadcasts and the construction of camps for Anbari protesters. By mid-January, virtually every significant Sunni city had a large protest camp at its center, with near-continuous political rallies and televised speeches by Sunni leaders airing their angry grievances against the Maliki government, including many Sunnis who had been leaders of the Awakening and Sons of Iraq. In response, Maliki deployed Iraqi security forces to surround the Sunni protest camps nearest to Baghdad, especially Fallujah and Ramadi. In those cities and a few others, the government's mostly Shia police and soldiers established a perimeter of checkpoints and outposts and kept a tense watch on the protest camps. Young Sunni protesters reciprocated, keeping watch on the government troops just dozens of yards away. With the armed soldiers and angry protesters in such close proximity, it was merely a matter of time before the situation became explosive. Maliki dispatched Sunni Deputy Prime Minister Saleh Mutlaq to Anbar in hopes of calming the protesters, but the move backfired when thousands of Fallujah protesters attacked Mutlaq with stones. The Deputy Prime Minister and his entourage barely escaped with their lives. Embarrassingly for Mutlaq, who had moved from being Maliki's chief Sunni opponent to his chief Sunni ally in the space of a year, the assault was caught on video and televised throughout Iraq. The situation soon deteriorated further. On January 25th, demonstrators headed to a rally in Fallujah clashed with Iraqi soldiers at a checkpoint. When the protesters pelted the soldiers with rocks, the troops fired into the crowd, killing 9 demonstrators and wounding about 60 more. Hours later, Sunni gunmen retaliated by attacking an army checkpoint in northern Fallujah and killing 2 soldiers. These incidents signaled that Anbar was slipping into open rebellion, with tribal leaders who had once partnered with U.S. troops joining in the militant opposition to the Maliki government. Speaking on behalf of other tribal leaders, Awakening Council Chairman Sheikh Ahmed Abu Risha gave the government 1 week to deliver the soldiers responsible for the protesters' deaths, after which he warned, quote, "If the government has not heeded our demand, we will launch jihad against army units and posts in Anbar." End quote. The weeks following the Fallujah violence brought an escalation of violence across Iraq, including a return of the kind of bombings that had once been common in Shia neighborhoods in Baghdad. On January 27th, for example, a bomb near a Shia funeral procession in Baghdad's Zafraniya neighborhood killed 31 people, including 8 police officers. Some of the violence took on overtones of the Syrian war. The large demonstrations in Sunni cities often included flags and banners of the Free Syrian Army, indicating that the Syrian civil war was continuing to spill over into internal Iraqi matters, with Iraqi Sunnis on the rebel side of the Syrian conflict and the Maliki government on the Assad regime's side. Eventually, these dynamics came to a head in Iraq's western district. When a force of dozens of Syrian soldiers came under rebel attack at a border crossing point near Nineveh province, the Syrian troops fled into Iraq, where government forces gave them shelter. The Iraqi troops then attempted to transport the Syrians to a safer part of Syria by busing them through Anbar province, but on March 4, 2013, in western Anbar, the entire Iraqi Syrian force of about 50 troops was ambushed and massacred by Sunni gunmen. A week later, ISI claimed responsibility for the killings in a statement that declared, not inaccurately, that the incident was proof of collusion between the Maliki government and Bashar al-Assad. With the situation in Anbar and Nineveh provinces growing worse by the week, Maliki decided in March that the provincial elections scheduled for the following month would not be held in those 2 provinces. Meanwhile, as sporadic clashes between Sunni protesters and the Iraqi security forces continued, observers noted in March that the black flags of the ISI had appeared for the first time at rallies in Ramadi, an omen of what was to come. The Hawija Massacre. The confrontation between Maliki's government and the Sunni protest movement exploded into large-scale violence in April, just days after the country held its provincial elections. The flashpoint came in Hawija, the restive Sunni town near Kirkuk that had long been a stronghold for Ba'athist insurgents loyal to Izzat al-Duri and the Naqshbandi army, and by April 2003, home to a large protest camp. The provincial elections on April 20th took place largely without incident across the country, but on the following day, gunmen attacked an ISF checkpoint in Hawija and killed an Iraqi soldier. Suspecting that the killers had blended in with the protesters, ISF commanders issued a deadline for the protesters to turn over the perpetrators. It passed without result. In response, during the early hours of April 23, 2013, Iraqi troops under the direction of Iraqi Ground Forces Commander General Ali Gaiden moved in to break up the camp and arrest suspects. The facts of what followed are in dispute, but what is clear is that gunfire quickly broke out between the two sides and left scores of casualties. According to an investigation by the Iraqi parliament, when the shooting finally stopped, more than 40 civilians and 3 Iraqi soldiers were dead, and more than 100 civilians were wounded. Other sources claimed more than 100 civilians had been killed, though the Ministry of Defense claimed only 3 soldiers and 23, quote, militants who were using the demonstration as a safe haven, end quote, had died. The massacre in Hawija touched off the most intense fighting Iraq had seen since 2008, most of it in sensitive areas along the Green Line. Hours after the Hawija incident, Sunni militants who were likely affiliated with the Naqshbandi Army or JRTN overran government troops in towns south of Kirkuk and cut the main Kirkuk-Baghdad highway, leading to several days of battles with government troops before the insurgents withdrew. On April 25th, the clashes spread to Mosul, where large-scale gunfights left as many as 40 people dead. The violence expanded the following day to Baghdad, where several Sunni mosques were bombed. On April 27th, Sunni gunmen in Fallujah pulled 5 plainclothes government security men out of a car and executed them, perhaps in an attempt to prevent the ISF men from reconnoitering for a Hawija-like assault on the Fallujah protest camp. The Maliki government suspected that Ahmed Abu Risha's nephew was among those who executed the 5 government men, indicating the extent to which members of the awakening in Anbar might have turned against the government. 4 bombings in Shia towns south of Baghdad at the end of the weekend brought the death toll for April to more than 700, making it the deadliest month for Iraqis since 2008. The fighting led to a further breakdown in political dialogue and an intense escalation in sectarian tensions. When the violence reached the mixed-sect towns near Kirkuk, KRG President Masoud Barzani deployed Peshmerga to the city to occupy positions beyond the normal Green Line. Parliament Speaker Osama Nujafi blamed Maliki for the violence and called for the Prime Minister to resign and a new government to be formed. Meanwhile, in a nationally televised speech amid the fighting, Maliki had warned that continued, quote, sedition, end quote, against his government would lead to full-scale civil war. Quote, what happened in Hawija and other places is a point in which we should stop and think because it might lead to sectarian strife, end quote, the Prime Minister said. Quote, everyone would lose. Whether he is in the north, the south, east, or west of Iraq, if the fire of sectarianism starts, everyone's fingers will be burned by it. End quote. The Prime Minister's prediction, or threat, would come true within months. The Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS, page 585. The Breaking the Walls campaign. The events of late 2012 and early 2013 were a godsend for Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi and his ISI, which since July 2012 had been engaged in a campaign aimed at reigniting Iraq's civil war and unifying the wars in Syria and Iraq. For the 9 months preceding the Hawija massacre, Baghdadi and his organization had carried out attacks that both exacerbated and exploited Iraq's worsening political conflict. On July 21, 2012, Baghdadi announced the Islamic State's, quote, breaking the walls, end quote, campaign, an initiative that took many pages from Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's 2004 to 2006 playbook for provoking a large-scale Sunni-Shia civil war. Central to the strategy was the reliance on car bombs, 24 separate waves of AQI's signature weapon aimed at fomenting sectarian strife through spectacular attacks that would garner disproportionate media attention. The waves were spread out over 4 phases and demonstrated ISI's technical capabilities, tactical skills, and ability to conduct an operational-level campaign that adapted as the situation changed. The first phase of, quote, breaking the walls, end quote, from July through October 2012 consisted of 137 car bombs that hit cities ranging from Basra to Mosul and varied widely in targets and density. Government, military, and civilian targets were hit in patterns that made it difficult to discern a broader objective, but ISI's ability to mass up to 30 car bombs on a single day indicated that they had fully regenerated AQI's car bombing capabilities. While ISI replicated one of AQI's most effective tactics by incorporating car bombings in its Breaking the Walls campaign, it added new elements such as attacking the Iraqi state's detention facilities in order to free hardened fighters and return them to battle. The first such attack in September 2012 only freed 100 prisoners, including 47 death row inmates, but the operations would quickly grow to be more frequent and effective, eventually hitting a total of 8 prisons. Phase 2, covering the next 4 months, saw a total of 112 car bombs that hit the Shia enclave of Sadr City, as well as the Green Line separating the Kurdish provinces and the remainder of Iraq. The Green Line attacks in particular indicated operational-level flexibility and tried to exacerbate Kurdish/Shia tensions caused by Maliki's executive order creating the Tigris Operational Command that would inject non-Kurdish Iraqi army units into Kurdish provinces. Phase 3, with 137 car bombs, principally targeted Baghdad from February to May, with large waves of 20 or more hitting the capital about every 30 days. Analysts suspected that the surge and pause periods indicated ISI needed time to construct the complex weapons, and that the car bomb factories were again located in the Baghdad belts, the same location as AQI's brutal 2005 to 2007 campaigns. Also mirroring AQI's earlier campaigns, a majority of the bombers themselves appeared to be foreign fighters who flowed into Iraq through Syria and down the same infiltration routes tracing the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. A majority of the attacks targeted Baghdad's Shia community and were portrayed by ISI as reactions to the Maliki government's excesses against Sunni protesters in Fallujah, Hawija, and other parts of Anbar province. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Epilogue. The Office of Security Cooperation and the Return of the Iraq War, 2012 to 2014. Read by Adamkoebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 15, Part 2. Epilogue. The Office of Security Cooperation and the Return of the Iraq War, 2012 to 2014. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adamkoebel. Chapter 15, Part 2. Epilogue. The Office of Security Cooperation and the Return of the Iraq War, 2012 to 2014. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's split from Zawahiri and al-Qaeda. Amid its spring 2013 attacks on the Iraqi Shia and the Maliki government, ISI suddenly precipitated a rift within the wider Salafi jihad that had far-reaching consequences. On April 8, 2013, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi announced that ISI had merged with Jabhat al-Nusra and formed the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS, attempting to highlight the unity of jihadist forces and that fighting in Syria and Iraq effectively erased the post-World War I interstate border. Baghdadi's announcement was imprudent and premature. The next day, Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, the leader of Jabhat al-Nusra, rejected the claim, insisting that he had not been consulted prior to the media announcement. For a time, Zawahiri attempted to mediate between the two groups, publicly intervening and ordering each operational level commander to wage war only in their respective theaters, Iraq for Baghdadi and Syria for Jilani. In the aftermath of this series of announcements, which also included promises from Jilani that his group would remain loyal to al-Qaeda, Jabhat al-Nusra fractured, with a number of its followers leaving to join Baghdadi and ISIS. Less than a month later, open fighting broke out between the two groups. Much of the break between ISI and Jabhat al-Nusra had been long brewing and echoed some of the same disputes that had existed between Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, the leader of AQI, and his senior leadership in Pakistan, namely Ayman al-Zawahiri. Jabhat al-Nusra and al-Qaeda's senior leaders had become uncomfortable with the brutal tactics of ISI and the implementation of Sharia law in places where it lacked popular support first. The mass executions, particularly of Shia Muslims, beheadings, and horrific online videos designed to inspire fear and terror as a prelude to civil war, were seen by al-Qaeda and Jabhat al-Nusra as dangerous moves that could ultimately damage public support and turn the population against the group in a replay of the 2007 to 2008 Sawa. Instead of such tactics, Jabhat al-Nusra followed policies that aimed more or less to win, quote, hearts and minds, end quote, through economic assistance and social services while avoiding overt demonstrations of radicalism and extremism that would antagonize local communities. With neither group willing to compromise on what they believed was the most effective strategy, splintering and conflict were inevitable. To some degree, the rift between ISIS and al-Qaeda's senior leadership also represented an attempt by the Iraqi franchise of al-Qaeda to challenge the organization's leaders in Pakistan. In claiming to lead the jihad in both Iraq and Syria and to have authority over Jabhat al-Nusra, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi was actually asserting authority over the entire jihadist enterprise in the northern Arab world and mounting a direct challenge to Zawahiri's leadership. The relationship between Baghdadi and Zawahiri would deteriorate as the civil war in Iraq deepened and eventually fracture in February 2014 when Zawahiri formally disavowed any relationship with ISIS as an al-Qaeda affiliate. The Abu Ghraib prison break. The final 3 months, or Phase 4 of Breaking the Walls, from May to July 2013, were the temporal and operational culmination of the campaign for the newly renamed ISIS. The attacks were timed to magnify the effects of the Hawija massacre and Maliki's brutal reaction to the Sunni protests. ISIS car bombs surged with nearly half of the attacks of the entire campaign occurring in the 3-month period after the Hawija incident. Statistically, the change was breathtaking. During all of 2010 and 2011, there were between 5 and 10 car bombs per month, but for the last 3 months of Breaking the Walls, this number shot up to 80 to 90 attacks per month. These attacks would help make 2013 become Iraq's most deadly year since 2007, with a total of 7,818 civilian fatalities. The last phase of Breaking the Walls also saw the culmination of ISIS's attacks on Iraqi prisons. On July 21, 2013, exactly a year after Baghdadi had announced the campaign, ISIS breached Abu Ghraib, the most heavily defended prison within the Iraqi detention system, in a highly sophisticated attack that was synchronized with a simultaneous attempted prison break in Taji. While their suicide bombers hit key guard posts, ISIS struck the prison's security force with sustained mortar fire from multiple directions. Those attacks were followed closely by suicide car bombs that breached the prison gates to make way for a ground assault force that went cell to cell, freeing somewhere between 500 and 1,000 prisoners, including ISIS, quote, Minister of War, end quote, Abdul Rahman al-Bilawi, and several other ISIS leaders who were awaiting execution on death row. ISIS's operations expanded the group's ranks with hardened fighters freed from the Iraqi prisons and prompted a return of the Shia militias in the Baghdad region. By May 2013, checkpoints manned by Shia militiamen sprouted across Baghdad as they had done in 2006. Likewise, incidents of unidentified assailants wearing Iraqi police uniforms seizing Sunnis out of their beds in the middle of the night crept back into news reports, as well as the accompanying occurrence of the Midjool, or unidentified bodies, discovered dumped in empty lots or floating in the Tigris. The Iraqi government's reaction to the renewed car bombing campaign, a policy of mass arrests of military-age Sunni males, only served to worsen the situation and exacerbate tensions. ISIS exploited the militia and government reactions in its media messaging, connecting them with the government's abuses in Fallujah, Hawija, and other locations, and creating an impression that Sunnis faced genocide and extinction. As in the dark days of the Iraqi Civil War, many Iraqi Sunnis again had to choose between a government they considered a sectarian and authoritarian enemy or a brutal religious extremist group that at least offered them protection in exchange for submission. Typical of the Sunnis caught in this dilemma was one leader who told a former U.S. official in Baghdad, quote, "I was never sectarian before. I love my country. I'm a nationalist. But I've become sectarian now because there's nowhere else for a moderate or secularist to be. We're losers. I've become as sectarian as the people I used to hate." End quote. The Deterioration of the Iraqi Security Forces, 2012 to 2014. Page 588. As ISIS and other Sunni militant groups grew stronger during 2013, the Iraqi security forces were not up to the challenge. ISIS's July 2013 Abu Ghraib attack was a tactical tour de force that displayed exactly the kind of combined arms capability that USFI had struggled to build in the Iraqi army, while the terrorist bombing offenses of 2013 showed that the ISF was struggling to protect Iraq's vulnerable cities and population from attacks by the resurrected Sunni insurgency. By virtually any measure, the ISF in 2013 were less capable than they had been in 2010, and were growing weaker in both capability and confidence, mostly because the worrisome trends that Austin and Cohn observed in 2010 and 2011 had accelerated. As they had foreseen, the Iraqi Army's training program dissipated as U.S. troops left the country, so that many Iraq divisions stopped sending units to collective training, and commanders often diverted their training budgets to other purposes or to corrupt practices. As Austin had predicted, the Iraqi Army's maintenance practices continued to deteriorate without U.S. assistance. Iraqi officers who bought into the U.S.-inspired model of training and skills development watched with dismay as the Ministry of Defense and major units abandoned it. After USFI's departure, the politicization of officer appointments that had begun the previous year accelerated, with appointments typically issued through Prime Minister Maliki's Office of the Commander-in-Chief. Changes first occurred at the regional headquarters outside of the traditional chain of command, which had been effective at coordinated operations because they commanded all security forces in their area of responsibility: police, army, border security, infrastructure security, and others. During 2012, 4 of the 10 commanders in these headquarters were replaced and 1 new operational command created, with Maliki appointing the new commander himself. The new command inflamed Arab-Kurd tensions, as its area of responsibility included disputed areas in Kirkuk and parts of Salahuddin province. Disagreements over the move's implementation boiled over into open Kurd-Arab conflict in December 2012, when Peshmerga forces briefly exchanged fire with Iraqi federal police in Tuz Kermato. Similar sectarian consolidation occurred at the division level, with Maliki replacing 6 of 14 commanders in 2012, capping the replacements of 5 other commanders in 2011. Altogether, these changes left a massive ethnic imbalance, with 11 divisions led by Shia officers, including the 1st Division in Sunni-dominated Anbar and the 2nd Division in eastern Nineveh/Mosul. Only 2 Sunni commanders and 1 Kurdish commander remained, and one of the Sunni commanders was known as a long-term Maliki loyalist who had been implicated in sectarian violence against Sunnis. In making his appointments, Maliki had bypassed Iraq's constitution, refusing to submit his nominees for parliamentary approval as required. Many of the newly appointed officers had little military experience and few qualifications other than personal loyalty to the prime minister. Politicization also occurred in the junior officer ranks as candidates for entry into the Iraqi military academy tended to be connected to Iraq's political factions. These were bad omens for future performance of the Iraqi army as inexperienced officers replaced veteran commanders. Within the Iraqi military's general staff, decision-making authority increasingly resided in the senior generals most closely associated with Maliki: OCINC Director Farouk al-Araji, MOD Chief of Operations Aboud Kanbar, Counterterrorism Director Talib Kanani, and IGFC Commander Ali Gaiden. These four, all Shia, effectively ran the ministry and its ground forces, even though the ministry was nominally under the direction of Defense Minister Sadoun Dulaimi and Chief of Defense Staff General Babakir Zabari. In reality, neither Dulaimi nor Zabari had any real authority. Under the direction of the four Maliki loyalist generals, the Ministry of Defense made some consequential changes after 2011. Perhaps the most significant was the creation of a new command in spring 2012 to oversee operations in the Jazira Badia region, the vast desert area of western Iraq that spanned the country's long border with Syria. Concerned that ISI and other Sunni militant groups were once again establishing a cross-border sanctuary from which to attack Iraqi and Syrian cities, Maliki's OCINC directed the Ministry of Defense to establish the new command not by raising new combat units, but by reassigning each Iraqi division's existing commando battalion, generally the most experienced and best-trained soldiers, to the control of the new headquarters. It was a disastrous move whose negative effects soon rippled across the Iraqi army. By mid-2012, many of the Iraqi divisions had already lost the heightened manpower levels that Petraeus, Dubik, and Odierno had convinced the Iraqi government to give them during the surge period. As a result, most of the Iraqi divisions and brigades of 2012 operated at an effective strength of about 70%, a steep drop from the 120% or more staffing levels of the surge period. When the order came to give up their commando battalions to the Jazira Badia Command, many of the remaining divisions suddenly found themselves with an effective strength of less than 60% of what they were authorized. The problem was made worse by the fact that the prevalence of, quote, ghost soldiers, end quote, in the Iraqi army's ranks, soldiers who received a salary from corrupt commanders but who were not actually present in the force, had increased sharply in 2012. One former Iraqi division commander estimated that some Iraqi divisions might have 60 to 70% of their authorized troops on the rolls, but that once ghost soldiers were factored out, their effective strength would be little more than 40%. These trends were clear to many of the U.S. military officials assigned to the U.S. Embassy, such as U.S. Defense Attaché Colonel Charles Tony Pfaff, an experienced U.S. Army Foreign Affairs officer who had served in assignments throughout the Middle East. In an after-action report written in early 2014, Pfaff documented the impressions he had formed after arriving in Baghdad in fall 2012. The Iraqi security forces had, quote, good leaders, brave soldiers and police, as well as effective weapons and equipment, end quote, he noted, but institutional issues such as, quote, overlapping chains of command, poor administration, continued sectarian influences, and limited logistic command and control and intelligence capabilities, end quote, resulted in, quote, poor performance in the field, end quote. On paper, the Iraqi security forces had expanded significantly from 2010 to 2013. The Ministry of Defense's forces had ostensibly grown from 245,000 in 2010 to 271,400 in 2013, and the Ground Forces Command by 2013 supposedly fielded more than 193,000 troops in 14 divisions and independent brigades. Across Iraq, these forces were augmented by the Interior Ministry's 531,000 police, up from 413,613 in 2010. In addition to its local police, facilities guards, border guards, and oil police, the Interior Ministry had more than 30 SWAT teams, as well as 44,000 federal police deployed in 4 divisions. Despite their notional strength, the forces that numbered more than 800,000 soldiers and police suffered a string of battlefield defeats from 2013 onward. Pfaff concluded these factors were the culmination of, quote, corrupt legacy practices that diverted resources away from the fight and created poor conditions for soldiers and police as funds for food, housing, fuel, and maintenance were siphoned off." End quote. Commanders who often purchased their positions of authority, sometimes reportedly paying as much as $500,000 for division or brigade commands, recouped their investment by diverting equipment and supplies or by striking bargains with, quote, "ghost soldiers," end quote, to remain home in exchange for splitting their salaries with their commanders. The soldiers who remained at their posts had to shoulder heavier burdens of combat under austere conditions, and from late 2012 onward, Iraqi units fighting against ISIS tended to experience mass desertions in combat. As the Iraqi security forces were hollowed out in this manner, ISF units entered into what Pfaff described as, quote, "a vicious circle where risk aversion stemming from poor conditions drove indiscriminate practices that alienated the population and empowered its adversaries." This, in turn, encouraged greater risk aversion, as not only was there little incentive to take risks on behalf of leaders responsible for these conditions, but also little reason to take risks on behalf of a population that resented them. End quote. Pfaff listed a few significant turning points in 2013 when the relationship between the Iraqi security forces and the country's Sunni community broke down. The April 2013 incident in Hawija, when General Ali Gaidan's troops had fired on a Sunni protest camp and had killed more than 40 people, had inflamed tensions and made, quote, "protesters elsewhere afraid that the ISF would conduct similar attacks against them," end quote. The situation worsened after the Hawija killings when ISF troops, quote, "reportedly under orders from Maliki, attempted to arrest Dulaimi tribal sheikh Ali Hatem al-Sulaiman, killing 3 bodyguards and again setting the ISF against the Sunnis in Anbar," end quote, Pfaff recounted. Finally, in late September 2013, hundreds of ISIS fighters entered the western Anbar towns of Rawa and Ana to attack government facilities and blow up bridges over the Euphrates River to prevent the Jazeera Badia Command from sending reinforcements to the area. The attack against the 2 towns had foreshadowed the fall of Fallujah to ISIS 3 months later, Pfaff believed. OSCI Director Lieutenant General Robert Caslin reached many of the same conclusions as Pfaff. Under Prime Minister Maliki's leadership, the upper ranks of the Iraqi military became riven by sectarianism, Caslin observed. Quote, "The Iraqis preserved ethnic and sectarian diversity in the military's upper ranks as instructed by the Americans," end quote, Caslin said in 2013. Quote, "But the nation's divisions permeated even that arrangement. Officers routinely bypassed the chain of command to deal with soldiers from similar backgrounds," end quote, reflecting the deep distrust among military leaders of different sects. Caslin believed much of Maliki's behavior, which appeared sectarian and authoritarian to outside observers, was the result of the prime minister's insecurity in his position. Shortly after assuming his position as OSCI director at the end of 2011, the American general had been surprised to realize that Maliki had considered it part of USFI's role inside Iraq to secure the Maliki government against major attacks or coup attempts. Meeting with Caslin to discuss OSCI's role, Maliki had made it clear that he assumed Caslin and OSCI would somehow continue to provide that kind of security after USFI's departure and the expiration of the US-Iraq Security Agreement. Caslin believed that when Maliki realized that OSCI had no means to keep him in power and the U.S. government no inclination to do so, the Iraqi leader decided to govern differently, greatly expanding his use of the ISF against political rivals to secure his own position. Like Pfaff, Caslin saw the Iraqi military deteriorate as it became more politicized. When tensions between the Maliki government and Masoud Barzani's KRG flared in early 2013, Caslin believed that in the event of a clash between the Iraqi army and the Kurdish Peshmerga along the Green Line, the army would find itself at a serious disadvantage. Maliki had attempted to intimidate Barzani and the Kurdish forces by deploying Iraqi units to the Kirkuk region in 2012. However, the Prime Minister's troops could not match the Peshmerga's capabilities and coordination, Caslin believed, meaning that Baghdad would be unlikely to win in a military confrontation with the Erbil government. As if to illustrate Caslin's point, In May 2013, the Kurdish commander of an Iraqi brigade in the 4th Division refused orders to leave a disputed territory on the Green Line and instead defected to the Peshmerga along with all of his Kurdish soldiers and their equipment. As fighting between the ISF and ISIS intensified in 2013, Pfaff noted some serious tactical and operational shortcomings within the Iraqi units. They had a good communications infrastructure, but during the country's frequent power outages, it was useless, and Iraqi commanders were often forced to rely upon unsecure cell phones or landlines to communicate. Meanwhile, in combat, the ISF, quote, often rely on large formations when engaging terrorist targets and facilities, which are easily spotted by ISIL. As a result, ISIL fighters often have sufficient time to depart the target area before the ISF troops arrive. End quote. Iraqi logisticians were good at stockpiling supplies and ammunition on bases, Pfaff observed, but extremely poor at supplying units on the move, meaning that, quote, when they do move, ISF often find themselves outgunned with limited ammunition when confronted by ISIL fighters. End quote. Overall, Pfaff noted, the ISF was a force that often lacked adequate situational awareness in combat and had commanders who were afraid to take decisive action in a deteriorating security situation. Within months, the factors that Pfaff observed would spell disaster for the Iraqi security forces and the Iraqi government they were meant to defend. The Ascendancy of ISIS, page 592. The Fall of Fallujah. The weakness of the Iraqi security forces and the gathering strength of the Sunni militant groups that opposed them was on full display in Anbar in the last days of 2013 and first days of 2014. For the 3rd December in a row, Prime Minister Maliki ordered government security forces to arrest one of Iraq's top Sunni leaders, this time targeting Ahmed Alwani, a member of parliament who was also a leader of the Albu Alwan tribe in eastern Anbar. On December 28th, Iraqi troops raided Alwani's home near Ramadi, arresting the parliamentarian and killing his brother in the melee. The raid was the culmination of months of tensions between the Maliki government and Anbaris. By late 2013, Maliki and his security advisors concluded that Western Anbar had become a safe haven for ISIS from which the group was staging its attacks against the government and against Baghdad's population. They were particularly concerned with Wadi Haran, a remote but strategic area connecting Iraq to Jordan and Saudi Arabia that had long been studied by Iraqi staff colleges because of its frequent use by smugglers and insurgents. The staff college students were correct, and during 2012 and 2013, ISIS fighters established bases in Wadi Haran and used them to train recruits and mount attacks against Iraqi population centers. On December 21st, ISIS fighters emerged from Wadi Haran to attack the 7th Iraqi Division in Rutba, killing 17 senior officers, including the division commander, and wounding scores more. The boldness of the attack shocked the Iraqi army defenders throughout the province and buckled their morale. By then, the protest camps in Fallujah and Ramadi had become the epicenter of Sunni opposition to Maliki, and the prime minister believed ISIS and other terrorist groups were using the protesters as cover while they set up, quote, headquarters, end quote, in both cities. Maliki said as much in a national speech on December 25th, in which he announced his intention to raise the protest sites, and 3 days later, the same day as the Alwani raid, Iraqi security forces began dismantling the camps. The raid and the razing of the camps prompted 40 Sunni members of parliament to resign in protest, while a prominent Sunni cleric called for Sunni ISF members to defect and defend the protest camps against the government. On January 2nd, just 2 days after the camps were leveled, Sunni rebels attacked. In Ramadi, the rebels made only modest headway, but in Fallujah, the government forces quickly collapsed. On January 3rd, ISIS fighters seized Fallujah's main mosque and declared the city an Islamic emirate. By January 4th, most of Fallujah was in rebel hands, with various armed Sunni groups, some tribal, some associated with the Ba'ath Party, some ISIS, holding different parts of the city, while the ISF retreated to areas outside it. Within days of the initial rebel attack, the insurgent cleric Abdullah Janabi, who had led Fallujah's rebels in 2004, had returned to the city and called for a general insurrection. The Maliki government had a larger problem than just ISIS. The rebels were a broad front that included ISIS, other long-standing insurgent groups, and some parts of the Sunni awakening. One example was the rebel militia created by Abdulaimi Sheikh Ali Hatem Sulaiman, who formerly had been one of the leaders of the Ramadi Awakening Council and had allied with Maliki in the 2009 and 2010 Iraqi elections. Nevertheless, as its predecessor organization AQI had done in Fallujah in 2004, ISIS quickly seized leadership of the rebellion through its superior organization and resources, even though most rebels considered themselves to be fighting to topple Maliki rather than establish a caliphate. By mid-January, the Sunni rebels and the government forces had settled into a violent standoff throughout eastern Anbar, with each side launching near-daily local attacks and casualties mounting on both sides. With a major city 30 miles from Baghdad in insurgent hands, Iraq held parliamentary elections on April 30th. The question of whether Nouri al-Maliki would return for another term as prime minister dominated the voting, despite the broad opposition to his premiership from the political parties outside his state of law coalition. Unlike 2010, Iraq's Sunni and secular parties did not join in an electoral bloc as they had done under Ayad Alawi's Iraqiyya. As a result, Maliki's state of law finished far ahead in the voting, taking 92 seats, while the nearest second-place finisher, Muqtada Sadr, finished with just 34. Maliki himself garnered more than 720,000 popular votes, almost 500,000 more than the next most popular candidate, Ayad Alawi. The prime minister had paused the military operations around Fallujah while the voting took place, but on May 9th, he directed a force led by the Iraqi Special Operations Forces to resume an offensive against the city. Though it stalled after a few days, the election result and Maliki's control of the security forces made him seem poised in late May to dominate the process of forming a government yet again. The Fall of Mosul. Neither Maliki nor any other Iraqi leader knew it, but the country was about to be plunged into a deep crisis that would threaten the Iraqi state's very existence. As Maliki and the other political parties prepared to negotiate a new government in early June 2014, Iraq's second-largest city, of Mosul, fell into enemy hands. Though control of Mosul had always been tenuous, the Iraqi government's grip on the city and its 2 million-strong population had weakened after the U.S. withdrawal, largely due to the worsening relationship between the population and government security forces. In 2013, Maliki had appointed Lieutenant General Mehdi Gharawi of the Federal Police to command Mosul's security forces, despite Gharawi's notorious history as a national police commander in West Baghdad. In 2006, Gharawi's troops had terrorized the Sunni population of West Baghdad, and Gharawi himself had narrowly escaped prosecution on charges of murder and torture. He had been relegated to unimportant positions for a few years, but had been dispatched to Nineveh by the prime minister as the security situation deteriorated there after USFI's withdrawal. Gharawi's checkered history made him a poor choice to take over a force that already suffered from poor training, low staffing, and tense relations with Moslawis. The weakness of Gharawi's troops led them to rely on checkpoints to screen for insurgent fighters, but the checkpoints also served to harass the local Sunni population. Ambassador James Jeffrey later noted that the security forces in Mosul, quote, had lost the support of the people because they had a sectarian policy, and I saw it with my own eyes. End quote. The war against ISIS and other insurgents in Anbar also made Mosul vulnerable. By June 2014, the local brigades of the Iraqi army had been stripped of significant manpower, equipment, and heavy weapons to support operations in Anbar. The resulting shortfalls within the 2nd and 3rd Iraqi army divisions in Nineveh were compounded by the rampant problem of ghost soldiers in their ranks, with thousands of soldiers splitting their salaries with their commanders in order to be excused from reporting for duty. The 6th Brigade of the 3rd Iraqi Division, for example, had only about 500 troops on hand in early June, significantly fewer than the 2,500 being reported to higher headquarters. Similar manning issues afflicted the rest of Nineveh's security forces. Local authorities later estimated that of the 25,000 soldiers and police who were supposed to be securing Mosul in June 2014, fewer than 10,000 were actually present. The thinness of the ISF ranks in Mosul was exposed in spectacular fashion in early June 2014. Before dawn on June 6th, a force of perhaps 300 ISIS fighters assaulted the northwest portion of the city. In Musherfa, a key entry point into Mosul, only about 40 Iraqi soldiers were on duty to oppose the ISIS attack. In nearby Tammuz 17 district, an ISIS column of 15 pickup trucks and 2 captured HMMWVs easily routed an Iraqi police battalion owing to the ISIS fighters' superior firepower. Quote, "In my entire battalion we had 1 machine gun," end quote, recalled Colonel Diab Ahmed al-Asi al-Obeidi, the police battalion commander, while, quote, "in each pickup, ISIS had one," end quote. Over the next several days, ISIS flooded the city with hundreds of trucks carrying heavy weapons and fighters. By June 9th, approximately 2,000 ISIS fighters had entered the city and assaulted the main force of ISF defenders at the Mosul Hotel. Attacking the hotel with a military water tanker loaded with explosives, the ISIS men set off an explosion large enough to be felt throughout the city, shaking the confidence of the remaining government troops west of the Tigris. An ISF exodus from Mosul followed. ISF morale crumbled when the 2 senior Iraqi army officers on the scene, General Aboud Kanbar and General Ali Gaiden, took their security details and left West Mosul on the evening of June 9th. As word spread that the senior commanders had fled the battlefield, most of the remaining soldiers and police followed suit, abandoning thousands of vehicles and heavy weapons and leaving the city's main military bases and airport undefended, shortly to fall into ISIS's possession. As the ISF fled, ISIS fighters also captured Mosul's branch of the Iraqi Central Bank and seized what may have been more than $400 million in currency, instantly making them the wealthiest terrorist group in the world. The people of Mosul were dumbstruck by the sudden disappearance of the government's troops, seemingly without a fight. As one businessman who witnessed the battle put it, quote, "The city fell like a plane without an engine. ISIS were firing their weapons into the air, but no one was shooting at them." End quote. The Camp Speicher Massacre. The collapse of the ISF in Mosul opened the road down the Tigris River Valley. Taking advantage of the ISF retreat, ISIS pressed its offensive south toward Beji, Tikrit, and Samarra. By midday on June 11th, ISIS fighters in 30 unarmored trucks rolled into Tikrit, taking control of the city center without firing a shot. The Tikriti police force had already melted away the previous day as word of the disaster in Mosul spread. When ISIS seized downtown Tikrit on June 11th, the thousands of Iraqi Army and Air Force troops based outside the city at Camp Speicher were thrown into confusion as they assumed that the ISIS juggernaut would soon swamp the base. Many troops at Camp Speicher were unarmed trainees at the base's Air Force school, and among these trainees panic spread, especially after some found the base's armory empty. Many trainees, spurred by phone calls from their families in Baghdad and the south, took the ill-advised decision to flee the base. On June 12th, thousands of them shed their uniforms and forced their way through the main gate of Camp Speicher unarmed and in civilian clothes. The exact details of the flight from the base are unclear owing to conflicting accounts and the subsequent killing of most of those who fled. Lieutenant General Ali Freji, who in 2006 to 2008 had partnered with U.S. troops to pacify the Triangle of Death south of Baghdad, was now the commander of Camp Speicher, and though he raced to the gate with his security detail to stop the flood of deserters, more than 3,000 troops poured out of the camp. Many of the deserters walked down the highway in an orderly file toward waiting trucks that local Tikritis had apparently promised would escort them south to safety. Instead, those who boarded the trucks found themselves captured by ISIS fighters. After sorting the captives by sect, the ISIS men executed about 1,700 Shia troops, dumping their bodies into mass graves or the Tigris River Valley and posting photos on the internet. The mass murder shocked the country and threw the Shia population of Baghdad and the south into a panic. Blame for the incident was unclear. Many of the surviving soldiers claimed they had received orders from officers to abandon Camp Speicher. Some said their instructions had come from Ali Fregi himself, and initial accounts of the massacre repeated that rumor, but military and parliamentary investigations later in 2014 cleared the general and assessed that he had done his best to stop the disaster. It was a dark moment for Fregi, who had worked effectively with U.S. troops during the surge and who former Minister of Defense Abdel Khader rated as the top officer in the Iraqi army. The popular mobilization. By the end of June, as the holy month of Ramadan approached, ISIS was in control of 3 major Iraqi cities, Mosul, Fallujah, and Tikrit, and a large swath of the upper Tigris River Valley. ISIS fighters were pressing against Sinjar, Tel Afar, Kirkuk, and the Shia shrine city of Samarra, with the ISF and the Kurdish Peshmerga seemingly powerless to stop them. Having won an equally stunning military victory against the ISF, ISIS followed up with a stunning political and religious coup. On June 29th, the group declared that it had reinstituted the worldwide caliphate and that its leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, would henceforth rule as Caliph Ibrahim. On July 4th, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi appeared publicly for the first time to give a sermon in the Nur al-Din Mosque in Mosul on the first Friday of Ramadan. He preached to a congregation of thousands of terrified Moslawis who had been searched by armed ISIS fighters at the entrances, directed where to sit, and told only that the day's sermon would be delivered by, quote, the commander of the faithful, end quote. In a 21-minute sermon, Baghdadi echoed the words of Islam's first caliph, his namesake Abu Bakr, demanding Muslims' obedience, asking for support for his caliphate, and emphasizing the theme of jihad. ISIS media specialists produced a professional-grade video of Baghdadi's sermon and quickly broadcast it on the internet. Baghdadi's sermon was a masterstroke, demonstrating that he and his organization were more strongly positioned than the al-Qaeda leaders in hiding in Pakistan. By appearing in the open in a major city in the Arab heartland, Baghdadi had accomplished something Osama bin Laden and Ayman al-Zawahiri had never managed, a fact that vaulted him to a position of authority in the global jihadist movement. The Mosul appearance was useful as recruiting propaganda among jihadists across the globe, proving that ISIS's caliphate was a reality. Baghdadi's declaration of re-establishing the caliphate, an issue that Abu Musab al-Zarqawi and Ayman al-Zawahiri had hotly debated, had considerable religious significance. According to some religious figures, the re-establishment of the caliphate obligated Muslims to come to its defense, although such an interpretation was not uniform, and many prominent scholars asserted Baghdadi had insufficient prominence to make such a declaration. ISIS spokesmen declared that the group intended to attack Samarra, Baghdad, and Karbala. Baghdadi's sermon and takeover of much of northern Iraq convinced the population of the capital that the threat was real. The fall of Mosul and Tikrit shattered Iraqi confidence in their army and led many to conclude that ISIS was capable of defeating the roughly 60,000 Iraqi soldiers and police who defended the capital. On June 12th, Grand Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani issued a fatwa calling for volunteers to defend Baghdad, secure the country's Shia shrines, and support Iraq's Sunnis and other minorities against ISIS attack. Though Sistani may have intended his fatwa as a call to reinforce the Iraqi security forces, it spurred a vast expansion of the country's Shia militias. Within days, Moqtada Sadr, AAH, the Badr Corps, and Kataib Hezbollah had all formed new groups to accept tens of thousands of volunteers who were coming forward to respond to Sistani's call. On June 15th, the Iraqi parliament codified Sistani's fatwa by declaring the volunteers official auxiliaries of the Iraqi military known as the Population Mobilization Forces, or PMF. Overall command of the PMF fell to Iraqi National Security Advisor Faleh Fayyad, with the Iranian-sponsored former Badr Corps operative Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes as the PMF's deputy commander. Virtually every Shia political faction and leader formed their own popular mobilization units under the auspices of the PMF, while Prime Minister Maliki pledged a large government budget for their equipment and salaries, a move that incensed Sunnis as it laid bare the government's motives for abandoning the Sons of Iraq. Within weeks, more than 90,000 volunteers had swelled the PMF ranks and drifted toward the front lines, where the remnants of the Iraqi security forces had established positions to slow ISIS's advance. Iraq's Shia parties and most Baghdadis considered the PMF necessary to prevent Baghdad from falling, even though by mid-July, ISIS, with its lines of communications overextended, showed little intention of trying to attack the city. Instead of continuing toward Baghdad in large numbers, ISIS had turned toward smaller objectives, such as the dams near Haditha and Mosul, isolated ISF garrisons in Salahuddin and Kirkuk provinces, and areas north of Baqaba in the Diyala River Valley. Nevertheless, the Iranian regime's Quds Force and its commander Qasem Soleimani launched a high-profile advisory effort, rushing IRGC Quds Force advisors to the PMF in areas contested by ISIS, such as the Diyala Valley. It was an excellent opportunity for Iranian strategists. For decades, Soleimani and other IRGC commanders who had lived through the Iran-Iraq War as their formative experience had considered the Iraqi army a potential threat to the Iranian regime. With the collapse of several Iraqi army divisions and the appearance of the PMF, Soleimani and his peers had an unexpected chance to promote a parallel security structure to compete with the Iraqi army for legitimacy, under the overwhelming influence of the Quds Force and its militia proxies. The fall of Mosul ended Maliki's chance for a third term as prime minister. He had staked his reputation on his ability to provide security, but the swift collapse of the security structure he had overseen and failure of the senior military leaders he had appointed created a political backlash he could not survive. Even as Maliki attempted to regain political legitimacy by pledging government funding for the PMF, the other political parties began to organize against him in a way they had not done in 2010. On July 9th, Grand Ayatollah Sistani tipped the balance against Maliki by writing privately to Dawa party leaders that Iraqi leaders needed, quote, to speed up the selection of a new prime minister who has wide national acceptance, end quote, and a, quote, new vision, end quote, in order to address the country's, quote, critical circumstances, end quote. With top cover from Sistani, the Dawa leaders and other parties moved to form a new government without Maliki. On July 15th, the parliament elected Diyala native Salim Jabouri, a Sunni, as speaker, following on July 24th by electing senior PUK official Fuad Masum as Iraq's new president in place of Jalal Talabani. On August 11th, Masum nominated Dawa Party parliamentarian Haider Abadi, a British-educated engineer, as Iraq's new prime minister. The start of Operation Inherent Resolve. Page 599. The United States restricted its military support to the Iraqis while Maliki still served as prime minister. A small task force from U.S. Army Central, or ARCENT, under the command of Major General Dana Pittard, had arrived in Baghdad on June 15th to assess the military situation and begin coordination with the Iraqi army, but U.S. leaders had refrained from providing more direct support in the weeks after the fall of Mosul. U.S. officials believed Maliki needed to step aside in order for the campaign to halt ISIS to succeed, and they conditioned security assistance on his replacement by a new Iraqi premier. This policy stance created resentment among many Iraqis, especially Shia, who concluded that the United States had been willing to let ISIS threaten Baghdad in order to gain leverage to remove Maliki. The Iranian regime and its Iraqi allies highlighted the difference between the U.S. and Iranian responses to the crisis, and even some longtime U.S. partners voiced their frustration. Mowafaq Rubai summed up this attitude when he told journalists, quote, "Who arrived here to save us 3 days after Mosul fell? Not the Americans. They only sent abysmal airstrikes 3 months later when their citizens were beheaded. The speed of the Iranian response to Baghdad and Erbil was the next day." End quote. With Abadi in place, U.S. military involvement steadily increased, and, in fact, direct U.S. activity against ISIS had already begun the week before Abadi's appointment. From August 1st to 4th, ISIS attacked outposts in Sinjar and near the Mosul Dam, sending the Peshmerga reeling and forcing tens of thousands of Kurds, Yazidis, Christians, and other minorities to flee. At Jebel Sinjar, ISIS fighters massacred hundreds of Yazidis and pursued Yazidi civilians who fled onto the bare mountain and became stranded there. At Mosul Dam, ISIS members came close enough to the dilapidated structure to worry Iraqi and U.S. officials that they could seize the dam's controls and flood the Tigris River Valley from Mosul to Samarra. On August 6th, ISIS attacked east from the Tigris River Valley and overran the Christian towns of eastern Nineveh, killing non-Sunni men and enslaving women and children. Within hours, the ISIS fighters were less than 20 miles from Erbil, with Peshmerga defenses appearing to collapse and open the road to the Kurdish capital. In response to the threat, on August 8th, U.S. aircraft began bombing ISIS positions west of Erbil, while U.S. Special Operations Forces provided advisors to Peshmerga units. The airstrikes reversed the ISIS momentum immediately, halting the terrorist group's advance and enabling Peshmerga units to stabilize a defensive line. On the same day, CENTCOM named ARCENT Commander Lieutenant General James Terry as commander of the counter-ISIS campaign, and Terry began to organize a task force headquarters at ARCENT's main base in Kuwait. Terry and a small staff, limited in size by a troop cap set by U.S. officials in Washington, joined Pittard's organization in Baghdad and set up a combined joint operations center with Iraqi Army counterparts at Forward Operating Base, or FOB, Union 3. Across the street from the U.S. Embassy in the Green Zone. Terry's task force also organized a small operations center in Erbil from which to coordinate with Peshmerga counterparts. By August 18th, under the cover of U.S. airstrikes, Peshmerga troops had halted ISIS's advance along the Green Line and had begun to push the group's fighters slowly back toward the Tigris River. Significant changes in the military organization on both the Iraqi and American sides soon followed. On September 23rd, Prime Minister Abadi dissolved the office of the Commander-in-Chief, the organization Maliki and General Farouk al-Araji had used to exert control over the Ministry of Defense, and ordered the immediate retirement of General Aboud Kanbar and General Ali Gaiden, the two senior officers whose flight from Mosul had demoralized the city's defenders. The following day, SecDef Carter ordered the Army's 1st Infantry Division headquarters to deploy 500 soldiers to Baghdad, Erbil, and Kuwait to take over for Pittard's task force as a new Combined Joint Forces Land Component Command Iraq. The division would do so as part of the newly named Operation Inherent Resolve, the name given to the campaign against ISIS in both Syria and Iraq under Terry's command. Though the number of troops deployed inside Iraq as part of Operation Inherent Resolve remained limited by the U.S. government's self-imposed cap, the operation included a large NATO contingent to train Iraqi units. By the end of October, Major General Paul Funk and his 1st Infantry Division headquarters reached Baghdad and Erbil to begin their mission as Combined Joint Forces Land Component Command Iraq, meant to repair the broken Iraqi army and coordinate close air support for the Iraqi and Peshmerga troops in contact with ISIS. Just shy of 3 years after the last U.S. units had left Baghdad, the U.S. Army had returned. End of Chapter 15, Part 2. Epilogue. The Office of Security Cooperation and the Return of the Iraq War, 2012 to 2014. Read by Adam Koebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 16. Conclusion. From Surge to Withdrawal. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2. By U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Koebel. Chapter 16. Conclusion. From Surge to Withdrawal. Chapter 16. Conclusion. From Surge to Withdrawal. Page 609. The post-surge period was marked by dramatic changes in the character of the Iraq conflict and in the U.S. approach to it. By the end of 2008, the security situation had improved to a degree that had seemed unthinkable in early 2007, when U.S. casualties and incidents of violence had risen to their highest levels of the war. Where insurgent attacks inside Iraq had once averaged over 140 per day, by the end of 2008 the coalition routinely experienced days with no attacks at all throughout the entire country. The provincial elections of January 2009, in which Iraqi voters in almost every Arab province elected parties running on a nationalist law and order platform, boded well for political stability as well. General Raymond Odierno and Multinational Forces Iraq, or MNFI, recognized the profound change in the character of the conflict, and as a result, MNFI and its units began to shift their focus from counterinsurgency to stability operations, the activities necessary to sustain the military victory won during the surge. At the same time, however, interest in the United States was waning. By early 2009, the, quote, Washington clock, end quote, that General Peter Petraeus had spoken about in 2007 and 2008 had run out. After the financial crisis of 2008, U.S. government officials and American foreign policy experts began to argue that counterinsurgency was too costly during a time of shrinking resources. As a result, the Iraq strategy and plans put in place in early 2009 reflected limits on U.S. military activity, rather than the idea that the surge had created opportunities that could be exploited. After its signing, the 2008 U.S.-Iraq Security Agreement and its provision that U.S. troops would withdraw fully from Iraq by the end of 2011 loomed over every aspect of the U.S. military campaign. The agreement forced MNFI to adjust its operations and plans in significant ways, such as the stipulation that U.S. troops would withdraw from Iraqi cities in June 2009, as well as new requirements for almost all U.S. units to coordinate their operations through their Iraqi military and police counterparts. The movement of U.S. troops out of the cities created vulnerabilities that al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI, exploited in the massive autumn bombings of August to December 2009, which discredited the Maliki government to such an extent that it nearly collapsed. As the date for withdrawal from the cities approached, civil-military cooperation suffered, and the relationship between MNFI and the U.S. Embassy devolved into a level of dysfunctionality equal to that between Combined Joint Task Force 7, or CJTF-7, and the Coalition Provisional Authority. Still, MNFI and its civilian counterparts were able to cooperate closely enough to implement Odierno's vision of a, quote, combined security mechanism, end quote, a de facto peacekeeping mission along the Green Line under which U.S., Iraqi, and Kurdish security forces operated and coordinated together to prevent the very real threat of an Arab-Kurdish war in the north. While the combined security mechanism was helping to stabilize northern Iraq, several factors were undermining Iraq's stability elsewhere. In 2010, the Sons of Iraq movement that had helped turn the tables in 2007 and 2008 began to wilt under pressure from AQI on one hand and the Maliki government on the other. The Iranian regime's Quds Force intensified its campaign to try to force the United States out of Iraq using militant proxies such as Kataib Hezbollah and other Shia militias, while the Syrian regime of Bashar al-Assad continued its involvement with AQI and other Sunni insurgents despite U.S. outreach to the Assad regime. Nevertheless, the Syrian regime could not save AQI from the most successful series of security operations of the entire war, which came in early 2010 and nearly destroyed the terrorist organization. The Iraqi political deadlock that ensued after the country's parliamentary elections of March 2010 undermined these successes by once again polarizing Iraqi politics along sectarian lines and setting Prime Minister Maliki against the Sunni political bloc associated with the awakening. When the Arab Spring movement swept across the Middle East in 2011, the unpopular Maliki government found itself the target of popular disaffection because of the government's failure to improve governance and public services. Against this backdrop, U.S. commanders raced against the clock in 2010 and 2011 to prepare the Iraqi Security Forces, or ISF, to defend the country by themselves after the departure of U.S. troops, and the U.S. Army's specially designed Advise and Assist brigades began to rotate to Iraq for that purpose. After United States Forces Iraq's, or USFI's, August 2010 change of mission from combat operations to advise and assist operations, however, USFI leaders had fewer and fewer means with which to counter the Shia militants and other adversaries. By late 2010, USFI leaders had to work hard to prevent retrograde operations from becoming the U.S. command's main effort. At the same time, commanders had to develop new tactics, techniques, and procedures for the advise and assist brigades that operated, quote, by, with, and through, end quote, Iraqi forces. USFI Commander General Lloyd Austin and his headquarters also had to conduct continual planning to push the, quote, waterfall, end quote, of the ultimate U.S. troop withdrawal as far to the right as possible, thereby leaving the greatest number of forces in place and preserving options to the last possible moment in 2011 as the United States formulated its policy on troop strength in Iraq. As U.S. troops prepared to depart the country, clear signs emerged that USFI's main enemies were re-emerging. Under new leadership and reinvigorated by the onset of the Syrian civil war, AQI rebounded during 2011 and began forming itself into what would eventually become the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, or ISIS. Shia militant groups, meanwhile, stepped up their attacks against U.S. troops in mid-2011 in an attempt to position themselves to gain credit for driving USFI out of Iraq, as Lebanese Hezbollah had done before the Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon in 2000. The Iranian-backed militias also conducted these attacks partly to better position themselves for political power in the post-U.S. period. Even before 2011, USFI leaders were seeing early signs of the deep problems within the ISF that would later cause that force to unravel in the face of ISIS in 2014. Austin noted in particular the difficulty within the ISF of maintaining complex weapons systems and performing logistics functions. At the same time, signs of Prime Minister Maliki's politicization of ISF leadership and establishment of regime protection forces, such as the Iraqi Special Operations Forces, were unmistakable, pointing to the difficulty of completing a security assistance mission within a, quote, sovereignty trap, end quote, in which a host nation government's aims diverge increasingly from our own, but that host nation remains the means by which we intend to secure our interests. Falling oil prices also led the Iraqi government to cut the ISF's budget, making it impossible for USFI and the ISF to remain on track with ISF development plans, such as the generation of the new Iraqi Air Force. The Iraqi government also cut payments to the Sons of Iraq, partly due to its budget deficits and partly for sectarian reasons aimed at preventing a Sunni resurgence. Most importantly for the completion of the USFI mission, however, the effort to leave a residual force in place after 2011 failed. U.S. military plans did not anticipate the fall 2011 decision to withdraw all troops. These plans were based on mistaken assumptions that the State Department would have the capacity and the will to sustain USFI's many military missions upon assuming control of the security assistance mission. The shift in security assistance and ISF development from military units to contractors failed after 2010, and at the same time, quote, soft power, end quote, did not fill the vacuum as U.S. military planners had assumed and officials in Washington had asserted. As a result, at the end of 2011, the Office of Security Cooperation Iraq, the organization created to assume the security assistance mission after USFI's closure, was left in a situation similar to that of CJTF-7 in 2003, under-resourced and lacking the authorities and tools necessary to preserve U.S. interests. This mismatch of ends and means was more serious than U.S. government leaders understood in 2011 and 2012, partly because of the U.S. misinterpretation of low reported levels of violence and the difficulty of maintaining situational awareness as U.S. forces drew down. The unfortunate aftermath of the U.S. military withdrawal is now well known. In 2013, after a series of political moves by Maliki that alienated much of Iraq's Sunni community, the country began to return to a state of civil war. By the first week of 2014, Fallujah was back in insurgent hands, soon to become an ISIS stronghold. 5 months later, in June 2014, Mosul fell to ISIS, and the 4 Iraqi army divisions in Nineveh and Salahuddin provinces evaporated. In the ensuing chaos, ISIS fighters advanced all the way to the outskirts of Baghdad and to the hinterland of Erbil, prompting a massive expansion by Iraq's Shia militia organizations to defend the country's capital. By the end of summer 2014, U.S. forces had begun to return to Iraq to stiffen the ISF and to conduct a new campaign against ISIS, but without the benefit of the military infrastructure the United States had shut down in 2011. The war that had begun in 2003 was far from over. End of Chapter 16. Conclusion. From Surge to Withdrawal. Read by adamkoebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Part 3. Final Conclusions. Chapter 17, Part 1. Conclusion. Lessons of the Iraq War. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by adamkoebel. Chapter 17, Part 1. Conclusion. Lessons of the Iraq War. Part 3. Final Conclusions. Page 613. Chapter 17. Conclusion. Lessons of the Iraq War. Page 615. In a way, it would be reassuring to believe that the mistakes the United States made in the Iraq War were the result of unintelligent leaders making poor decisions. If that were so, then the United States could be assured of avoiding similar mistakes in the future simply by selecting better, more intelligent leaders. However, this is not the case. The overwhelming majority of decisions in the Iraq War were made by highly intelligent, highly experienced leaders whose choices, often in consensus, seemed reasonable at the time they were made, but nonetheless added up over time to a failure to achieve our strategic objectives. Examining the reasoning behind these decisions and the systemic failures that produced them should be the first task in analyzing the Iraq War's lessons. What follow are examinations of some of those key decisions, and in some cases their unintended consequences, as well as their implications for future wars. Selected Strategic Implications for Future Wars. Page 615. State Collapse. The operation to change the Ba'athist regime of Saddam Hussein escalated into the unintentional collapse of the Iraqi state, an outcome that went beyond U.S. objectives and for which the U.S. military was not prepared. Part of the Iraqi state was bound to collapse because of the U.S.-led invasion, but Coalition Provisional Authority or CPA Orders 1 and 2 led to a far more sweeping implosion than U.S. leaders intended. A large part of the instability that followed between 2003 and 2011 was the predictable consequence of this implosion, after which factions of all kinds, including extremist militants, rushed to fill the void. The invasion of Iraq showed that even an operation designed as a limited regime decapitation can precipitate state collapse in centralized authoritarian political systems, after which must follow either martial law imposed by a large military presence or civilian authority prepared to step in and immediately assume responsibility for governance, itself a massive undertaking. If this does not happen, the void will at least partly be filled by malignant actors. In Iraq, coalition leaders made a conscious decision not to impose martial law in Iraq in the aftermath of the fall of Saddam's regime, but they also had not prepared an interim authority ready to do more than manage a humanitarian crisis that did not materialize. The resulting power vacuum and governance gap have never been fully filled by the post-Saddam Iraqi state. Technology does not always offset numbers. The Iraq War demonstrated that technological advancements only go so far in enabling reduction of our military end strength and our forces on the ground. Stability and counterinsurgency or coin operations in Iraq and in general are troop-intensive activities. In addition, irregular warfare by its nature is a political military endeavor in which every operation has political implications, which is why establishing relationships with local Iraqis and developing an understanding of local socio-cultural dynamics was so important. That task requires human interaction more than it requires the application of technology. Against this backdrop, the de facto cap on U.S. troop strength in Iraq and the reduction of ground troops in the Army's Transformed Brigade Combat Teams, or BCTs, combined to create an absolute shortage of ground forces for the prosecution of stability and coin operations in Iraq. In future wars, the United States must guard against its historical American predilection to assume technology or qualitative warfighting superiority can be a substitute for troop numbers. The Iraq War also highlighted the mistaken assumptions that influenced the pre-2003 debate over whether the U.S. military would or should be capable in the future of fighting two major regional conflicts simultaneously. In the pre-2003 period, U.S. military leaders and planners accepted that the United States need only maintain the combat power and forces required to win in one theater of war while holding in another, after which U.S. forces would be able to pivot to the second theater of war and win there as well, a concept nicknamed, quote, win, hold, win, end quote. In the simultaneous conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan, neither of which reflected the nature of a major regional conflict in defense planning, the U.S. military was not able to win, hold, win. Instead, long-term stability operations severely taxed ground forces optimized for decisive conflict, such as Operation Desert Storm, and created a shortage of ground forces. Strategic defeat was almost assured by artificial constraints on combat power in either theater and by this overall shortage of ground forces. This fact holds implications for potential future contingencies around the world. It is not clear after the Iraq War that the U.S. military has retained sufficient ground forces to fight successfully in more than one major regional conflict at a time. Furthermore, the inability of ground forces to accomplish the objectives of the win, hold, win concept indicate that the basic strategic premise itself is inadequate. Coalition warfare. The multinational coalition's political and diplomatic value for the United States was not matched by its operational effectiveness inside the Iraq theater. Coalition warfare was largely unsuccessful for several reasons. Following the model established in the Balkans, the U.S. military allocated Independent Division battle space to the coalition partners in Multinational Division Central South, or MNDCS, and Multinational Division Southeast, or MNDSE, but in doing so uncoupled most of southern Iraq from the broader U.S. military campaign. The Polish-led MNDCS operated under strict national caveats that restricted its units in restive Shia militant-influenced areas of the country. In the British case, MNDSE became increasingly disconnected from Multinational Corps Iraq, or MNCI's planning and operations, with both the U.S. command in Baghdad and the British command in Basra operating as though events in central Iraq and far southern Iraq were unrelated. As Iranian malignant influence mounted in 2006 and after, U.S. commanders pressed the British contingent in southern Iraq to disrupt the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, and its Shia militant proxies, a step that Whitehall prevented. When the United States adopted the surge strategy in 2007, the differences between the new U.S. approach in central Iraq and the British transition strategy in southern Iraq could not be reconciled. These differences illustrated problems that stemmed from assuming the coalition's contributing nations held a common understanding of and commitment to the strategic objective. They did not. The success of any coalition depends on the establishment and maintenance of such a common understanding and commitment. Without these elements, the predictable result is coalition partners who operate with caveats that can become self-defeating. The United Kingdom's, or UK, operations in Iraq are a case in point. By 2006, the British government had decided to withdraw its forces gradually from Iraq in order to increase significantly its troop presence in Afghanistan. This decision made deployments in Iraq and Afghanistan a zero-sum matter, a fact whose implications British policymakers apparently never discussed with their U.S. counterparts. The need to pull forces from Iraq to send to Afghanistan became even more critical after the 2003 strategic restructuring and defense cuts that dramatically reduced the size of the British Army began to take effect. As a result, MNDSE was forced to reduce forces on a strict timetable, giving the command almost no flexibility as conditions changed. Resolving this strategic dilemma, as U.S. commanders in Baghdad wished to do, would have required discussions and an agreement between U.S. and British national leaders that did not take place. Despite the disconnect between the operational commands in Baghdad and MNDSE, the British contribution in Baghdad was significant. Until mid-2009, when the British national contingent departed Iraq, British special operators played a crucial role in the fight against al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI. British and Australian officers played key roles in Combined Joint Task Force 7, or CJTF-7, Multinational Force Iraq, or MNFI, MNCI, and Multinational Security Transition Command Iraq, or MNSTCI, as well as MNSTCI's North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO element, NATO Training Mission Iraq, or NTMI. Senior British officers often led MNFI's planning, reconciliation, and governance efforts, exerting outsized influence on the conduct of the coalition campaign. Over the course of this 6-year interaction, the working relationship between U.S. and British officers grew increasingly close and eventually shifted to Afghanistan. From 2002 onward, a generation of U.S. soldiers learned to assume that in any major operation they would be serving alongside British counterparts, especially at the operational level. From the British perspective, however, it is not clear that the same is true. Given the British government and public's deeply negative view of the Iraq War, participation of British forces in future U.S.-led campaigns cannot be taken for granted. The Iraq War also showed that the under-resourcing of defense forces by almost all our allies, including the United Kingdom, would require a new approach to the integration of allies into future campaigns. Throughout the 1990s, the U.S. military assumed that any large-scale U.S. operation would include major allies. In the future, we can no longer assume our allies will be willing to participate, at least on the terms we require, nor can we assume they will retain the military capabilities to add value to operations when they do. If countries with limited capabilities and overly restrictive national caveats participate in future conflicts as allies, the challenge of integrating them can be mitigated somewhat by diffusing coalition contingents across U.S. headquarters rather than giving allied contingents their own independent battle space, as was done in MNDSE and MNDCS. Security Force Assistance and Security Sector Reform. U.S. national interests probably will require the military to conduct large-scale security force assistance in the future, either in conflict or outside of conflict, so the Army must sustain institutional capabilities for missions of this kind. Building indigenous foreign forces on a scale of the Iraq War requires a specialized force structure and training base within the conventional Army, not just special operations forces. The U.S. military may be called upon to stand up MNSTCI or Combined Security Transition Command Afghanistan-type organizations in the future, and thus the Army should have the doctrine and force structure capable of doing so quickly. In Iraq, the Army waited 6 years before creating the Advise and Assist Brigades. In future conflicts, this should be done more rapidly, or it would be even better if the capability were retained in the peacetime Army. In the future, security assistance and security sector reform must go hand in hand. Both are necessary, neither is sufficient by itself. In Iraq, the United States had to build military forces, self-sufficient administrative systems within the military and the Ministry of Defense, and law enforcement organizations. Building combat power through the construction of tactical units alone, as was done in the first 3 years of the Iraq War, was a short-term solution that squandered precious time and created an illusion of progress. Institutional development of combat support, combat service support, and ministerial functions must occur in parallel with the creation of tactical units. Holistic security assistance means that the United States must also build law enforcement institutions. This includes police, a confinement system, and an adjudication system. Yet in Iraq, the United States did not have an integrated approach. U.S. leaders assigned responsibility for the police function to MNSTCI and provided congressionally approved Iraqi Security Force or ISF funds, but they assigned the other two functions to the U.S. Embassy's Rule of Law Task Force, which could not access ISF funds. The result was a massive operational police force but an inadequate confinement and adjudication capability. The effort to build an effective ISF also faced unity of effort challenges, with responsibility for local police, paramilitary police, and military forces assigned at various times to different departments within the U.S. government. After 3 years, this problem was finally resolved when authority, responsibility, and funding for all security forces, to include the police, were assigned to the Department of Defense, or DoD. In the future, such an arrangement should be the model. If regulatory or statutory change is not possible to attain unity of effort, organizations responsible for building non-military security forces, such as the police, must be appropriately organized and funded. They currently are not. Building capable and independent security forces requires years, potentially decades, of interagency efforts. The insistence of senior military leaders nearly consistently across the span of the Iraq War that Iraqi forces would be able to stand on their own after, quote, just, end quote, another year or two, was counterproductive. If the United States is to undertake such projects in the future, senior military officers should caution their political leaders from the onset that their path will be long, slow, and frustrating. While such a commitment is costly, it does pay dividends. Maintaining involvement and presence not only helps protect the investment in training host nation security forces, but it also provides some degree of influence with local political leaders. Democratization and the sovereignty dilemma. Since the early 20th century, the United States has assumed that democratization brings greater stability. However, as the post-September 11, 2001, or 9/11 wars have shown, elections are not always stabilizing events. U.S. commanders long believed the emergence of an elected Iraqi government would have a calming effect, but the elections of 2005 exacerbated ethno-sectarian conflict and contributed to the civil war that followed. The haste with which the coalition carried out that process, holding 2 parliamentary elections, drafting a constitution, and hosting a referendum on that constitution, heightened tensions by raising the stakes of each event and provided insufficient time for reconciliation. Iraq went from the removal of the Ba'ath regime to an approved constitution in roughly 30 months. By comparison, the fledgling United States, a nation with a tradition of democracy and a robust civil society, spent 12 years navigating a similar path. Iraq's 2010 parliamentary elections were similarly destabilizing, providing Prime Minister Maliki a pathway to consummate his authoritarian and sectarian tendencies. The Iraqi political process demonstrated one of the enduring problems with the American approach to COIN. Once a partner government feels that its survival is assured, the U.S. ability to influence it declines. This often means that the partner government will arrest reform and reconciliation programs before they are complete, especially programs that would threaten the political or economic elite. As a result, often the root causes of insurgency will remain intact and ready to flare back up under the right conditions. U.S. leaders will continue to confront these dynamics in the future as the United States works through host nation governments to advance its national interests. Overcoming such a deep challenge will require a counterintuitive application of U.S. national power. As security improves, the United States will likely have to increase its commitment of key elements of national power, especially within the economic and diplomatic realms, in order to maintain sufficient influence so as to build a lasting peace. U.S. misperceptions regarding democratization and sovereignty were linked directly to another key strategic error. The United States equated the end of fighting with the end of the war, but war involves more than fighting. By focusing heavily on metrics involving violent incidents, U.S. leaders assumed that Iraq was more stable than it actually was. As a result, they deluded themselves about the length of commitment required and gave away tactical and operational successes only to achieve strategic failure. Strategic success would have required an acceptably stable state that Iraqis considered legitimately representative of majority and minority groups, but U.S. leaders struggled to define how to accomplish that objective and focused on comfortable tactical and operational tasks that were necessary, but not sufficient. The role of external actors. Coin and counterterrorism are exponentially more difficult if enemy groups enjoy sanctuaries, especially in neighboring countries. The United States must develop a whole-of-government approach for neutralizing such sanctuaries, which have posed a problem for the United States since the end of World War II. From an early stage in the war, Syria and Iran played a highly destabilizing role in Iraq. Both sought to bog the U.S.-led coalition down to gain advantage in the regional political struggle and deter the United States from seeking regime change in their countries. They also opposed the creation of a new U.S.-allied Iraqi government. They gave sanctuary and strategic assistance to the Sunni and Shia insurgencies, respectively, and contributed materially to the killing and wounding of tens of thousands of Iraqis and hundreds, if not thousands, of coalition troops. U.S. military and civilian leaders recognized this problem early in the war but never formulated an effective strategy for ending or even neutralizing it. U.S. leaders refrained from direct measures against those regimes and instead left the matter to MNFI, a U.S. theater command that could only operate against Syrian and Iranian operatives and proxies inside Iraq itself, with very rare exceptions. As a result, the Syrian and Iranian regimes became more and more emboldened. In particular, the Iranian regime produced sophisticated and lethal technology for their Iraqi proxies to use against U.S. troops, and U.S. forces had difficulty keeping up with the evolution of Iranian weapons such as explosively formed penetrators and improvised rocket-assisted munitions, or IRAMs. These weapons killed and wounded scores of U.S. troops, but the United States responded to them only at the tactical and operational levels, not the strategic. By imposing artificial geographic boundaries on the conflict, the United States limited the war in a way that made it difficult to reach its desired end states. The United States also never formulated a successful strategy for addressing the destabilizing influence of other regional states, including some U.S. allies. Turkey, Jordan, and the Gulf states all played roles of varying significance in Iraq, not all of them positive. The United States had difficulty persuading the Gulf states to crack down on terrorist facilitators who supported AQI and other Sunni militant groups in Iraq. The Jordanian government was reluctant to crack down on facilitators and sympathizers for the Sunni insurgency based in Jordan. The Turkish government came close to war with the Kurdistan Regional Government, or KRG, on several occasions. The Turkish air and ground operations against the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, inside Iraqi Kurdistan in 2007 and 2008 nearly collapsed the Iraqi governing coalition in Baghdad at a time when the United States was trying to parlay the security gains of the surge into political reconciliation. The United States also failed to persuade the Gulf states to fully embrace the new Iraqi government and encourage its reintegration into the Arab world in political, economic, and security terms. In any conflict with major regional implications, the United States must expect all of the countries in a region to respond to U.S. actions. From the initiation of hostilities, the motives and potential actions of regional players must be taken into account and an interagency response developed. In the Iraq War, U.S. leaders seemed to believe that other regional nations would not react. When they did, U.S. leaders rejected strategic action and instead chose operational or tactical responses. Although the United States should always be wary of expanding a conflict to other nations, U.S. leaders should consider the option of escalation, including with military power, when neighboring states become de facto combatants. In Iraq, the U.S. inability to find an effective response to Syrian and Iranian proxies made accomplishing our political and military objectives almost impossible. Military leadership and strategic implementation. Innovative commanders emerged during the war and were empirically successful, but the process of encouraging and institutionalizing innovations was uneven. It is also not clear that the Army rewarded their performance through the promotions process or by supporting the replication of their successful innovations. With only a few exceptions, it does not appear that the Army examined how the tactical leaders who innovated in Iraq became innovators in the first place. Most often, it appears they learned what was required through peer-to-peer interaction on the battlefield, not in institutional venues back home. Indeed, it seems that the most successful innovators were actually inverting policy rather than operating within policy, most notably in the case of the brigade and battalion level COIN approaches of 2005 and 2006, which took place during a time of the transition strategy. This is a fact the Army has not really confronted, and it seems possible that the Army in the Iraq War actually tended to penalize successful leaders who challenged their commanders. Some of these issues clearly extended to strategic leadership as well. Theater and operational commanders were continually forced to deal with problems that could only truly be resolved at the policy level by higher authorities in Washington or in Allied capitals. The two most significant examples were that Iraq theater commanders often operated without the benefit of a coherent regional strategy, and that Iraq theater commanders were forced to mitigate the national caveats and policies of coalition partners. In addition to these examples, at several points in the war, the surge most prominently, military leaders found themselves in the awkward role of defending strategy in the political realm. As a result, the line between military and political roles at times became blurred. A better concept for the role of military leaders in war might be that of shared responsibilities of senior political and military leaders. The belief in a hard line between the civil and military spheres is a mistaken one, and the experience of the post-9/11 wars has shown that while civil leaders unequivocally retain final decision authority, military leaders should share the responsibility for ensuring the quality of important decisions. Specifically, military and civil leaders who embark upon war have a shared responsibility to ensure that war aims are achievable and that strategies, policies, and campaigns are tied to those aims and have a reasonable probability of success. It is also incumbent upon them to ensure together the integrity of the decision-making process and the fidelity of the information used in that process, the organizational capacity to execute in a sufficiently coherent way, then adapt quickly enough as change happens, and the sustained legitimacy of the war. There is an organizational dimension to the implementation of these strategic factors. Future conflicts will require the integration of different elements of national power, but the U.S. interagency often lacks the capability of managing this integration. The current methodology of making policy via the National Security Council is sufficient for setting policy parameters, but it is insufficient for implementing and adapting. As Robert Comer noted in Bureaucracy Does Its Thing, the U.S. system was too slow to adapt to the changing character and demands of the Vietnam War, and more than 3 decades later in Iraq, it remained too slow. Operational Lessons, page 622. The operational impact of key policy decisions. The short war assumption. U.S. leaders and planners operated under the constant assumption that the war would be short. At no point in the war, even during the surge, did U.S. leaders believe the campaign was more than 18 or 24 months from the point when U.S. troops could be withdrawn and responsibility for security handed over to the Iraqis. The short war assumption drove DoD's planning, and the, quote, patch chart, end quote, of units scheduled to deploy often drove operational planning in the theater. The same assumption at times drove procurement and modernization decisions, with the Army and Marine Corps often deciding to fund future capabilities ahead of the operational needs of the Iraq theater. Such a decision was wholly logical, given the assessment from the theater headquarters that the war would wind down within the next year or so. Some leaders, such as Secretary of Defense or SecDef Robert Gates, were able to overcome institutional inertia temporarily and champion procurement projects that met the immediate operational needs of the conflict, but in general, the bureaucracy still, quote, did its thing, end quote. The fact that U.S. leaders retained the short war assumption for as long as they did created some long-term negative consequences within the U.S. military. One such consequence was the creation of a de facto, quote, away team, end quote, and, quote, home team, end quote, within the U.S. Officer Corps, wherein a population of officers in certain career fields, services, and units deployed much more frequently than the rest. This phenomenon, in turn, created a division in worldview among military leaders. Constant constraint on force levels. Throughout the war, the commands in Iraq had too few troops to accomplish their military missions. As a matter of policy, DoD leaders and strategic-level commanders enforced a de facto cap on U.S. troop strength in the Iraq theater and effectively discouraged lower-level commanders from requesting more troops. DoD and military leaders did this for a variety of reasons, including the belief that the U.S. ground services were too large, outdated, and unwieldy, and therefore sending more troops to Iraq would hinder building more agile forces against future threats. Another reason for the force cap was the assessment that additional forces could be counterproductive by creating, quote, antibodies, end quote, among the Iraqi public, as well as a, quote, dependency cycle, end quote, that could prevent the Iraqi government and its security forces from taking full responsibility for their nation's security. Institutional concerns also loomed large, with Washington worrying that extended and back-to-back deployments would burn out and even cripple the all-volunteer force. Requirements from other theaters, namely Afghanistan, competed for limited resources in what became a zero-sum game. At other points in the war, the cap was driven by domestic political considerations. The consequence of the troop cap was that at no point during the war, even during the surge period, did the in-country commanders meet their troop-to-task ratios or have enough troops to defeat both the Sunni insurgency, including AQI, and the Iranian regime-backed Shia militants simultaneously. The campaign to stabilize Iraq most likely required far more time than it would otherwise have needed as a result, time that ultimately would not be politically available. The dearth of U.S. troops in late 2003 and early 2004 gave room to the Sunni and Shia insurgencies to gather strength. As U.S. troops withdrew later in the war, it meant that their departure left the United States with little influence over the behavior, effectiveness, and development of the ISF, which were rendered far less capable and far more politicized as U.S. combat support waned. The question of force levels was not just an operational one. Senior civilian and military leaders did not always make accurate assessments of the force levels required to perform the missions they assigned, nor put in place personnel policies that would make those force levels available. The problem was further exacerbated by a reluctance to increase the size of the Army and Marine Corps because of concerns that such an expansion would come at the cost of procurement and research and development. Several steps should be taken to avoid these sorts of problems in future conflicts. First, strategy should be driven by the traditional method of balancing of ends, ways, and means, rather than by force levels. This should be done in conjunction with civilian leadership as a part of the national security decision-making process. That process should include discussions on what is actually feasible at different force constraints and should incorporate a continuous discussion about risk that matches the changing operational situation. Second, the assumption that U.S. soldiers, by their mere presence, create ill effects must be banished from our strategic thought. While Iraqis chafed at the continued presence of U.S. soldiers, many Iraqis also considered it essential for Americans to stay until their country was truly stabilized and self-sufficient. American military personnel consistently served as the most effective break to sectarian conflict, with U.S. forces often acting as the only honest broker trusted by a majority of Iraqis. Another important step to address potential future force constraint challenges would be for senior military leaders to consider increasing the size of the force, especially the Army and Marine Corps, as soon as the United States is committed to a major conflict. Repeatedly, the military has downsized after a major conflict to the degree that it does not have enough forces to fight the next war. This historical reality, when paired with the time required to obtain funding and authority for expansion, as well as the interval needed to recruit and train those new forces, makes early action essential. If the decision is not made early enough to increase the size of the force sufficiently, it is possible, or even likely, that by the time that additional forces become available, they will arrive too late to have an operational effect. Senior military leaders should be extremely skeptical of assessments that a conflict will be over too quickly to benefit from such a growth. It is far easier to cancel such growth than to deal with the operational and strategic consequences of having insufficient forces. Ad hoc organizations. After the invasion of April and May 2003, which was executed at the operational level by Standing Headquarters, U.S. Central Command or CENTCOM, 3rd Army, and 5th Corps, the war was fought by ad hoc organizations. Rather than use standing headquarters and commands, the Army and DoD chose instead to create new organizations to perform the functions of the Theater Command and its subordinate headquarters that handled the development of the ISF and detention operations. Almost all of the most important operational commands in Iraq, such as CJTF-7, MNFI, MNSTCI, and Task Force 134, were established mainly by joint manning documents and staffed by individual augmentees provided by the services. Only MNCI did not fall into this category, since it was based upon the standing U.S. Army Corps headquarters that rotated into theater on a yearly basis. The ad hoc commands all suffered greatly from low staffing at the outset, though MNFI eventually grew far larger than its original design. DoD leaders chose to use ad hoc organizations partly because they believed the Iraq War would be short and therefore large standing headquarters would be costly and unnecessary, and partly because they wished to keep the standing commands, such as CENTCOM and other Army-level commands, available for other operations. The large, capable Coalition Forces Land Component Command, or CFLCC, for example, sat underutilized in Kuwait for the duration of the war, waiting to be used in a contingency that never came. The consequence of using an ad hoc manning process was that the U.S. operational commands in Iraq were mainly headquarters that did not train together, lacked cohesion, and suffered from high personnel turnover, all of which hampered their effectiveness. While the tactical units that fought the war avoided the pitfalls of the Vietnam War's year-long individual replacement program, the headquarters that planned and managed the conflict were saddled with exactly that burden. Since the withdrawal of U.S. forces from Iraq in 2011, the trend toward ad hoc headquarters has accelerated as a number of standing headquarters have been eliminated or reduced as cost-saving measures. 5th Corps, the headquarters that planned the invasion of Iraq, is no more, and the Army Service Component Commands, or ASCCs, which could form the basis for a future CFLCC, have had their personnel authorizations cut nearly in half. In 2014, U.S. Army Central, or ARCENT, had sufficient manpower to assume the mission immediately as a CJTF for operations in Iraq in addition to its ASCC duties. Today, such a shift would not be possible. Given the concrete value that standing headquarters demonstrated repeatedly during the Iraq War, it would be wise to arrest, if not reverse, the near free-fall reduction in their strength. Army transformation and the war. The Army's 2003-2004 decision to continue with transformation while fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan had severe operational implications. Army leaders decided that the transformation process would eventually produce a larger number of more capable BCTs for the Iraq theater and other contingencies, but by continuing with transformation in a time of conflict, they rendered some brigades unavailable for deployment as they were reorganized and refitted. The most serious consequence of this decision was the Army's need in 2005 to operationalize the Strategic Reserve, the Army National Guard, and deploy large portions of it to Iraq. As a result, about half of the brigades deployed to Iraq during the 2005 rotation were National Guard units taking part in the first large-scale operational deployment of the National Guard since the Korean War. Though most of these units and individuals performed admirably, their deployment meant that for the make-or-break year of Iraqi elections, which President George W. Bush considered the critical period for his Iraq strategy, half of the Army brigades in theater were reserve units, rather than more experienced and trained active component units. The deployment of transformed brigades had other unintended consequences. The tactical improvements gained through transformation generally were offset by losses in troop strength in each brigade, a factor of critical importance in COIN operations. The reconnaissance, surveillance, and target acquisition, or RSTA squadrons in particular, often proved unequal to their assigned tasks, and it would be hard to imagine a RSTA squadron conducting a movement to contact as 3-7 Cavalry did while it fought its way to Baghdad in 2003. Breaking up division resources and decentralizing them into the transformed brigades also had other consequences. The demise of the Division Support Command and Division Artillery undoubtedly would make it more challenging for a division commander to weight the main effort, and repeating the tactical success of the invasion could be more difficult. At times during the invasion, for example, all of the 3rd Infantry Division's assigned and attached artillery battalions were firing in support of one brigade, a seemingly unrealistic scenario now that each brigade commander owns his own artillery battalion. While some of these division resources are making a fragile comeback, it is difficult to see how the partial reversals will have a decisive impact. When evaluated in the context of the Iraq War, transformation at best produced few concrete gains. At worst, it produced a net negative result. Overly optimistic planning. Throughout the war, planners in DoD and in the theater assumed that the security situation in Iraq would improve over time and that the theater would require fewer U.S. troops in the future. At no point, other than in late 2006 and early 2007, did strategic thinking reflect the idea that the security situation could worsen and require more U.S. troops. U.S. military plans generally were aligned with General John P. Abizaid and General George W. Casey Jr.'s assumption that the new Iraqi government would be seen as legitimate and dampen militant resistance. The opposite proved to be true. U.S. military leaders stuck with the campaign plan of 2004 and 2005, even though several studies done in 2005, including the ones completed by MNFI and U.S. Embassy Red Team in Baghdad, concluded that it was not succeeding. The planning of large operations, such as Iraqi freedom, is a shared civil-military responsibility, and both military and civil leaders failed to reassess the appropriateness of the 2004 and 2005 campaign plan despite evidence that it needed to change. Senior military leaders and their staffs must be able to better identify strategic inflection points and alter their plans when such transitions occur. The understanding of the environment across the force. Throughout the war, U.S. units suffered from a limited understanding of the operating environment in Iraq. In the pre-war planning and execution of the invasion, U.S. units did not understand the inner workings of the Ba'athist regime or the Iraqi security sector and assigned too much importance to the formal structures of the government. Intelligence reports underestimated the impact of decades of international sanctions and their effects on Iraq's infrastructure and Iraqi society. The United States also did not understand the relationships and rivalries among the various Iraqi factions, political parties, communities, and tribes. As a result, U.S. units found it difficult to discern the enemy's strategic and operational intent throughout the war, and to discern the motivations of the factions and individuals that comprised the post-Saddam Iraqi government and security forces. As a result, U.S. units' actions sometimes exacerbated pre-existing conflicts among Iraqis, especially in cases in which coalition forces inadvertently sided with one party against another in a long-standing local struggle. These struggles often appeared to be a matter of the Iraqi government versus the insurgency, in which the coalition naturally aligned with the representatives of the government, when in fact the disputes often long predated the 2003 invasion. Too often, U.S. units were manipulated into taking part in local conflicts that were not necessarily germane to the broader fight against our enemies. U.S. units also had difficulty understanding the relationships among the various enemy groups, so that early in the war they failed to detect, among an array of insurgent groups that appeared loose and disparate, the existence of an insurgency that could coordinate and synchronize its activities at the operational level across the country. In the mid-years of the war, U.S. forces also failed to detect deep fissures among insurgent groups on both the Sunni and Shia sides that might have been exploited to fracture the insurgency well before the Sunni awakening. U.S. units also did not appreciate the degree to which the former regime elements in the Sunni insurgency were linked to AQI and other Islamist extremist groups, so that the Ba'athist role inside AQI was opaque to the United States when it evolved into an Iraqi-led organization in 2009 and 2010. Because U.S. forces often did not understand the dynamics that drove local political conflict, they did not grasp the linkages between local conflicts and national politics. The dictum that, quote, all politics is local, end quote, was truer in Iraq than we generally understood. Virtually every powerful faction in the central Iraqi state owed its national-level strength to a local constituency. As a result, Iraqi political figures often became directly involved in local matters to preserve or advance their national-level power, to either the benefit or detriment of the coalition. Though the coalition often had limited leverage over Iraqi factions at the national level, our units had virtually unlimited power at the local level, where they could issue contracts to whomever they pleased, arrest whomever it was necessary to arrest, or partner with whomever it suited them to partner. Because U.S. leaders often did not understand the relationship between local politics and national politics, they rarely turned their ability to make or break any local Iraqi faction into advantage over national-level Iraqi factions or leaders. Operational art considerations. The Army has not yet captured the operational art lessons of the Iraq War and incorporated them into doctrine or military education. At the time of this writing, Lieutenant General retired James M. Dubik's monograph, Operational Art in Counterinsurgency, remains one of just a few works on this topic. What follow are a series of lessons that the Army should incorporate into its doctrine on operational art. The absence of an operational reserve. The constraint on U.S. force levels throughout the war meant that, aside from brief periods, the United States fought the Iraq War without an operational reserve inside the theater. At almost every stage of the war, U.S. forces inside Iraq were fully committed, meaning that U.S. commanders accepted more risk than U.S. doctrine would normally dictate. In several cases, U.S. commanders found it difficult to respond to operational-level surprises, such as the fall of Mosul in November 2004, the Samarra mosque bombing in 2006, and the Basra and Sadr city battles of spring 2008. In future conflicts, senior Army leaders should do everything possible to ensure that they have sufficient troops in theater to be able to maintain a capable reserve. In the case of Iraq, the reserve should have been at least 2 battalions in size and should have been a mechanized or striker force. If strategic constraints prevent leaders from having enough aggregate forces to task unassigned units to the mission, it is better to maintain a reserve and accept risk in some locations rather than go without. Assigning a unit that already has battle space to be an, quote, on-call, end quote, reserve, as was the case in 2004, is not a viable option and has the potential to create catastrophic results for both the location requiring a reserve force and the location from which the, quote, on-call, end quote, reserve is inevitably pulled. Economies of force. The dearth of U.S. troops also meant that operational commanders were forced to employ risky economies of force throughout the war, often under-resourcing areas that were important to Iraqi stability or to the enemy. The need to employ economies of force meant that U.S. commanders faced a constant trade-off between the need to disrupt the Sunni insurgency's use of the Syrian border zone as a strategic base and the Shia insurgency's similar use of the Iranian border zone, and the need to employ enough troops in central Iraq to secure and stabilize the Baghdad region. In the most costly instance of this trade-off, MNFI shifted significant combat power from central Iraq to the Syrian border zone in 2005, dealing the Sunni insurgency tactical defeats in its border sanctuaries but leaving the Baghdad region open to sectarian violence that almost tore the country apart. At no point in the war, even during the surge, did U.S. commanders have enough forces at their disposal, either U.S. or Iraqi, to operate at an adequate level in both central Iraq and the border zones. While nearly every military commander throughout history probably has wished for more forces, in Iraq, some of the causes of the malady of insufficient forces were self-induced. Particularly during the 2005-2006 timeframe, senior commanders sought to, quote, starve, end quote, U.S. forces of manpower in order to force them to turn over more responsibility to Iraqis. This was thought to be a method that would empower and prepare the Iraqis more quickly to take responsibility for their own security, thereby attaining the theater end state more quickly. In reality, it had the opposite effect, creating considerable gaps in the coalition's situational awareness and propelling the country more quickly toward civil war. Future operational leaders should recognize the ill effect of purposely creating risky economies of force and determine better methods of transitioning responsibility to host nation forces quickly. Boundaries. Too often, coalition unit boundaries did not take local political, social, or tribal dynamics into account, thereby hampering a unit's effectiveness and creating seams that our enemies could exploit. The U.S. units that occupied Iraq in 2003 made boundary choices that reflected U.S. military doctrine but sometimes made little sense in the Iraqi context. The most significant early example was the inclusion of Diyala in MND North Central's or MND-NC area of operations. Diyala was separated from much of the rest of the MND-NC area of operations by the Hamrin Mountains and was more linked to Baghdad than to the Tigris River Valley. This decision also artificially cut the upper Tigris River Valley, an insurgent hotbed, into two separate division areas of operation. Not until late 2005 were Mosul and Tikrit finally included in the same division area of operations, and even then, the Diyala Valley remained part of MND North's, or MNDN, battle space. Similarly, the unfortunate arrangement of MND-CS's battle space made first Karbala and Najaf and later Diwaniyah artificially separate from the other major cities of central southern Iraq, creating many seams that the Sadrist insurgency and the IRGC Quds Force could exploit. Finally, at various times, the vast Jazeera area north of the Euphrates, the Ba'athist regime's main smuggling area during the 1991 to 2003 sanctions period, was a seam between MNF West, or MNFW, and MNDN, which the Sunni insurgency heavily exploited. To address these issues, boundaries must be constantly reevaluated, perhaps to the point of creating a doctrinal mandate to review unit boundaries quarterly, or at least semi-annually during sustained conflicts. In Iraq, with a few notable exceptions, shifting unit boundaries usually only occurred because of the surge or withdrawal of coalition forces. Even in those cases, often little thought was given as to how to restructure boundaries. In the future, boundaries must be reviewed on a recurrent basis to assess whether they adequately reflect the changing human terrain and enemy situation. Key terrain. The coalition's arrangement of battle space also failed in some cases to emphasize properly Iraq's key terrain. The most significant example of this was that from 2003 through 2006, the coalition's operational commands did not recognize the importance of the, quote, belts, end quote, around Baghdad and their critical role in securing the city. Only in late 2006 did MNCI realize what most Iraqis knew, that Iraqi governments had for decades used the belts to secure the approaches to Baghdad, and that the belts had been the basis of Saddam's plans to defend the capital in 2003. From an early stage, AQI considered the belts vital to control Baghdad. Later, the IRGC Quds Force and Badr Corps intended to use them to cleanse the Baghdad region of Sunnis. Nevertheless, not until the arrival of Third Corps in late 2006 did the coalition formulate a comprehensive plan to control the belts. It has become almost a cliché for operational level planners to assess a nebulous, quote, will of the people, end quote, or, quote, public support, end quote, as the center of gravity in a conflict against insurgents. While these issues are critical, they are more appropriately strategic centers of gravity and reflect tasks that do not fall wholly within the military's purview. At the operational level, even in fights against insurgents and other irregulars, key terrain is still important, and ignoring this fact is perilous. The U.S. military should re-emphasize the doctrinal importance of terrain in insurgencies, noting that guerrillas need logistics bases, training areas, sanctuaries, and areas from which to launch large-scale attacks. Human terrain matters, but so does geographic terrain. Decentralized assets for a decentralized fight. The U.S. force that invaded Iraq in 2003 was trained to maneuver and fight in divisions, meaning that scarce assets such as intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, or ISR, and fire support were managed at division or corps level. As the war proceeded, U.S. operations became increasingly decentralized to the brigade and battalion level, and over time enabler resources such as ISR were pushed to lower and lower levels. By 2009, some battalion commanders controlled more unmanned aerial vehicles or UAVs and intelligence assets than the 5th Corps commander had in the 2003 invasion. In institutional terms, the Army needs to further integrate operational decentralization in its organizational structures, tables of organization and equipment, or TOEs, rather than having units returning from a combat zone turn in the equipment and assets useful to them in war and recreate their pre-war TOEs. Transitions. The decision to rotate units into the theater on an annual basis had significant implications for operations, as many units that rotated into the theater tended to only formulate plans that extended to the end of their one-year rotation. Those plans often sought to conduct a successful one-year campaign based on new approaches, rather than sustaining whatever the units that preceded them had been doing. As a result, U.S. units tended to emphasize quick but sometimes short-lived effects rather than longer-term stability. In one example early in the war, U.S. leaders rejected as too slow Brigadier General David Perkins's suggestion to build a new electrical infrastructure that would meet Baghdad's full demand within 3 years. Perkins then returned to the theater 3 years later to find that no major upgrades to the Iraqi electrical grid had taken place, and Baghdad's demand still far outpaced supply. The turbulent unit transitions that took place at least once a year also hampered relationships between coalition units and local Iraqis. U.S. units came and went so frequently that productive relationships were forgotten. Often, the extensive knowledge about the local operating environment that units developed was not fully transmitted to incoming units. This was made worse by the frequent changes that accompanied the drawdown of U.S. troops. A potential solution could have been to align brigades and divisions permanently to one theater and one specific area of operations until the cessation of hostilities or the withdrawal of forces. Under such a model, if a brigade operated in West Baghdad on its first deployment, it would expect to be deployed to that same area, even to the same forward operating bases or FOBs and Joint Security Stations or JSSs, if possible, for the remainder of the conflict. When that brigade redeployed to its home station, it would remain in virtual contact with the unit that replaced it, even reading its classified daily reports and conversing with the deployed unit's leadership. Such a pattern, used by special operations units for the majority of the war, could have created long-term buy-in and commitment for coalition forces and Iraqis alike, as the unit would know that their actions had long-term relevance. It might not be possible to assign units always back to their same area of operations given the turbulence associated with Army transformation and the ebb and flow of overall force structure. However, it would have been better than the haphazard assignment of forces that often saw brigades switched not only across different provinces in Iraq, but also between the Iraqi and Afghan theaters. A second potential solution would be to deviate from the normal command rotational schedule, keeping commanders in key positions such as brigades, divisions, and corps headquarters deployed for multiple years or even the duration of the conflict. While such a solution would undoubtedly be an incredible personal and family burden, it would almost certainly have alleviated the dilemma of repeated annual transitions. Nor would such a solution be without historical precedent. In the Civil War and World War II, senior leaders knew that they were committed for the duration of the conflict, itself a considerable motivating factor to achieve success. Similarly, during the post-9/11 conflicts, some senior special operations commanders remained deployed for years at a time, and Casey commanded MNFI for 2.5 years. Metrics. Throughout the Iraq War, U.S. operational commands found it difficult to determine whether their plans were succeeding or failing, especially as conditions in the theater changed. U.S. commanders and their staffs never came to a consensus on what they ought to be measuring to know whether their units were effective. For most of the war, units and civilian agencies tended to measure their activities or inputs rather than the outcome of those activities. Money spent, Iraqis trained, insurgents killed or captured, or other such measures. Until 2006, the coalition essentially measured success by the holding of Iraq's 3 elections, the generation of ISF, and the drawdown of coalition troops. During the surge, the United States emphasized the completion of, quote, benchmarks, end quote, to gauge strategic progress. But for both the pre-2007 measures of success and the 2007 benchmarks, it would have been possible to show progress in every specified metric but still fail in the overall mission, exactly the situation in which the coalition found itself in late 2006. For future operations, the Army must re-examine its measures of effectiveness, and U.S. units must have better ways of determining whether they are succeeding in their missions. At a different level, the Army should consider reassessing trends that emphasize the use of metrics at the expense of difficult-to-measure professional judgment. In some ways, Army leaders have become too enamored with the, quote, fetishization, end quote, of statistics and metrics. At times in Iraq, metrics and statistics were seen as hard truths or facts, when they often only provided a snapshot in time of a portion of the situation. Examples of this phenomenon include the transition readiness assessment, the size of the Iraqi security forces, and the calculation of whether U.S. brigades could be withdrawn in 2006. While our Army relishes quoting Karl von Clausewitz, in practice, we have come to rely excessively on the Jominian theory of war and its emphasis on scientific method, an imbalance that requires adjustment. As a force, we should re-emphasize the traditional German military concept of, quote, Fingerspitzengefühl, end quote, which loosely can be considered a commander's sense and intuition of the battlefield in making decisions. End of Chapter 17, Part 1. Conclusion. Lessons of the Iraq War. Read by Adam Koebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 17, Part 2. Conclusion. Lessons of the Iraq War. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Koebel. Chapter 17, Part 2. Conclusion. Lessons of the Iraq War. Iraqi Security Force Development. The years-long effort to create a self-reliant and effective ISF failed for a variety of reasons, highlighting the extreme difficulty and complexity inherent in building another nation's institutions. Though the development of the ISF was often named as the U.S. Operational Command's main effort, it was never the top priority in terms of resources or manpower. The main vehicles for developing the ISF, MNSTCI and the transition teams, were under-resourced for most of the war. The 2005 decision to have specialized units and transition teams rather than regular brigades and divisions lead ISF development meant that the mission never received the full attention of DoD or the Theater Command. For better or worse, the development of the ISF was effectively a secondary mission for most U.S. units until the arrival of the Advise and Assist Brigades in 2010. The development of the ISF also suffered from disunity of effort for the first 2.5 years of the war, when the Theater Command did not have unified responsibility for the security ministries and their forces. Even after MNFI gathered all ISF development functions under MNSTCI at the end of 2005, MNCI and MNSTCI did not unify their campaign plans until mid-2007, when Dubik and Lieutenant General Raymond T. Odierno synchronized the generation of Iraqi forces with MNCI's campaign plan so that the ISF's force generation and replenishment directly supported MNCI's counteroffensive. Dubik and Odierno modeled their relationships with the ISF on the one within the U.S. Army between the Training and Doctrine Command, or TRADOC, and U.S. Army Forces Command, or FORCECOM. Dubik and MNSTCI, as the ISF's de facto TRADOC, took responsibility for the ISF's initial training, retraining, and brigade-level combat training center. Odierno and MNCI, as the ISF's de facto FORCECOM, used embedded transition teams and unit partnership to continue training in the field. When the operational commands adopted this approach in 2007, it helped achieve a greater unity of effort for ISF development. The most significant problem in building the ISF was failing to account for the political pressure upon and corruption within the Iraqi forces. Too often, the coalition-generated Iraqi military or police units or assisted offices of the Ministry of Defense or Ministry of Interior without fully understanding the ways in which political networks extended into the security forces and security ministries. Rarely did the coalition's intelligence gathering apparatus invest as much effort in understanding the ISF and the Iraqi government as it did analyzing the enemy. Iraqi commanders often operated under political pressures their coalition counterparts could not discern or answered to familial or political connections that were opaque, all of which made their behavior and decision-making seem at times inexplicable and made full partnership between coalition and Iraqi units difficult to achieve. Addressing this problem, likely one of the most vexing of the entire war, is not easy. Its roots return to the U.S. decision to transfer sovereignty to the Iraqis in June 2004, an action that was originally intended to occur years later. Once sovereignty is returned to a defeated or collapsed power, a large degree of control over the construction of that state's institutions is lost. As difficult as it would be, given the host nation's political push to return sovereignty as soon as possible, every effort must be made to delay the transfer of power to allow institutions to incubate under the umbrella of international protection from corruption. The longer institutions are able to grow without the threat of corruption and political pressure, the more likely those institutions will be able to resist them on their own. Furthermore, in Iraq, U.S. leaders usually acted as if the issue of sovereignty was black and white. Once sovereignty had been granted, the United States should completely acquiesce to the will of the newly sovereign nation. While respecting sovereignty has usually been a bedrock of U.S. values and foreign policy, it does not mean that the United States should not apply the appropriate levers in order to convince host nation leaders to make the best decisions. As one U.S. general remarked to Army historians, the United States had the money and guns to try to influence Iraqi policy, including the selection of security force leaders, but often gave both away without caveat or condition. The Iraq War was the scene of a long debate between using standing units to develop host nation security forces through partnership and using specialized ad hoc transition teams. Transition teams often faced challenges that inhibited their performance, including poor cohesion, insufficient size, lack of unity of command, and haphazard staffing. As a result, their efforts to prepare ISF were inconsistent. By contrast, standing units partnered with Iraqi forces experienced few of the problems that beset transition teams. While such a solution still had considerable challenges inherent to the monumental task of rebuilding a nation's security forces and infrastructure, it appears that using standing units is the best approach to developing foreign indigenous forces. Constructing the ISF was also hindered by a series of decisions that inhibited their effectiveness from the tactical to the institutional level. Formal partnership between U.S. advisors and Iraqi units often focused on staff functions and rarely occurred below the battalion level, preventing growth at the squad, platoon, and company level, the basic building blocks of tactical formations. Logistics functions were not built in parallel with tactical units, crippling the long-term ability of the Iraqis to sustain themselves and creating additional opportunities for corruption. Similarly, armor and artillery formations, as well as engineers, were neglected initially, delaying the possibility of developing true combined arms capabilities. Combined together, these decisions enfeebled ISF development and delayed transition of security responsibilities to Iraqi forces. Detainees. Throughout the war, U.S. forces struggled with the question of what to do with the enemy captured on the battlefield. Having decided at the outset not to treat them as prisoners of war who may be detained legally until the cessation of hostilities, the United States never found a workable solution to the problem of handling, quote, security detainees, end quote, or, quote, enemy combatants, end quote, within a sovereign nation. The improvised systems for reviewing whether detainees were a security risk were so imperfect as to allow large numbers of Sunni insurgents in particular to return to the battlefield. So pervasive was this phenomenon that most of the senior Iraqi leaders of AQI and later ISIS were at one time in U.S. custody but let go, including ISIS leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. The political dynamics that dominated the Iraqi government, meanwhile, created a similar result among captured Shia insurgents, a large number of whom were released back onto the battlefield because of pressure from Baghdad or by the terms of the 2008 U.S.-Iraq Security Agreement. The phenomenon of insurgents reappearing on the battlefield repeatedly after U.S. troops captured them created a deep level of distrust between the tactical units who fought and captured the militants and the higher echelon commands that designed policies that released them. The perception that the operational commands were following a, quote, catch and release, end quote, policy became widespread among U.S. units, so much so that the detainee policies created perverse incentives among U.S. troops, especially on operations against militants who had been previously captured and released. The repeated reappearance of militants on the battlefield also undermined the Iraqi population's confidence in the coalition and gave life to conspiracy theories that the United States was releasing dangerous fighters back into the war in order to perpetuate sectarian conflict. The likelihood that U.S. forces will continue to operate against militias or insurgents in the future means that the detention conundrum that began in Afghanistan and Iraq will recur. The Army must relook its doctrine, training, and organization for detention operations and ensure that it is as appropriate for the handling of security detainees as it is for the handling of enemy prisoners of war. At the national level, the United States should lead an effort to revisit and potentially update portions of the Geneva Conventions and international law to reflect the current environment of non-state actors and multinational terrorist organizations who exploit loopholes within current detention protocols. At the same time, military leaders should press for a revision of U.S. policies that led to detainee problems in Iraq. If, in future conflicts, the United States again chooses to regard its captured enemies as something other than enemy prisoners of war, then U.S. leaders can expect once again to see the enemy released back onto the battlefield repeatedly through imperfect security review procedures, to see detainee abuse cases emerge, and to see our troops forced into debilitating moral dilemmas. Multinational and interagency campaign planning. Iraq showed that the United States needs better doctrine for strategic campaign planning. The United States and its coalition allies invaded Iraq without the detailed civil-military plans necessary to stabilize the country after regime change. Over time, the Theater Command and the U.S. Embassy developed sophisticated plans for meeting coalition objectives in Iraq, but they did so in an ad hoc fashion, by trial and error. General David H. Petraeus and Ambassador Ryan C. Crocker refined multinational and interagency planning in the Joint Strategic Assessment Team and Joint Campaign Plan of 2007, which Odierno and Austin later carried forward, but these processes have not been captured in U.S. doctrine. At no point during the war was the joint campaign planning that took place in Baghdad matched by similar interagency planning or synchronization in Washington. Future conflicts will require the integration of many different elements of national power, but the Iraq War showed that the United States currently lacks the capability of managing this integration. The United States should actively support regulatory or statutory changes, such as a, quote, Goldwater-Nichols, end quote, for interagency reform. At a minimum, such reform should include interagency assignments as a requirement for general officer or senior executive service level promotions, increased funding for civilians to attend military schooling at all levels, basic course, advanced course, command and general staff college, as well as senior staff college, mandatory civilian participation at combat training centers or CTCs, battle command training programs, BCTPs, and other training, and creation of a civilian quick reaction corps with short notice deployments included in their recruitment contracts. Conventional SOF integration. At the outset of the Iraq War, U.S. conventional and special operations forces were unaccustomed to operating together in the same area. U.S. military doctrine at that time encouraged a segregation of conventional forces and special operations forces, or SOF, into different areas of operation, and this was the way U.S. forces conducted the invasion of 2003. As the coalition settled into largely static geographic areas of operation after the invasion, conventional and SOF units found it necessary to share battle space. For at least the first 2 years of the war, this arrangement was often awkward, as conventional commanders often found SOF raids disruptive and uncoordinated, while SOF commanders sometimes found conventional units constraining to the SOF mission. As early as fall 2003, however, conventional and SOF commanders found ways to integrate their operations, and by 2005, Casey and MNFI sought to institutionalize these methods at the theater level. By the time of the surge, most SOF and conventional units in Iraq had become highly adept at synchronizing their operations, able to generate intelligence, coordinate targeting, and execute operations together with astonishing speed, a factor that created heavy pressure on AQI in particular and nearly resulted in that organization's defeat in 2010. A generation of tactical commanders in both conventional and SOF units learned how to operate together between 2003 and 2011 to devastating effect. As with the war's other innovations, the integration of special and conventional operations is a perishable skill that will atrophy over time if it is not captured in U.S. military doctrine, training, and organization. As one U.S. general officer observed after 2011, quote, "Everyone will be inclined to return to their own corners now." End quote. Some Army leaders have also noted the role reversal between SOF and conventional units. Before the 9/11 attacks, Foreign Internal Defense, or FID, had been nearly exclusively the role of Special Operations Forces, specifically the Army Special Forces Regiment. Special Forces groups were oriented regionally, and considerable effort and expenditure was put into training their personnel to speak foreign languages and understand different cultures. The doctrinal mission of direct action, while still one of the regiment's core tasks, was not of equal importance to FID. During the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, Army Special Forces groups increasingly focused on direct action, leaving large-scale FID missions to conventional forces. as is the case, at the time of this writing, in much of Operation Inherent Resolve. It appears, for example, that the doctrinal guideline that a Special Forces Operational Detachment Alpha, or ODA, should train a host nation battalion was ignored during certain periods of both conflicts. While this report recognizes U.S. Special Operations Forces will never be of sufficient size to rebuild an entire country's security forces, its leaders should revisit the current imbalance between FID and direct action and shift the focus of Special Forces groups back toward their more traditional role in FID. The role of the reserve component. At an individual level, reserve component troops made significant contributions to the war. The operational commands could not have been staffed without them, especially as changes in the operating environment required the creation of new organizations to deal with specific problems, such as Task Force 134. At the unit level, the Army's 2004 decision to operationalize the nation's strategic reserve, the Army National Guard, had important implications inside the Iraq theater. This was especially true during the pivotal election year of 2005, when the National Guard provided 8 of the 16 Army brigades in the theater. The majority of National Guard units and commanders performed well, especially at the platoon and company level. But the difficult experiences of the 48th BCT in the Triangle of Death, 184 Infantry Regiment in Baghdad, 228 BCT in Ramadi, and 278th Regimental Combat Team, or RCT, in Kirkuk, all in 2004 to 2006, left senior U.S. commanders with the impression that assigning battle space to National Guard brigades carried significantly more risk than assigning battle space to active brigades. As a result, MNFI did not assign brigade or division battle space to National Guard units again until 2009. The increased Title X burden the National Guard will have in a shrinking Army requires significant reforms. Additional funding is required to ensure Guard units are equipped on par with active forces, personnel rules should ensure deployable units are fully staffed, and policies should increase the number of mandatory annual training days. The role of contractors. The U.S. military's reliance on contractors to provide services and other support in theaters of war, a development that followed the drawdown of uniformed U.S. troops in the 1990s, gave them a critical role throughout the Iraq War. This trend accelerated when senior military and civilian leaders substituted force management levels or troop limitations for traditional strategic reviews. As a result, contractors performed military support tasks that the units in Iraq could not do themselves, such as some logistics functions, part of the training of the ISF, and even the securing of large coalition bases. At some points in the war, the coalition had more contractors inside the theater than uniformed troops. Contractors came with their own challenges, however. Before the surge period, the operational commands did not have reliable systems for tracking the activities and locations of contractors, meaning that they occasionally disrupted military operations or strayed into dangerous situations without the awareness of battle space owners. In addition, the Iraqi population mostly did not distinguish between the actions of coalition military units and Western contractors, and often held the coalition responsible for contractors' negative activities. The most significant case was the Blackwater contractors' killing of 17 Iraqis in Nisour Square in Baghdad in September 2007, an incident that had strategic implications for the remainder of the war because it made the Iraqi government deeply reluctant to accept the presence of U.S. and coalition contractors without legal restrictions on their activities. MNSTCI faced 2 contractor-related issues. First, the requirements in theater changed faster than the contracting system could accommodate. The late summer 2007 decision by coalition commanders that the police development contract should be changed to the advising of provincial chiefs of police took 8 months to implement, far too long for the operational needs of the campaign. Second, contracts in which contractors phase themselves out of work, a necessary part of, quote, phasing in and, quote, host nation security forces to do the job themselves, are hard to write and provide incentives for contractors to underperform. In one case, coalition commanders realized in 2007 that the MNSTCI contract to train the Iraqi National Police had failed in 3 years to produce a single policeman capable of training his fellow Iraqis. When the contract was passed to the Italian Carabinieri, the paramilitary force produced an Iraqi training cadre capable of instructing students in just 6 months. The importance of headquarters. U.S. senior commanders learned over the course of the war to value tactical and operational headquarters. Stabilization and coin operations generated a myriad of non-standard tasks that often required the hands-on involvement of leaders, such as engagements with political, ISF, or tribal leaders. Many of these tasks endured even as U.S. units gave up responsibility for tactical security, so division, brigade, and battalion headquarters continued to play central roles in the campaign, even as their companies and battalions drew down. In some cases, missions required a full headquarters structure but few troops, such as the Combined Security Mechanism, the peacekeeping-style mission created by Odierno to prevent Arab-Kurd conflict along the disputed boundaries in northern Iraq. U.S. commanders also learned the consequences of using ad hoc joint manning document headquarters rather than standing headquarters. Time after time, when creating new organizations in Iraq, DoD and CENTCOM relied on ad hoc headquarters rather than standing Army, Corps, or Division headquarters, only to see the new organizations suffer from a lack of cohesion, inadequate training and proficiency, and low staffing. Senior leaders such as Petraeus concluded from their experience in Iraq that a standing headquarters of any kind will always outperform an ad hoc individual augmentee-filled organization. Yet, DoD favored ad hoc joint headquarters for a variety of reasons: to ensure all the services contributed to the headquarters, to leave standing commands intact for other contingencies and war plans, and because U.S. leaders assumed the missions for which the ad hoc organizations had been created would be short and need not disrupt future plans and operations. Iraq showed the pitfalls of such an approach. The role of the division. The 2003 invasion was fought by divisions maneuvering through battle space and synchronizing the operations of their brigades and other assets. Once the coalition divisions took up largely static areas of operation after the invasion, the proper role of the division in the broader campaign was not entirely clear. Over time, the management of the Iraq campaign was decentralized to the brigade level. As the modular brigades became severed from their organic division headquarters, frequently operating under the control of divisions with whom they had little familiarity, divisions sometimes had difficulty finding an appropriate role in synchronizing tactical activities. In some extreme cases, divisions acted as the equivalent of area support groups for diverse and sometimes only loosely coordinated brigade operations, especially divisions with vast battle space and diverse operating environments. In other cases, divisions found a productive role in maintaining an operational-level enemy picture and coordinating brigade and battalion operations to overcome seams that insurgents might exploit. In either case, the Iraq War did not yield a clear picture of the future operational role of the division. Some divisions took on a level of responsibility, management of assets, and control of territory equivalent to that of a traditional corps headquarters. At the height of the surge, for example, Multinational Division Baghdad, or MNDB, controlled 5 U.S. brigades, but also exercised de facto control, or at least controlling influence, over 4 Iraqi divisions, tens of thousands of Iraqi police, and more than 50,000 sons of Iraq. Similarly, in some cases, U.S. brigades took on a level of responsibility equivalent to or even exceeding that of a traditional U.S. division. In 2007, Colonel Ricky Gibbs's 4th Brigade 1st Infantry Division controlled no fewer than 9 U.S. battalions and exercised de facto control of thousands more Iraqi troops. In the same year, Colonel Michael Kershaw's 2nd Brigade 10th Mountain Division had slightly over 5,000 U.S. troops in the, quote, Triangle of Death, end quote, south of Baghdad, but also exercised de facto control over more than 20,000 Iraqi troops and sons of Iraq, giving 2nd Brigade 10th Mountain Division more manpower and a span of control greater than that of a standard U.S. division. Stability operations. Stability operations are a crucial part of fighting and winning the nation's wars. However, large-scale stability operations require specialized skills and troop-to-task ratios. A stability operation on the scale of Iraq is likely to require more specialized expertise and combat support than the Army currently retains in its inventory. If or when tasked again to undertake a large-scale stability operation, the Army must be better prepared to deploy quickly combat support capabilities and specialized personnel. To do so, the Army should both maintain the civil affairs growth that occurred over the last decade and continue to balance stability training with combined arms maneuver training. At the same time, certain capabilities could be effectively, quote, warehoused, end quote, within TRADOC to be able to be reactivated on short notice. Such capabilities would include military governance, economic reconstruction, agricultural development, human assessment teams, and military assistance and advisory teams, at a minimum. Strategic communications. The coalition was never able to keep pace with the enemy's strategic communications. Its process was reactive, bureaucratically slow and centralized, and not considered a critical mission. Commanders often remarked that strategic communications required approval at corps and force level, or often higher. One commander in South Baghdad noted that he could not obtain corps approval to display a billboard or distribute leaflets featuring a wanted insurgent, but that he incongruously had the authority to drop Joint Direct Attack Munitions, or JDAMs, on insurgent positions or buildings. The coalition's inability to influence the informational battle space in a timely manner or to provide the necessary authorities to commanders who were engaged in a decentralized and local conflict was a symptom of the U.S. military culture that did not place a high priority on strategic communications or information operations, and a U.S. government averse to the risks associated with fighting a war of ideas. As the world becomes more reliant on digital information, this challenge will become more acute, as most Army tactical capabilities are still primarily flyer, leaflet, and loudspeaker platforms. Engaging in the digital conflict of ideas in real time or near real time, as our adversaries already do, will require structural, doctrinal, and legislative change across the joint and interagency spectrum. Tactical and Operational Innovations, page 637. The tone of this study of the Iraq War often has been critical, highlighting the significant errors from which the United States and the Army must learn, but this is not meant to overshadow the Army's significant tactical and operational adaptations and innovations. The units deployed to Iraq made strides in coin warfare, stabilization operations, counterterrorism, security assistance, and many other areas that would have been unthinkable in 2003. This flexibility and adaptability will be important for generations of future leaders who may face similar tactical and operational problems. What follows is a selection of some of the more significant innovations and adaptations. The initial adaptation to coin from 2003 to 2006. Well before the publication of a coin manual in December 2006, U.S. units had made great progress in applying such an approach in their areas of operation. Many units demonstrated surprising flexibility in rediscovering and applying coin tactics, albeit unevenly, often without any support from their institutional and educational systems. The campaign histories of 2003 to 2006 are replete with such examples of units and commanders who taught themselves to fight in a way they had not been instructed to do. Agility from 2006 onward in reconciliation at the local level. Agile, flexible, and open-minded commanders and units made the awakening possible. Later, U.S. units displayed great creativity in synchronizing bottom-up and top-down political accommodation, so that by the time of the surge, battalion and brigade commanders had invented the concept of, quote, maneuvering to reconciliation, end quote, i.e., planning security operations with a view to opening up new reconciliation initiatives. In 2007, the operational commands created an entire infrastructure to manage and enable the Sons of Iraq, while creating the Force Strategic Engagement Cell, or FSEC, to parlay local ceasefires into political progress wherever possible. These innovations had little to guide them in existing doctrine. The use of Commander's Emergency Response Program, or CERP, funds. Army commanders and units developed the capacity and knowledge to use money as a coin and stabilization tool, so much so that by 2007 most leaders acknowledged that money for projects had become as important as ammunition on the battlefield. By then, the pre-2003 practice of centralized control of small funds by contracting officers and field ordering officers had given way to spending billions of dollars by U.S. units across a spectrum ranging from microeconomic projects to much larger-scale initiatives such as paying of the Sons of Iraq. While considerable debate exists on the long-term efficacy of such efforts, there is little question that Army commanders' adroit use of the funds helped tamp down many of the underlying causes of instability for the short term, thereby buying time to reestablish security and rebuild the ISF. A more detailed review of this topic is warranted, given the uneven long-term effects and the concern that such, quote, expeditionary economics, end quote, caused more harm than good. The operational synchronization of military and civil activities. The U.S. units who fought after 2005 had learned to integrate their operations with civil activities and non-military organizations in ways the Army of 2003 could not have envisioned. The creation of provincial reconstruction teams, or PRTs, to pursue stabilization objectives. The integration of MNFI and USFI with U.S. Embassy Baghdad, both organizationally and in planning, and the specific revision of MNFI campaign plans by the Civil-Military Joint Strategic Assessment Team in 2007 and by its successors in later years, are the most significant cases in point. In many instances, U.S. military leaders and units learned to connect their military operations explicitly to the achievement of a sustainable political outcome in their areas of operation, though this was not accomplished ultimately at the strategic level. A series of intelligence innovations. During the war, a combination of organizational changes and technological improvements gave tactical-level units, sometimes down to the brigade and even battalion level, access to national-level intelligence from all of the three major intelligence collection disciplines. These made it possible for U.S. forces to identify enemy networks and target them for either disruption or political reconciliation. They also enabled an unprecedented increase in counterterrorism operations tempo, or op tempo. These changes coincided with an extraordinary forward deployment of the defense intelligence community that made defense intelligence more responsive to operational demands and equipped commanders with better knowledge and capabilities than could have been dreamt of in 2003. These deployments, coupled with the ability to reach back to national capabilities, enabled commanders to understand better the various threats the coalition faced and at times to get within the decision cycle of those adversaries. Establishing an effective medical evacuation system. During the span of the war, the U.S. Army's medical community constructed the most effective medical evacuation system in the history of warfare. At the point of injury, individual soldiers were issued medical kits with tourniquets and advanced bandages with coagulant material. Frontline medics were provided additional training and new trauma equipment that greatly increased a casualty's chance of survival. In order to preserve the, quote, golden hour, end quote, casualties were swiftly evacuated to forward-based surgical teams and then sent on to a regionally located combat support hospital where they received further treatment and stabilization. Those facilities pioneered many new trauma techniques, such as whole blood transfusions and massive blood loss protocols, which were later passed on to civilian trauma specialists. If necessary, casualties were sent to the Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Germany, where they were further stabilized before being sent on to the national military hospitals in the Washington, D.C. area. Hundreds, if not thousands, of grievously wounded casualties lived because of these innovations, leading to unprecedented survival rates. The creation of the Combined Security Mechanism. This initiative to prevent conflict along the disputed internal boundary, the, quote, Green Line, end quote, helped avert an Arab-Kurd war that had seemed inevitable in 2007 and 2008. For a critical period of 2 years, it kept the peace between the Iraqi government in Baghdad and the KRG in Erbil until it was dismantled during the U.S. military withdrawal of 2011. It should serve as a model for peacekeeping and peace enforcement within the U.S. military. The Iraq War has the potential to be one of the most consequential conflicts in American history. It shattered a long-standing political tradition against preemptive wars. John Quincy Adams's presumption that America should not go, quote, abroad searching for monsters to destroy, end quote, was erased, at least temporarily. In the conflict's immediate aftermath, the pendulum of American politics swung to the opposite pole with deep skepticism about foreign interventions. In terms of geostrategic consequences, the war produced profound consequences. At the time of this project's completion in 2018, an emboldened and expansionist Iran appears to be the only victor. Iraq, the traditional regional counterbalance for Iran, is at best emasculated and at worst has key elements of its government acting as proxies for Iranian interests. With Iraq no longer a threat, Iran's destabilizing influence has quickly spread to Yemen, Bahrain, and Syria, as well as other locations. As the conflict expanded beyond its original boundaries, the colonial creation that was the Iraqi-Syrian border was effectively erased. Bashar al-Assad, having misjudged his ability to control the Salafist foreign fighters that he gave safe haven for the better part of a decade, found himself threatened by the very forces that he had exploited to avert an American invasion, an invasion that in actuality was never forthcoming. Syria was plunged into a vicious civil war that devolved into a brutality only seen in the worst conflicts of the 20th century, resulting in a death toll that has topped 500,000, repeated use of chemical weapons, and the worst refugee crisis since World War II. Kurdistan evolved from a proto-state into a de facto nation, a development that has created deep tensions with Turkey. The danger of a Sunni-Shia regional conflict with potentially globally destabilizing effects is now greater than at any time since the original schism. Zarqawi's goal appears to be on the cusp of becoming reality. The human and material cost of the conflict was staggering. Nearly 4,500 American military personnel lost their lives in the fighting, and another 32,000 were wounded, many of them grievously. More than 300 soldiers from other coalition nations also perished. Estimates on Iraqi casualties vary wildly, ranging from roughly 200,000 killed to more than 1 million. Monetary costs for the United States only are similarly hard to approximate due to the challenge in estimating future costs for veterans' care and the interest on loans taken out to finance the war. There is no question that the war has been expensive, ranging even among the lower estimates from a cost of over $800 billion to nearly $2 trillion. At the same time, there are those who argue that the Iraq War, as well as the conflict in Afghanistan, represent historical aberrations with few germane lessons. Supporters of this position posit that conflicts involving coin and nation building sit far from the World War II style of, quote, traditional war, end quote, for which the Army typically has been held responsible. Such potentially existential conflicts are so much harder to prepare for, they argue, that investing time on coin-related tasks would be counterproductive, if not irresponsible. Adherents of the position that the Army should return to its, quote, traditional, end quote, warfighting role also suggest that it is relatively easy to train, quote, down, end quote, from high-intensity conflict against other armies. The authors of this study conclude that such positions are intellectually specious. Ironically, many of the same arguments were made before the invasion of Iraq and during the first few years of the war. As a result, Precious lives and time were lost before the Army adapted to the character of the conflict and was able to regain the initiative. It is one of this study's core premises that there are additional complexities in coin that often do not exist in more conventional conflicts. Translating national political guidance into battles and campaigns that blend both traditional maneuver and deft political efforts that target the drivers of conflict is a complicated art. Leaders at all levels in coin have to be able to integrate the fields of political science, culture, and regional history simultaneously with military strategy to achieve success. Long-term security force assistance, a staple of coin, is difficult, dangerous, and frustrating. Peace building, the process of nurturing reconciliation, building durable and tolerant institutions, and carrying out political and economic transformation, are intensely challenging tasks. U.S. efforts toward this end in Iraq were inefficient, disjointed, and ultimately unsuccessful. Given the consequences and the cost of the Iraq War, it is essential that the Army studies what went wrong and why. The Army must also capture the innovations and adaptations that produced tactical and operational successes. Above all, the United States must not repeat the errors of previous wars in assuming that the conflict was an anomaly with few useful lessons. This project was commissioned by the Army's senior leadership in part because they believed the Army had spent the first few years of the Iraq War relearning the lessons of the Vietnam conflict. Hopefully, the U.S. Army in the Iraq War will help prevent that error from being repeated. While the next war that the United States fights may be different from the conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan, it would be risky to assume that it will be so different as to render the lessons of those conflicts moot. The character of warfare is changing, but even if we face peer or near-peer competitors in future conflicts, they are likely to employ a blend of conventional and irregular warfare, what is often called, quote, hybrid warfare, end quote, or, quote, operations in the gray zone. End quote. The United States may not have the luxury of choosing the next war it fights. Our enemies are aware of the challenges we faced in Iraq and Afghanistan and will incorporate lessons that they have derived from these conflicts against us. The failure of the United States to attain its strategic objectives in Iraq was not inevitable. It came as a byproduct of a long series of decisions, acts of commission and omission, made by well-trained and intelligent leaders making what seemed to be reasonable decisions. At one point, in the waning days of the surge, the change of strategy and the sacrifices of many thousands of Americans and Iraqis had finally tipped the scales enough to put the military campaign on a path towards a measure of success. However, it was not to be, as the compounding effect of earlier mistakes combined with a series of decisions focused on war termination ultimately doomed the fragile venture. It is for the efforts and immeasurable sacrifices of our soldiers that this work is dedicated. Above all, this history is meant to be a permanent record of their accomplishments and their willingness to give the last full measure of devotion for their own country and for the people of Iraq. End of Chapter 17, Part 2. Conclusion. Lessons of the Iraq War. Read by Adam Koebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Afterword, select bibliography and general editor's notes on sources, abbreviations, and about the contributors. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Koebel. Afterword, select bibliography and general editor's notes on sources, abbreviations, and about the contributors. Afterword, page 643. The U.S. Army War College, or USAWC, was honored to support the effort for this study and to publish these volumes. Since our vision is to develop strategic leaders and ideas invaluable to the Army, the Joint Force, and the nation, the publication of these volumes is emblematic of this study's purpose. In fact, this study represents what Secretary of War Elihu Root envisioned when he established the USAWC in 1901. He directed its students to consider three important strategic issues: national defense, military science, and responsible command, aspects which are relevant to this study. It is our hope these volumes will prompt and enable further studies on other levels and aspects of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. In addition to hundreds of hours of interviews, as a byproduct of this work, over 30,000 pages of documents were declassified and will be made available online. Over time, all of these primary sources will be reviewed and reassessed by others, including the Staff College and USAWC students, as a way to continue to improve as a profession. To further assist with studying these volumes, we are publishing them in a searchable digital format, negating the need for a lengthy index. Additionally, while this is an extensive study, it is by no means complete. Many areas fell outside the scope of this study and will require further in-depth research, areas such as logistics, humanitarian assistance, special operations, and conventional mutual efforts, along with U.S. Central Command's or CENTCOM's decisions and wider U.S. and international partner decisions, which impacted the strategic and operational direction and resources in Iraq itself. This study reinforces the importance of what we do at the USAWC as part of professional military education and the need to continue to innovate and improve our efforts. The central problems in Iraq and Afghanistan typically started at the strategic level. We rightfully need to address the many operational and tactical issues highlighted throughout this study. However, that is not sufficient to solve the overall challenges we will face in the foreseeable future. We have to get the strategy right and be prepared for the inevitable natural tendency toward strategic drift and strategic depreciation. The U.S. Army has traditionally had an almost overwhelming faith in technology and doctrine, on the changing character of war, which is often reflected in this study. We can and will analyze and learn from it. At the same time, we cannot overcommit to the lessons from this war. As Dr. Mike Nyberg, our USAWC Chair of War Studies, recently reinforced to me, quote, "The next war we fight will be quite different and will render many of the operational and tactical suggestions here overcome by events." End quote. The question is, which ones? At the USAWC, we are committed and will further reinforce the importance of the study of strategy, the nature of war, and the essence of leadership and decision-making at the strategic level, and at the sometimes Gordian knot nexus of strategy and operations. On this, the 100th anniversary of the end of World War I am mindful that this study is part of a long-standing tradition within our Army to critically assess past strategies, operations, and decisions to inform decisions and actions in the future. This commitment to self-evaluation, study, and adaptation serves not only to ensure the future readiness of our Army, but honors those who likewise committed themselves to the security and defense of our nation during this conflict. Major General John S. Kem, Commandant, U.S. Army War College. Select Bibliography, page 645. Interviews, page 645. Interviews conducted by the CSA's OIF Study Group. Alex Alderson, Mital al-Alusi, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Armstrong, General Lloyd Austin, Colonel Jeffrey Bannister, Colonel, retired, Michael Bell, Brigadier General Scott E. Brower, Colonel J. B. Burton, President George W. Bush, Major General Nelson Cannon. General, retired George W. Casey, Jr. Lieutenant General Robert Caslin. Ross Coffey. Colonel Chris Connor. Colonel Matthew Q. Dawson. Lieutenant General, retired James Dubick. Brigadier General Billy Don Farris. Major General, UK, Julian Free. Lieutenant General Ali Al-Freiji. Colonel David Funk. Lieutenant General, retired Jack Gardner. Major General Walter E. Gaskin. Secretary Robert M. Gates. Colonel Thomas J. Goss. Colonel John Hall. Colonel Jeff Hannon. Colonel, retired Derek Harvey. Major General, retired Najim Jabouri. General, retired John M. Keane. Lieutenant General, retired Francis Kearney. Lieutenant Colonel Scott Kimmel. Colonel Dale Cool. Lieutenant General, United Kingdom, Graham Lamb. Colonel Kevin Leahy. General, retired James N. Mattis. Colonel, retired Kevin McDonnell. Brigadier General Herbert Raymond H.R. McMaster. Brigadier General, retired Michael Meese. Colonel, retired Mark Mitchell. Major General Benjamin R. Mixon. Colonel Robert Molinari. Lieutenant Colonel, retired Patrick Morrison. Lieutenant General Michael Oates. General Raymond T. Odierno. Major General Brian R. Owens. General, retired Peter Pace. Secretary Leon Panetta. General, retired David H. Petraeus. Lieutenant Colonel Kurt J. Pinkerton. Kenneth Pollock. Michael Pregant. Secretary Condoleezza Rice. Colonel Brian Roberts. Moafik Rubeyi. General, retired Peter J. Schoemaker. Ubay Shabandar. Major General, UK, Jonathan Shaw. Lieutenant Colonel Kent Strader. Major General, retired Aziz Swaidi. Brigadier General Robin Swan. Brigadier General Sean Swindell. General, retired James D. Thurman. Lieutenant General Kenneth Tovo. Major General Rick L. Waddell. Rear Admiral, retired Edward Winters. General, retired Anthony C. Zinni. Institute for Defense Analyses. Colonel Julian Dale Alford. Sheikh Ifan Sadun al-Isawi. Sterling Jensen. Major General, retired Thomas Jones. Brigadier General Robert B. Neller. Colonel, retired Richard Welch. Major General Richard C. Zilmer. Washington, D.C., Institute for the Study of War. Colonel J. B. Burton. Colonel David W. Sutherland. Combat Studies Institute. Lieutenant General Lloyd Austin. Colonel Jeffrey Bailey. Lieutenant Colonel Edward Boneman. Brigadier General S. Scott E. Brower. Lieutenant Colonel Timothy A. Brumfield. Vice Admiral David H. Buss. Lieutenant General Robert Caslin. Colonel John W. Charlton. Colonel Roger Cloutier. Lieutenant General Robert W. Cohn. Colonel Christopher Connor. Lieutenant Colonel Douglas C. Chrisman. Lieutenant General John D. Cross. Major General Anthony Cuccolo. Lieutenant General Martin Dempsey. Lieutenant General Retired James Dubik. Colonel Michael Eastman. Colonel Billy Don Ferris. Colonel Paul E. Funk II. Colonel Andrew Gainey. Brigadier General Michael X. Garrett. Colonel Ricky D. Gibbs. Colonel Christopher P. Gibson. Ambassador Gary Grappo. Major General Jeffrey Hammond. Lieutenant General Mark Hertling. Colonel James Hickey. Ambassador Christopher R. Hill. Colonel John Hort. Major General Retired James Hunt. General Charles Jacoby. Colonel Michael M. Kershaw. Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey LaFace. Colonel John S. Lair. Major General Rick Lynch. Lieutenant General Herbert Raymond H. R. McMaster. Lieutenant Colonel Patrick R. Michaelis. Lieutenant General Benjamin R. Mixon. Colonel Peter Newell. Lieutenant General David Perkins. Colonel Walter Piatt. Brigadier General David Quantock. Colonel Brian T. Roberts. Lieutenant Colonel Jim Sindel. Evangelus Smiley. Major General Retired Eddie Spurgeon. Lieutenant Colonel Mark W. Sewich. Colonel Stephen J. Townsend. Colonel Stephen Twitty. Colonel John C. Valador. Command Sergeant Major Tommy William. Marine Corps History and Museums Division. Major Kurt Ebaugh. Colonel Craig S. Kozenjeski. Colonel Lawrence D. Nicholson. Colonel Richard L. Simcock. Colonel Retired Richard Welch. Center for Army Lessons Learned. Lieutenant General Robert Caslin. Colonel John Hall. Colonel Kenneth Harvey. Mark Hunter. Ambassador James Jeffrey. Colonel Carl Kraus. Mark Libby. Colonel Dean Robb. Harold Reeves. U.S. Army Center of Military History. Brigadier General John R. Allen. Vice Admiral David H. Buss. Major General Peter Devlin. Major General Joseph Fill. Colonel Christopher P. Gibson. Colonel Michael M. Kershaw. General Raymond T. Odierno. Brigadier General David Quantock. Major General Douglas M. Stone. Abbreviations. Page 659. AAB. Advise and Assist Brigade. AAH. Asaib al-Haq. ACR. Armored Cavalry Regiment. AEI. American Enterprise Institute. AFCENT. Air Forces Central Command. AHEC. Army Heritage and Education Center. AIF. Anti-Iraqi Forces. AO. Area of Operation. AOB. Advanced Operational Base. AQI. Al-Qaeda in Iraq. ARCENT. U.S. Army Central, or U.S. Army component of CENTCOM. ASCC. Army Service Component Commands. BCT. Brigade Combat Team. BFSB. Battlefield Surveillance Brigade. BOC. Baghdad Operations Command. BRAC. Base Realignment and Closure. BTT. Border Transition Team. BUA. Battle Update Assessment. CACE. Core Analysis and Control Element. CALL. Center for Army Lessons Learned. CENTCOM. U.S. Central Command. CERP. Commander's Emergency Response Program. CEXC. Combined Explosives Exploitation Cell. CF. Coalition Forces. CFLCC. Coalition Forces Land Component Command. CG. Commanding General. CIA. Central Intelligence Agency. CID. Criminal Investigation Division. CJCS. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. CJSOTF. Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force. CJSOTF-AP. Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force Arabian Peninsula. CJTF. Combined Joint Task Force. CJTF-7. Combined Joint Task Force 7. CLC. Concerned Local Citizens. CMH. U.S. Army Center of Military History. COB. Contingency Operating Base. COIC. Counter-IED Operations and Integration Center. COIN. Counterinsurgency. COL. Colonel. CPA. Coalition Provisional Authority. CRS. Congressional Research Service. CSA. Chief of Staff of the Army. CSI. Combat Studies Institute. CSIS. Center for Strategic and International Studies. DCSINT. Deputy Chief of Staff for Intelligence. DIA. Defense Intelligence Agency. DOD. Department of Defense. EFP. Explosively Formed Penetrator. EOD. Explosive Ordnance Disposal. EPRT. Embedded Provincial Reconstruction Teams. ERB, Emergency Response Brigade. ERU, Emergency Response Unit. FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation. FID, Foreign Internal Defense. FIFA, Fédération Internationale de Football Association. FMS, Foreign Military Sales. FMV, Full Motion Video. FOB, Forward Operating Base. FORSCOM, U.S. Army Forces Command. FPS, Facilities Protection Service. FRAGO, Fragmentary Order. FSEC, Force Strategic Engagement Cell. GAT, Governance Assessment Team. GMLRS, Guided Multiple Launch Rocket Systems. GOI, Government of Iraq. HMMWV, High Mobility Multipurpose Wheeled Vehicle, aka Humvee. IMEF, First Marine Expeditionary Force. IA, Iraqi Army. IED, Improvised Explosive Device. IFCNR, Implementation and Follow-up Committee for National Reconciliation. IGFC, Iraqi Ground Forces Command. IIP, Iraqi Islamic Party. INIS, Iraqi National Intelligence Service. IO, Information Operations. IP, Iraqi Police. IRAM, Improvised Rocket-Assisted Munition. IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran. ISCI, Islamic Supreme Council of Iraq. ISF, Iraqi Security Forces. ISG, Iraq Study Group. ISI, Islamic State of Iraq. ISIL, Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. ISIS, Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. ISOF, Iraqi Special Operations Forces. ISR, Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance. ITFC, Iraq Threat Finance Cell. JAM, Jaish al-Mahdi, aka Mahdi Army. JCPAT, Joint Campaign Plan Assessment Team. JCS, Joint Chiefs of Staff. JDAM, Joint Direct Attack Munition. JFSOCCI, Joint Forces Special Operations Component Command, Iraq. JIEDDO, Joint Improvised Explosive Device Defeat Organization. JRTN, Jaish ar-Rajal at-Tariq al-Naqshbandi. JSAT, Joint Strategic Assessment Team. JSS, Joint Security Stations. KDP, Kurdistan Democratic Party. KH, Kataib Hizballah. KRG, Kurdistan Regional Government. LNO, Liaison Officer. LTC, Lieutenant Colonel. MEF, Marine Expeditionary Force. MEK, Mujahideen-e-Khalq. MEU, Marine Expeditionary Unit. MHI, Military History Institute. MITT, Military Transition Team. MNCI, Multinational Corps Iraq. MND, Multinational Division. MNDB, Multinational Division Baghdad. MNDC, Multinational Division Center. MNDCS, Multinational Division Central South. MNDN, Multinational Division North. MNDNC, Multinational Division North Central. MNDNE, Multinational Division Northeast. MNDSE, Multinational Division Southeast. MNFI, Multinational Force Iraq. MNFW, Multinational Force West. MNSTCI, Multinational Security Transition Command Iraq. MOD, Ministry of Defense. MRAP, Mine Resistant Ambush Protected. NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization. NCO, Non-Commissioned Officer. NDU, National Defense University. NDUCISA, National Defense University College of International Security Affairs. NPR, National Public Radio. NSA, National Security Agency. NSC, National Security Council. NTMI, NATO Training Mission Iraq. OCINC, Office of the Commander-in-Chief. ODA, Operational Detachment Alpha. ODIN, Observe, Detect, Identify, and Neutralize. OIF, Operation Iraqi Freedom. OMC, Office of Military Cooperation. OPDAN, Operation Defeat Al-Qaeda in the North. OPORD, Operation Order. OPTEMPO, Operations Tempo. OSCI, Office of Security Cooperation, Iraq. OSD, Office of the Secretary of Defense. PIC, Provincial Iraqi Control. PJCC, Provincial Joint Coordination Center. PKK, Kurdistan Workers' Party. PM, Prime Minister. PMF, Population Mobilization Forces. POTUS, President of the United States. PRT, Provincial Reconstruction Team. PSC, Private Security Contractor. PUK, Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. PYD, Democratic Union Party. RCT, Regimental Combat Team. ROE, Rules of Engagement. RPG, rocket-propelled grenade. RSO, Regional Security Office. RSTA, Reconnaissance, Surveillance, and Target Acquisition. SCIRI, Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq. SDETIR, Strategic Debriefing Element Tactical Interrogation Report. SEAL, Sea, Air, and Land Teams. SECDEF, Secretary of Defense. SFA, Strategic Framework Agreement. SG, Special Groups. SGS, Secretary to the General Staff. SIGACT, Significant Activity. SOCCENT, Special Operations Command Central. SOCOM, Special Operations Command. SOF, Special Operations Forces. SOFA, Status of Forces Agreement. SPTT, Special Police Transition Team. SSI, Strategic Studies Institute. STT, Stability Transition Team. STU, Special Tactics Unit. SVEST, Suicide Vest. SWAT, Special Weapons and Tactics. TF, Task Force. TFBSO, Task Force for Business and Stability Operations. TOE, Table of Organization and Equipment. TRADOC, U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command. UAV, Unmanned Aerial Vehicle. UK, United Kingdom. UN, United Nations. UNSCR, United Nations Security Council Resolution. USAHEC, USAWC's Army Heritage and Education Center. USAID, United States Agency for International Development. USAWC, U.S. Army War College. USDC, U.S. Division Center. USDN, U.S. Division North. USDS, U.S. Division South. USFI, United States Forces Iraq. USIP, U.S. Institute of Peace. USMC, U.S. Marine Corps. VBIED, Vehicle-Borne Improvised Explosive Device. VP, Vice President. VTC, Video Teleconference. WMD, Weapons of Mass Destruction. YPG, People's Protection Units. About the contributors, page 695. Joel D. Rayburn is a U.S. Army colonel with 25 years of experience in intelligence and political military affairs. A 1992 graduate of the U.S. Military Academy, he served in a series of assignments as an artillery officer in Germany, Bosnia, and Kuwait before transferring to the Military Intelligence Corps in 1996. From 2002 to 2005, Colonel Rayburn taught British and Middle Eastern history at West Point, New York. From 2005 to the present, he has focused on political military affairs in the greater Middle East, including several combat deployments in Iraq and Afghanistan and multiple assignments at U.S. Central Command. From 2013 to 2016, he directed the Army's Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group, which was tasked with writing the Army's history of the Iraq War. Colonel Rayburn is the author of Iraq After America, Strongmen, Sectarians, Resistance, Hoover Press, 2014. He holds master's degrees from Texas A&M University and the National War College. Frank K. Sobchak began his career as a military intelligence officer and deployed to Kuwait in 1993. After completing Special Forces training, he was assigned to 5th Special Forces Group Airborne, where he commanded Operational Detachment Alphas, or ODAs, through various missions, including a deployment to Kosovo. Following detachment command, he taught classes in world history and peacekeeping at the U.S. Military Academy. Colonel Sobchak then returned to 5th Group, commanding a company in Iraq during 2005. He was next assigned as a congressional liaison for U.S. Special Operations Command. From 2011 to 2013, Colonel Sobchak commanded the U.S. Army garrison in Natick, Massachusetts. After serving as a senior fellow for the Chief of Staff of the Army's Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group, he became the organization's director in 2017. Colonel Sobchak has published articles in various journals and magazines, including Military Review, Military Intelligence Professional Bulletin, Infantry, and Armor. He holds a bachelor's degree in military history from the U.S. Military Academy and a master's degree in Arab Studies from Georgetown University. Jean F. Godfroy served in the Military Intelligence Corps, deploying to Bosnia in October of 2001 and then to Iraq as part of the 101st Airborne Division Air Assault in August of 2002. Lieutenant Colonel Godfroy went back to Iraq in 2004 to work directly for the commander of the Multinational Security Transition Command Iraq, or MNSTCI. She returned to Iraq for a third tour from 2008 to 2009 and served as an advisor to the Iraqi Directorate General of Intelligence and Security and in the Force Strategic Engagement Cell, or FSEC, where she helped orchestrate national reconciliation initiatives. From 2009 to 2011, Lieutenant Colonel Godfroy taught classes on international relations and civil war in the Department of Social Sciences at West Point. She subsequently served as the 2nd Infantry Division's Secretary to the General Staff, or SGS, in the Republic of Korea. Lieutenant Colonel Godfroy left active service in the Army in the fall of 2012 and spent a year studying street gangs and narcotics at the Council on Foreign Relations as an International Affairs Fellow. She returned to active duty to become one of 4 lead researchers on the Chief of Staff of the Army's Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. Lieutenant Colonel Godfroy presently works as a strategy and management consultant for IT Cadre in Ashburn, Virginia, and she performs her U.S. Army Reserve duties in the Department of Social Sciences at West Point. She holds a bachelor's in history from the U.S. Military Academy and a master's and a doctorate in public and international affairs from the Woodrow Wilson School at Princeton University. Matthew D. Morton served as a cavalryman in Germany and the Balkans as a company-grade officer before instructing in the Department of History at West Point. As a field-grade officer, he served on general staffs in Germany, Iraq, Afghanistan, the Pentagon, and as a regional fellow at the Marshall Center. Colonel Morton is the author of Men on Iron Ponies, The Death and Rebirth of the Modern U.S. Cavalry. He is the Assistant Chief of Staff for Future Plans and Policy, U.S. Army Central/3rd Army. Colonel Morton received his commission from the U.S. Military Academy and received his doctorate in history from Florida State University. James S. Powell is a U.S. Army colonel and strategic plans and policy officer. After graduating from the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, New York in 1992, he served with field artillery units at Fort Campbell, Kentucky and Baumholder, Germany. Following these operational assignments, he returned to West Point and taught military history from 2002 to 2004. After a tour in Iraq as the campaign planner for 3rd Corps from December 2006 to February 2008, Colonel Powell was assigned to the Pentagon, serving first as a speechwriter for the Chief of Staff of the Army and later as a military advisor to the Director of Net Assessment in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. He deployed to Afghanistan in June 2017, working in the Plans Directorate of the Resolute Support Headquarters. Colonel Powell holds a doctorate in history from Texas A&M University and is a graduate of the School of Advanced Military Studies at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, where he also served as a seminar leader following completion of the Advanced Strategic Leadership Studies program. His book, Learning Under Fire, the 112th Cavalry Regiment in World War II, was published in 2010. Matthew M. Zais served the first half of his career as an infantry officer in the 82nd Airborne Division, 101st Airborne Division, and as Mountain Phase Ranger instructor. Lieutenant Colonel Zais later taught American foreign policy and international relations in the Department of Social Sciences at the U.S. Military Academy. After transitioning as an Army strategist, he served in the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, as the executive officer of the Chief of Staff of the Army's Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group, and as deputy director of the Strategic Initiatives Group at U.S. Army Cyber Command. He currently serves as the director for Iraq on the National Security Council and as an adjunct professor in the Security Studies program at Georgetown University. His deployments include Haiti and Iraq. Lieutenant Colonel Zais graduated from the U.S. Military Academy with a bachelor's in economics and holds a master's of public administration and a doctorate from Princeton University. U.S. Army War College. Major General John S. Kem, Commandant. Strategic Studies Institute and U.S. Army War College Press. Director, Professor Douglas C. Lovelace, Jr. Director of Research, Dr. Stephen K. Metz. Editors, Colonel Joel D. Rayburn, Colonel Frank K. Sobchak, with Lieutenant Colonel Gene F. Godfroy, Colonel Matthew D. Morton, Colonel James S. Powell, Lieutenant Colonel Matthew M. Zais. Publications Assistant, Ms. Denise J. Kirsting. Composition, Mrs. Jennifer E. Neville. End of Afterword. Select Bibliography and General Editor's Notes on Sources, Abbreviations, and About the Contributors. Read by adamkoebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. End of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group.